AHMADINEJAD in New York. About Orlando, Omar Mateen, and why the pathogenic sexual regulation of Islam must not be named. By Arend Heinlein. On September 24, 2007, the then Iranian President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad came to Columbia University on the occasion of the UN General Assembly in New York to give a speech to students, teachers, and selected guests in the World Leaders Forum, at the university's invitation. While relevant parts of the U.S. media landscape, such as the New York Post and Daily News, are already scandalizing the monstrosity of offering the representative of an anti-Semitic state a public podium and endowing his worldview with academic consecration in the run-up to the event, Europeans are holding back with principled criticism of Ahmadinejad's invitation. In Germany in particular, the pseudo-liberal reference to the principles of freedom of opinion and pluralistic university debate used by the organizers to justify their willingness to engage in dialogue has met with widespread approval. Where parliaments are popularly considered to be gossip stalls and everyone should always pull in the same direction, i.e., the offensive resolution of political conflicts is shunned as a matter of principle, the right to freedom of opinion is repeatedly placed in the service of appeasement and thus turned into its opposite. Quote, the right to freedom of opinion, and this cannot be emphasized often enough in Germany, refers exclusively to the fact that the liberal state tolerates its citizens' expressions of opinion as long as they do not endanger its sovereignty, i.e., as long as they have no consequences. In no way does it oblige individuals to remain neutral towards all opinions, and it certainly does not require institutions such as Columbia University to offer a podium that is otherwise not open to everyone to Ahmadinejad of all people. End quote. Despite the insights of critical reason, Ahmadinejad spoke and then answered the interested questions of the students. As expected, nothing new came out of the whole thing, apart from perhaps one episode that made the news worldwide. In response to a question about death sentences against homosexuals in Iran, Ahmadinejad initially evaded the issue and said that the Iranian judiciary executes violent criminals and drug trafficking bosses in the same way that microbes are eliminated through medical treatment. Only when he was asked again about the death penalty against homosexuals did he say the following: "We don't have homosexuals in Iran like you do in your country," and added, after a little commotion and laughter from the audience, "We don't have this phenomenon in Iran. I don't know who told you we have it." It may seem obvious to dismiss Ahmadinejad's statement as a brazen lie or a denial of reality with reference to the facts. After all, according to human rights organizations, the Islamic Republic of Iran has executed at least 4,000 homosexuals since 1979, such as on July 20, 2005, when 16-year-old Mahmoud Askari and 18-year-old Ayaz Maroni were publicly hanged from a construction crane in Mashhad. It may be just as obvious to derive such executions from the Sharia, the basis of Iranian criminal law, which in several paragraphs punishes homosexual acts with, depending on the circumstances, the death penalty or lashes. However, insofar as the relationship between Islam/Sharia and homosexuality is denounced as a superhistorical and non-contradictory one of oppression that comes to itself in the most drastic way in the Iranian theocracy, the supposedly radical criticism misses the essence of both Islamic societies in general and particular Islamic states such as Iran. For in view of the widespread practice of homosexual acts and the fact that they are taken for granted in Islamic societies, it would have to be explained why so few homosexuals are arrested and executed overall, and why such repression does not take place continuously, but is concentrated in certain phases, in Iran for example, in the revolutionary years under Khomeini and currently under Ahmadinejad. In order to do this, it is necessary to distinguish analytically between what is currently coinciding in practice. Firstly, a modern anti-colonialist struggle that crisis-ridden Islamic societies are waging against the West, one expression of which is the currently accelerated persecution of homosexuals. However, this is not derived directly from Sharia law, but rather merely takes into service what Sharia law in itself is essentially timeless and religious, and therefore also inconsistent. And in times subjectively perceived as crisis-free, almost without worldly relevance, namely secondly in its fight against liwat and zina. As wrong as zina is usually translated as fornication or adultery, because the word specifically defines the coitus of two people who are neither legitimized by marriage nor property, even if neither of them is married, it is just as wrong to simply understand liwat as homosexuality. The term homosexuality, like the phenomenon it describes, only emerged in the 19th century and underwent a number of changes until it finally came to describe an aspect of the identity and lifestyle of individuals in the West today, which consists of the fact that their love and sexual desire is directed exclusively or predominantly towards individuals of the same sex, regardless of a preference for certain sexual practices and relationship models, e.g. promiscuous versus monogamous. This includes the claim that such partnerships should not only be carried out and symbolized in private, in secret, but also in public. With, not as a necessary consequence, the differentiation or distinguishability of a homosexual minority from a previously unidentified heterosexual majority comes social homophobia and criminal and other forms of legal discrimination against homosexuals. This resentment in civil society and the rule of law, which is an expression of the identity crisis of the patriarchal male and is directed more strongly at gay men than at lesbian women, has only been pushed back in recent decades by the successes of the homosexual movement and other civil rights groups. Even if the desired social and legal equality of homosexual and heterosexual partnerships has not yet been fully achieved, and there can be no talk of homophobia disappearing. As an identity trait, personality trait, lifestyle, disposition or inclination of individuals, homosexuality is thus a product of modernity and therefore cannot be the subject of pre-modern texts such as Sharia law. Accordingly, the Islamo-Arabic liwat under discussion only refers to a narrowly defined activity, anal intercourse. Thus, even as a pure practice, liwat is not a homosexual act. On the one hand, it encompasses less than this, because with regard to the persons, female-feminine acts, fellatio, kissing, etc. do not fall under liwat. On the other hand, it encompasses the anal penetration of women with regard to persons. In Islamic scriptures, liwat itself is rarely used here, but the related terms liwata and even more frequently lutiya, which is sometimes translated as lesbian act in a completely misleading way, do appear. What traditional Islam prohibits and opposes is therefore a very specific interpersonal sexual act in which a distinction is made, both morally and criminally, between luti, penetrator, exclusively men, and malat, penetrated, boys, men, women, eunuchs. The religious source of this ass-fucking prohibition is an interpretation of the Hebrew story of the prophet Lot and the divine destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, Gen 18:19, that is comparable to medieval Christianity. God then sends two angels in the form of men to Sodom, which he plans to destroy along with its inhabitants because of the loud lamentations about the sins that prevail there, which are not further characterized as grave, unless the angels find at least 10 righteous people among these inhabitants. When they arrive in Sodom in the evening, Lot invites them into his house and looks after them hospitably. But before they go to bed, the young and old men of the city surround the house and demand that Lot hand over the strangers to have intercourse with them. Lot fails with his mediation proposal to rape his daughters instead of the strangers, whereupon the angels lead Lot and his family away, and the Lord rains brimstone and fire on Sodom and Gomorrah, and destroys from the foundation of the world those cities and the whole region, and all the inhabitants of the cities and everything that grows in the fields. Lot's wife, who turns around against God's instructions, freezes into a pillar of salt. The next morning, smoke rises from the earth, like smoke from a furnace. However questionable an exegesis of this story as a prohibition of anal penetration may be, its interpretation as a parable about hospitality and xenophobia is more common. Christianity referred to and persecuted the corresponding act as sodomy, a term that in medieval usage included what it exclusively means in modern German, sex with animals. Islam referred to it as liwat in reference to what the people of Lot used to do, and the active participants were therefore called lutis. In the Quran, the story of Lut is mentioned a total of 15 times. However, Muhammad is less interested here in certain reprehensible practices of Lot's people than in their refusal to listen to the Prophet. The word liwat is not mentioned even once in the Quran. In fact, there are only a few passages that can be reasonably plausibly interpreted as references to liwat, even if the punishments mentioned are quite lenient. Quote, "And if two of you men commit abominations, then chastise them. If they repent and mend their ways, then turn away from them, and do not continue to afflict them. God is merciful and compassionate. And we sent Lot as our messenger. When he said to his people, 'Will you commit an abomination such as none of the people of the world has committed before you? Indeed, in your lust of the senses, you associate with men instead of women. No, you are a people who do not exercise moderation. Will you associate with people of the male sex and neglect what your Lord has created for you in your wives? No, you are criminal people.'" End of quote. The most important collections of hadith, Sahih Muslim and Sahih al-Bukhari, also contain nothing on the prohibition of liwat. Nevertheless, Islamic jurisprudence fiqh contains a wealth of literature on liwat within each individual school, and between all Sunni and Shiite schools of law, there have been centuries of dispute about the circumstances under which liwat should be punished with a death penalty or corporal punishment, which method of killing is the right one in the first case, stoning, hanging, burning. Which number of lashes is the right one in the second case, and whether and to what extent both are at the discretion of the judge. Whether and to what extent both are at the discretion of the judge, also what difference it makes to the punishment whether one was active or passive during the act, what the situation is with sodomizing Jews and Christians, and whether liwat will at least be permitted in paradise. In doing so, They refer to the ambiguous Quranic passages already quoted and to numerous hadiths that are rather off the beaten track, i.e., anything but canonical, and which probably only emerged as argumentation aids in the context of these debates. The Penal Code of the Islamic Republic of Iran now follows the broad lines of classical fiqh in every detail. Liwat is defined as penetration of a male by penetration with a member or thigh intercourse, Section 108. Both the active and the passive are to be killed, Section 110, provided that both are of legal age and of sound mind and have acted voluntarily, Section 111, whereby the judge decides on the method of killing, Section 110. However, if an adult and mentally healthy man coitus a minor, the active person is to be killed and the passive person is to be punished with up to 74 lashes at the discretion of the judge if he was not forced to liwat, Section 112. If one minor coitus another, both are to be chastised at the discretion of the judge, Section 113. At least the punishment fantasies of the respective judges often go beyond the currently popular public hanging on building cranes by reenacting the divine destruction of Sodom by fire on the liwat perpetrator. For example, in a Friday sermon in 1990, the former chairman of the Supreme Court of the Islamic Republic of Iran, Ayatollah Said Abdulkarim Musavi Ardebili, said of a person accused of liwat, after the evidence has been provided on the basis of Sharia law, they should seize him, they should ensure that he remains standing, they should cleave him in two with a sword, they should behead him or remove his body from his head. When he is dead, they shall bring wood, build a pyre, put the body on it, set it on fire and burn it, or take it to a mountain and throw it down. Then the body parts are to be collected and burned. Or they shall dig a hole and light a fire in this pit and throw him alive into the fire. We do not have such punishments for other offenses. End quote. In view of this kind of timeless religious propaganda against liwat and the corresponding legal situation, which more or less characterizes all Islamic states whose legal system or practice is determined or influenced by Sharia law, it may initially seem paradoxical that the Orient has always been and continues to be the subject of both homophobic and homoerotic projections by the West. The reality that same-sex sex not only met with no discrimination and subcultural ghettoization, but seemed to be available at every turn, was the same. Christian crusaders and colonial rulers rejected it and saw it as a sign of Muslim barbarism. For example, the former engineer in the French Navy C.S. Sonini complained in a travelogue from the late 18th century, "Passion against nature is the pleasure, or to use a more appropriate term, the infamy of the Egyptians. Their amorous ditties are not composed for women. It is quite other objects that inflame them." This ghastly depravity, which to the shame of clean nations, is not at all unknown to them, is universally prevalent throughout Egypt. The rich and the poor are equally infected by it. Writers and artists such as André Gide, Oscar Wilde, E.M. Forster and Jean Genet, who made the pilgrimage from the then extremely homophobic Europe to the societies of the Maghreb in the 19th and early 20th centuries, sound different. Gustave Flaubert, for example, noted in a letter to his best friend in the mid-19th century, "Here they talk about it at the table. Sometimes you try to deny it, but then everyone teases you and you end up confessing." End quote. And Jean Genet, who as a young French soldier in Syria had a love affair with a 16-year-old hairdresser from Damascus, is fascinated by the attitude of the Syrians towards his romance. "At least in the street, everyone knew that I was in love with him and the men made fun of it. The women were veiled and barely visible. But the boys, the young men and the old men all smiled and were amused. They said to me, 'Aha! Go with him.'" End quote. In this sense, the Orient is still a popular destination for gay sex tourism today and is just as stubbornly glorified as a haven of homophile libertinage. However, in an interview with Jar Kunstreich, the homosexual porn star Michael Lucas has clearly summed up the fact that the arrangement between Western gays and local boys and men is not one of like-minded people, but is generally the result of the rigid gender and sexual order on the part of Muslims and requires self-denial on the part of gays. Quote, "The men who go to these countries to get fucked benefit from the fact that the men there are prevented from having heterosexual sex before they are married. This would put their lives at risk. These European gays imagine that these countries are gay-friendly to a certain degree because they can get fucked there. If someone is content to be used like a goat, I find that pitiful. I've traveled to various Muslim countries. I've been to Egypt, Morocco, the United Arab Emirates, Jordan and Turkey, and I know what I'm talking about. I've mainly met German gays who go there to get fucked. If that's what they want, a surrogate for love and real sex, that's fine, but please don't tell them these countries aren't homophobic. They don't realize how they are despised when they play the role of women." End quote. If Muslims are forbidden to experience heterosexual love before marriage, and it is almost impossible to do so in secret, because the rigid separation of the sexes already prevents any cautious contact between the sexes and even more so their retreat into the private sphere, sodomistic and other man-man adventures are not limited to international understanding with tourists, but are cultivated with the greatest naturalness, especially among young people. The exiled Iranian Ali Manjoubi, who is gay in the Western sense of the word, reflects on his youth in Iran so revealingly that he should be quoted here in more detail. In the vernacular of Iranians, it is nothing unusual when two men love each other or are in love with each other. This does not arouse suspicion or distrust, but is rather taken note of with understanding. In Iran, it is not permitted and almost impossible for a heterosexual couple to live in a shared apartment without a marriage license. However, it is quite common and widespread for such communities to be all male or all female. I know of couples who have lived together for decades and only their confidants know what has kept them together for so long. As a reflection of society's authorities and hierarchies, the hierarchization of young people who have sex with each other into active and passive begins at school. The leader in the respective group is always the one who has a long, but above all statistically positive role-related record in this passive-active scheme. The question of the right man is answered relatively simply by clarifying his position. These attributions and localizations do not affect most spheres of everyday life. It is not uncommon to find high-ranking officials and dignitaries who have made it despite their publicly known passive past. This gives rise to the vernacular, not free of obscenity and smirks, to describe semen as rocket fuel and very beneficial to a career when it is fed from behind. An example: if a quarrel between young people at school or in the neighborhood turns into a fight between their parents and families or is carried out by them, one or the other, usually seasoned men aged 50 to 60, can be reminded of their inglorious past, of their passive role in sex. This kind of thing is supposed to have the effect of a knockdown argument. In practice, however, it misses the mark. This is because the other side is not one to mince its words and can use a lot of truths and untruths as a counterweapon. The amusing and perhaps only positive thing about it is that one thing sticks in the minds of the children and young people watching the dispute. Oh look, they did it just like we do it now. In my neighborhood with its many children and in my school, which had only male students for 12 years, there was, as far as I know, no one without homosexual experiences. As the eternal class representative and confidant of many, I say this with a clear conscience and with the request that this should not be seen as a belated attempt to out these very different boys. What I want to say and show is that these contacts and experiences are taken for granted, at least in certain age groups. Basically, it was no secret at school or in the neighborhood who had sex with whom and when. People told each other about their own experiences at length. If you wanted to have sex with a boy you didn't know personally or didn't dare speak to, there were always those who could arrange a meeting, skillfully matchmake, and even protect the lucky ones from possible disturbances in the ruins of the old castle in the middle of the city. End quote. The initially irritating simultaneity of cheerful sodomy and Sharia death threats is also reflected in the arguments with which the two youths Ayaz Maroni and Mahmoud Askari, who were hanged in Mashhad in 2005, defended themselves in court. They claimed that they did not know that what they were doing would be punishable by death and that all the boys in their neighborhood were having sex with each other. Now the second claim, especially when supplemented by the fact that very few such sentences were carried out between 1984 and 2004, seems to support the first claim. However, it is probably only half true, namely, on the one hand, the usual strategy towards a court for which knowledge of the punishment is a prerequisite for the actual punishment. On the other hand, the fact that everyone does it and only occasionally someone is punished with death, for it does not mean that the people concerned do not know that what they are doing will be punished. Much more compelling is the assumption that although they are aware of the aforementioned connections, they do not know, i.e. cannot calculate, when and why what they do will be punished. And this is precisely the generalizable schizophrenia of Sharia societies, of which one understands nothing as long as one believes that Sharia differs from civil law only in its archaic prohibitions and barbaric punishments, and not in its overall structure. While the dignity of civil law is based on general and equal application, Sharia law does not demand the tracking down and conviction of all offenders. It is not concerned with extensive application, but with exemplary execution. Mabsut Sarashi, a well-known Hanafite jurist, states, God is exalted over the fact that he could be deficient, so that he would need compensation in his legal claim. Accordingly, the Sharia and the penal codes based on it even contain explicit precautions to keep the number of trials and convictions low. Iranian criminal law distinguishes three types and ways of proving liwat in accordance with Sharia law. Firstly, confession. It must be repeated 4 times before the judge, section 114. If it is repeated less than 4 times, liwat is not considered proven, but the judge shall punish at his discretion, section 115. Secondly, the testimony. For righteous men must have seen the liwat with their own eyes, section 117. If less than 4 men testify, liwat is not considered proven and the witnesses are convicted of slander, section 118, not only for a proven false accusation, but also for an unproven accusation. Slander itself is defined as accusing someone of zina or liwat, section 139.
The punishment for this is 80 lashes, Absatz 140.
This is a had punishment that is fixed forever, i.e., cannot be changed by jurists or judges, because it is taken from the Quran. Those who discredit honorable women and do not produce 4 witnesses, give them 80 lashes and never accept testimony from them again. They are wrongdoers.
End of quote.
In addition, the witnesses must report the crime immediately. If they fail to do so, they must remain silent. It should also be borne in mind that if 4 adults had seen the liwat as clearly as required by procedural law, they would actually have been in a position to prevent the crime, which they are obliged to do. Thirdly, the ominous knowledge of the judge. The judge is supposed to make his judgment on the basis of his knowledge, which he has obtained by generally accepted means, section 120. This means that the judge should not make every effort to clarify the offense. On the contrary, he must point out possible deceptions to confessors, and even if he is convinced of an offense, he shall not try to prove it, but admonish the offender. In the case of reputable people, this can be done so carefully that he neither lets them come to him nor compromises them by visiting them, but discreetly sends them a message.
End of quote.
That no wrongdoer escapes punishment in this world is therefore not the concern of the jurists and Sharia courts. In addition to the procedural ones, there are also moral and cultural rules for the protection of offenders, which originate from the Quran and the Hadiths and are reflected in Proverbs, and which generally characterize the relationship of Islamic societies to sin and crime. Firstly, the prohibition of espionage and slander in the Quran and Hadiths, exemplified in the following examples: O you who believe! Avoid frequent suspicion, for some suspicion is sin. And do not spy and do not speak evil of one another. Abu Huraira, may Allah be pleased with him, said, the Messenger of Allah, blessings and peace of Allah be upon him, said, beware of suspicion, for suspicion is the greatest of lies. Do not seek your faults with premeditation and do not spy on one another. Do not compete with one another unjustly, do not envy or resent one another, do not turn away from one another, and be servants of Allah, brotherly to one another.
End of quote.
Then the call to cover up for one another, on the one hand with the threat of punishment. Those who wish something abominable about the believers to become generally known must expect a painful punishment, in this world as well as in the hereafter.
End quote.
On the other hand, with appeals to one's own advantage, whoever covers the sins of his neighbor in this world, God will cover his sins on the last day.
End quote.
And finally the promise to forgive any sin as long as it remains hidden. Abu Huraira, may Allah be pleased with him, reported, I heard the Messenger of Allah, blessings and peace of Allah be upon him, say, everyone in my community, Ummah, can expect forgiveness for his sins, except for those who proclaim their sins. Proclamation includes the servant of Allah, committing a deed during the night and saying at dawn, when his Lord has granted him concealment, you so and so, I did so and so last night. He spent the night under the concealment granted to him by his Lord and gets up by throwing off the protective veil of Allah.
End quote.
Whoever accuses not only runs the risk of being punished for defamation, but also exposes himself to the suspicion of having watched instead of preventing it. He also acts immorally, like the confessor, by dragging the immorality into the light. So it is better to stick to the Arab proverbs, where you are not known, do what you want and a hidden shame is 2/3 forgiven. Thus, although liwat is undoubtedly a great religious sin, a violation of God's prohibition, at the same time the individual's sins can be forgiven, he can cleanse himself of his guilt. Just as the persecution of sodomites in the Christian Middle Ages only had secular consequences, stakes, wheels, between the 14th and 18th centuries, because it was possible to renounce or confess this sinful act beforehand, Khomeini's statements on anal penetration, for example, from which the storyliners of gay pornography could learn a thing or two, only seem to contradict the Sharia law that he himself installed in Iran. Quote, if during coitus the member penetrates the vagina of a woman or the anus of a man, either completely or only up to the ring of the foreskin, the two persons become unclean, even if they have not yet reached puberty, and must therefore perform their ablutions.
End quote.
The mother, sister and daughter of a man with whom another man has had anal intercourse cannot marry the latter, even if one or both of the two men were before puberty, but if the one on whom the act was performed cannot prove it, his mother, sister or daughter may marry the other man. If the man has anal intercourse with his wife's son, brother or father, the marriage remains valid.
End of quote.
So Islamic society tolerates liwat relatively openly as long as it is done discreetly and does not call into question the religious, divine prohibition. For even those who violate this prohibition can affirm its validity by denying their actions and ritually cleansing themselves of it. Those who, in this sense, do indeed invalidate the prohibition for themselves, but do not question its general validity, are therefore generally left in peace. This explains the scarcity of reports on the execution of ludis in Islamic history. The Sharia moves from the usual persistence in the virtual enforceability of punishments to actual action at the moment when the prohibition is openly and brazenly transgressed, when a generally known reprehensible act is not denied because this very behavior undermines the threat of punishment. If the offense becomes notorious, i.e., openly rebels against the law, the courts strike relentlessly, without the possibility of a pardon or a reduction of the sentence due to mitigating circumstances. This is where Sharia proves its sacred character. For in the exercise of power over life and death, the law affirms itself.
End of quote.
The left-wing prolific writer on the subject of Islam and homosexuality, whose civil name is George Clouda and whose internet identity is Lysis, at least has an idea of the connections presented, in contrast to some liberal critics of Islam. However, his preference for post-colonial theories and the subversion of rigid gender and sexuality identities leads him to completely absurd conclusions that do not so much trivialize Islamic reality as glorify it. He not only comments on the normal case of Islamic socialization with exemplary death sentences for sodomites in Iran, Mauritania, Saudi Arabia, Sudan, the United Arab Emirates, Yemen and the 12 northern provinces of Nigeria and prison sentences in the other Islamic states. Islam encourages the avoidance of punishment, and that is one of the most sympathetic aspects of it. Historically, this has led to the fact that in Islam, unlike in Europe, there has been no persecution of sodomites.
Und Hilse präsent D. End of quote.
In view of the campaigns against homosexuals currently taking place not only in Iran, but also in Morocco and Egypt, for example, with corresponding mass arrests, he writes, alluding to Ali Manjoubi's youthful experiences quoted above, it is this world of life that is under attack by the mullahs, and it is this world of life that must be defended.
End of quote.
Clouda idealizes the Islamic practice of thwarting punishment as a gain in freedom for individuals. At least in secret, one could indulge in male-male eroticism, undisturbed by state interference and the compulsion to adopt a gay identity in the Western sense. It is not only the mullahs who have this idol in their sights. Western human rights groups and homosexual associations, too, by calling young people executed or arrested for liwat or zina as homosexuals, or including them in their statistics, would also determine their self-identity by means of Western ideas of an essentialist gay identity. Clouda even considers the normal Islamic world to be freer and more liberal than the Western world, which is why the mullahs can sometimes turn into Western agents for him when he sums up, we live in the middle of it, in a society that no longer even has to manifest its heteronormative violence in criminal law in order to achieve a sorting in a highly effective way that the mullahs in Iran can only dream of.
End quote.
In reality, however, what Clouda's fantasy celebrates is freedom from a normative sorting of individuals along the lines of hetero-homo-binarism in the secrecy of Islamic society is, firstly, inseparable from a public compulsory heterosexuality which, for its part, is restricted to marriage and property relations and, secondly, relegates any exchange of affection within such legal heteronormative partnerships to the private sphere. Secondly, if one relates Manjoubi's report on the usual processing of homosexual experiences to the sporadic executions, it becomes apparent that the boundary between the hidden and the outlawed nature of homoeroticism is extremely fluid and normally proves to be dependent on daily political chance, which in turn makes the risk of possibly being imprisoned or even killed hardly rationally calculable for the individuals, and thus makes any independent development and realization of individual
needs impossible.
Thirdly, the non-interference in the private sphere or the self-restriction of the state's monopoly on the use of force that is generally practiced by this arbitrary rule does not strengthen the freedom of the individual in secret, but on the contrary subjects the individual to the law of the strongest. For the practice of thwarting punishment, which is so sympathetic to Clouda, is essentially indifferent to the decisive question of whether, for example, the liwat took place voluntarily or was forced. The covered world of consensual sodomy therefore includes rape with impunity as well as any use of interpersonal violence. In stark contrast to civil law, the highest good to be protected for the Sharia is neither the state's monopoly on the use of force nor property, nor the right of the individual, but the honor and reputation of the ummah, like the honor and reputation of the family for the husband. The individual is sacrificed to this collective claim, even and especially in the normal world glorified by Clouda. Therefore, what the mullahs, both in the exemplary exceptional case and in the current never-ending state of emergency, i.e. Therefore, what the mullahs are attacking, both in the exemplary exceptional case and in the current never-ending state of emergency, i.e. the waves of executions and imprisonments, is not, as Clouda believes, this normal world, but the complete opposite, namely the rejection of it, the public expression of individual desires as a self-assertion of the I against God. Religion and the community. At least this is how the popular internet portal Muslim Market puts it in a nutshell in its defense of Ahmadinejad's New York speech, using the example of homosexuality with thankful clarity. The sexuality of husband and wife is regarded as prayer, as humble worship, as a mutual satisfaction of physical needs, and as a source of paradisiacal joys of supreme pleasure, which, however, can only be endured to a limited extent on earth. In Islam, this form of love as a physical expression of a spiritual fusion represents a preliminary stage of union with God. The opposite sex is so different that it is impossible to comprehend. Through love for the opposite sex, one learns in a kind of preliminary stage to better understand love for the real other, the creator of all being. Accordingly, the great Islamic mystic Jalaluddin Rumi, who is also well known in Germany, described the evening of death as the wedding night. And in this wonderful grace of sexuality, the Creator even grants the couple participation in the primordial creative quality of creating human beings. While love for one spouse, for the person to whom one has committed oneself, to whom one has sworn allegiance, means a rapprochement with the Creator of this love, masturbation or homosexuality are, according to the Islamic concept, a turning away from God and His creation. It is not the other that the soul strives for, but the self. Islam, however, teaches the overcoming of the ego to a much greater, more beautiful and more magnificent we.
End quote.
Sadistic curiosity is therefore not the sole and decisive motivation for the audience of a public execution. Rather, the fusion with the collective as an overcoming of the self is only realized or experienced and lived in the communal destruction of that split-off self projected onto the deviant individuals that does not want to be overcome. The public executions thus constitute and consolidate the Umawi. The greatest enemy of such Umawi is thus an individualism that emerges from the protective veil of Allah into the public sphere. Consequently, Islamic society enters a crisis at the moment when the brazen transgression of God's commandments threatens to degenerate from an individual case into a mass phenomenon. The exemplary exception must become a permanent state of emergency. The current campaigns for morality and against debauchery, which, albeit in different ways, not only Islamist regimes such as Iran but also comparatively moderate states such as Egypt and Morocco are waging against parts of their own populations, must therefore be seen as attempts to resolve the crisis. Insofar as the individualism that is spreading almost everywhere in the Islamic world, especially among the youth, is identified with the West, the terror of virtue takes on the form of an anti-Western or anti-colonialist struggle for internal liberation. Accordingly, Abd al-Hadi Misbah from the Faculty of Medicine at Al-Azhar University in Cairo, for example, states, "It is well known that sexual perversion damages the anus, which was sensitively created by God so that things can happen that leave the body. During the perverse act, microbes in the blood are transmitted from the anus. We, men of medicine and religion, must turn our defense of religion to science because the West seeks to destroy our religion and justify such acts with science."
End quote.
The victims are not only girls and women in Iran who are insufficiently veiled, men who are dressed or have their hair done too Western, young people who listen to Western music or who are said to have illegitimate heterosexual relationships or hold hands or kiss in public, young men who dress femininely or do not adequately conceal their enjoyment of liwat, and men and women who actually show homosexual tendencies. As Suyuti's much-quoted battle cry, "Praise be to Allah, who created the rod straight and hard like lances, you need to wage war in the vaginas and nowhere else," is often misunderstood in the West as an early Muslim make love, not war. Firstly, the Muslim war in the vagina has always been a war against the vagina and at the same time, as a biopolitical act of reproduction and chastising rape, also a battlefield for the fight against infidels and apostates. Secondly, nothing was and is more alien to the Islamic sexual act than individual love. Historically, this is understandable insofar as it was only the emergence of capitalism in the West that created the conditions for love as a relationship voluntarily entered into by individuals. When Peter Hacks, for example, formulates in this sense, "With the commodity economy, the individual arises, with the individual love," he is alluding to the real historical implementation of the universal exchange relationship, including the rule of law and the welfare state, which destroyed all feudal, patriarchal, idyllic relationships, snatched a significant part of the population from the idiocy of rural life, and thus abolished the pure, natural purposefulness of gender relations. Contemporary modern Islam, however, is characterized by the fact that it must explicitly declare war on love, at least as long as it does not want to abandon its traditions. After all, the same commodity economy and bourgeois freedoms not only stand for the accumulation of wealth, knowledge and power that brought your Mohammedan imperialism its humiliating defeat in the centuries-long competition between the Occident and the Orient. Just as the bourgeoisie, according to Marx/Engels, made the Orient dependent on the Occident with the cheap prices of its commodities as heavy artillery, the Occidental birth of the individual in particular ultimately jeopardizes classical subjectivation under Islam. It is therefore no coincidence that the Ummah directs its aggressive defense of the last remnants of its patriarchal idol against individual love and self-determined lust. Whatever the Muslim does with his lance, which in whose orifices he penetrates or whose political and ritual interests he pursues. Whatever the Muslim does with his lance, the vagina or the anus of women, men, boys, eunuchs, slaves or animals, he is always engaged in an effort of faith on the path of God, jihad, which uses the male libido in the service of procreation, spirituality and the social subjugation of the penetrated person. As far as beliefs and theology are concerned, Islam is characterized by the same desolation and barrenness that characterize its place of origin, the desert. That is why a Muslim is not a Muslim because of what he believes in, but because of what he does or has to do. He does not follow a doctrine where there is only emptiness, he follows rules. These encompass every conceivable aspect of everyday life, without differentiating between secular and religious matters, which, completely unimpressed by Western friends of tolerance, already caused Kemal Ataturk, the founder of modern Turkey, to feel uncomfortable, for more than 500 years. The rules and theories of an old Arab sheikh and the abstruse interpretations of generations of dirty and ignorant clerics have determined all civil and criminal laws in Turkey. They have determined the form of the constitution, even the smallest actions and gestures of a citizen, his food, the hours for waking and sleeping, the cut of clothes, the subject matter in school, customs and habits, and even the most intimate thoughts. Islam, this absurd doctrine of an immoral Bedouin, is a rotting carcass that poisons our lives.
End quote.
A few decades later, Salman Rushdie wrote in his satanic verses, regulations, regulations, regulations. Rules about anything and everything. If a man let a fart he should turn his face to the wind, a rule about which hand to clean his ass with, how much they could eat, how deeply they should sleep and which positions in sexual intercourse had received divine approval.
End quote.
Without the slightest satirical exaggeration or irony, this correctly reflects the claim of Islam and at the same time names what makes it so attractive to converts: the satisfaction of the infantile need to shift responsibility for body and well-being onto others. In no way, if one follows the Islamic self-presentation, is the Sharia's rage for rules exclusively an expression of the authorities' will to power. That a Muslim may not approach the mosque after eating foul-smelling plants such as onions and leeks, because what is unpleasant to people is also unpleasant to angels, that he must start with his right foot when putting on his shoes and with his left foot when taking them off, and that he must always walk barefoot or wear both shoes together, that he is allowed to buy carpets and that even obese women are permitted to go out to relieve themselves, that one only wishes mercy on someone who sneezes if he has previously praised Allah, that one should resist yawning because yawning is from Satan. Such prescriptions can only plausibly come from a leader who reluctantly answers even the most embarrassing question from a simple believer. Thus, the Prophet's anger at the lack of independence of his flock certainly resonates when he adds a sixth sin to the 5 deadly sins, namely unkindness to mothers, burying a living girl, refusing a charitable gift and taking it unlawfully, gossiping, wasting money and goods, the frequent asking of questions. Another passage of the Sum even contains the Prophet's clear instruction in this regard: the most wicked of Muslims is the one who asks about something that is not forbidden to Muslims until it is forbidden to Muslims because of his persistent questions. However, the practical maxim of every young child of understanding, not to incite the constant regimentation and moderation of one's own life from above with unnecessary questions, has never become a matter for Muslims. Rather, the exponential increase in the number of prohibitions in the Quran, Sunnah and Fatwas over the centuries is a consequence of compulsive sacrilege inherent in Islam. Today, as the temptations and confusions of modernity demand contemporary answers, especially in the field of sexuality, this can be found primarily on the internet, which satisfies the thirst for knowledge quickly and anonymously. Like Western teenagers, Muslims conceal their fearful desire to talk in detail about sexual processes and practices with the air of naivety. Unlike the advice of Western sex experts, however, which is geared towards maximizing individual happiness and pleasure, what is permitted and healthy is what is mutually agreeable. The Muslim cyberfatwas are exclusively concerned with Islam compatibility, and that means above all, collective compatibility of intramarital sexuality. One may consider it a democratic trait of the Islamic system that it is in principle possible to pester one authority after another with one and the same question until a fatwa that is halfway acceptable to the believer emerges, but this does little to change the anti-pleasure and authoritarian character of the person who first needs the blessing of a mullah to carry out any sexual practice. Question from a Muslim: because of my job, I have to surf the internet a lot, and advertisements keep popping up on my computer screen, for example of half-naked women or dream vacation resorts. Sometimes ladies invite me to look at them through their webcam. I can usually control myself for fear of God, but sometimes Satan takes over and I visit such sites. Is masturbation allowed under these circumstances because it prevents me from looking at the naked pictures any longer and therefore prevents lewd activity? Answer from an internet imam: this is a wrong question. Masturbation, which is strictly forbidden, must not be the solution to the problem that you view the illicit. Rather, the solution must be that you stop looking at these images. Since you are familiar with computers, you know that there are methods to prevent such images from appearing. Question from a Muslim woman: are sex toys permissible? Answer from an internet imam: only those objects that are not inserted into the body, i.e., no dildos and the like. Such objects may only support the sexual act, not replace it. A man is also not allowed to masturbate into an artificial vagina. Question from a Muslim woman: can I have my navel pierced? Answer from an internet imam: the Quran and the example of the Prophet forbid imitating the infidels. In any case, piercing is among the lowest of the infidels. God has created us in the best way, so we should not change the appearance of our bodies. Question from a Muslim: may I have a written chat with a Muslim brother in the internet separate? Answer from an internet imam: such conversations tend towards seduction. It is essential that you are strict with yourself.
Avoid it.
Question from a Muslim: am I allowed to take nude photos of my wife? Answer from an internet imam: spouses should not be completely naked during sex. Aisha, the wife of the Prophet, said, I never saw the genitals of the Messenger of God. Therefore, no. Question from a Muslim woman: I live as a doctor in a Western country and also have male patients. Am I allowed to treat them, as I treat all patients regardless of their gender? Answer from an internet imam: a woman may work outside the home in an appropriate profession as long as she does not expose herself to things that go against Sharia law. Treating male patients is not allowed according to Sharia unless there is an absolute emergency.
It constitutes fitna.
Question from a Muslim: am I allowed to wear sexy underwear for my husband? Answer from an internet imam: you can, but only for your husband. Also remember, the greatest adornment of faith is modesty. Question from a Muslim: anyone who has a girlfriend destroys the family and so on, I know. But what if we are just secretly a couple and no one else knows and we abstain from sex until marriage? An internet imam's answer: having a girlfriend not only destroys the family but also society, and those who do it face the punishment and wrath of God. Love is a disease that destroys the heart and leads to evil and immorality. The infamous verse from the Quran, which makes women the seed field that men have to cultivate, is usually cited as one of many proofs of the unlimited sexual availability of women demanded by Allah and thus for the legal legitimization of rape in marriage. This is also how Al-Ghazali understands it in the context of his discussion of permitted and forbidden sexual practices during menstruation. In this sense, he emphatically emphasizes that the Arabic anashur tum, which follows your wives are a field for you, so go to your field, is to be understood exclusively as when you will. Then at the same time he also turns against the entire theological tradition, which until then has instead read as you will with reference to the revelatory context of this verse handed down by both al-Bukhari and Muslim. The Jews used to say, if a man makes love to his wife from behind, but in the normal genitals, the child is born with squinting eyes. The following Quranic verse was then revealed: your wives are a seed field for you, therefore come to your seed field as you will. For al-Baydawi, the anoshur tum of the field verse therefore means from whichever side you wish, i.e. also prepostere from behind, but according to the restriction, only in vulva, in the vagina, and not also in ano, in the back. Some traditionalists, such as Al-Shaft, even assume an explicit prohibition of anal intercourse, not only during menstruation, and see themselves confirmed by an uncertain tradition according to which Muhammad is said to have placed anal intercourse on a par with unbelief as al-Lutiyya al-Sugra, little sodomy. Ahmad, for example, states, cursed is the one who commits anal intercourse with his wife, or in At-Tirmidhi, Allah does not grant a look of mercy to the one who commits anal intercourse with his wife. Other scholars, on the other hand, do not want to infer an indirect prohibition of anal intercourse with women from the specific permission of vaginal penetration from behind, which is allegedly forbidden by the Jews. For example, some early theologians such as Anas b. Malik, Ibn Masud, Ubri b. Kab and the Medinans generally declare anal intercourse to be permitted, at least in an emergency. The Spaniard Isa b. Dinar is even reported to have said, it is sweeter than fresh water. While the Shiites, who are more in line with early Islam anyway, are relatively open to the anal penetration of women, Khomeini even recommends it during menstruation in order to avoid the social tax that vaginal penetration would entail, their opponents in Sunni Islam have historically been able to assert themselves, which is of current relevance for the Central Council of Muslims in Germany, for example, when it prohibits lutia from married couples who believe in Islam, according to Ahmad. Tintidi, Nasal, Ibn Majah, the Prophet, peace be upon him, said, "Do not approach women anally." He referred to anal intercourse as petty homosexuality.
End of quote.
The prohibition of anal penetration always goes hand in hand with the permission for oral sex, e.g., also in the fatwas of the Arabic English website operated by Cairo. After all, the Quranic verse means that sexual relations within marriage are permissible in every way, unless they are expressly forbidden, which applies to nothing other than anal intercourse and sexual intercourse during menstruation. Apart from the fact that legitimate fellatio is politically and ritually regulated, for example, the mouth shot is forbidden because the ejaculate is unclean and the mouth is not a reproductive organ, and cunnilingus is hardly ever mentioned in theology. The internal Islamic controversies about permitted and forbidden sexual practices have nothing to do with lust and sensuality. On the contrary, in both theory and practice, the woman appears neither as an object of emotional investment or even a center of passionate interest nor as a subject demanding needs, because this would threaten the hermetic seclusion of the male body. Love is a dangerous endeavor, says an old Moroccan proverb that is still popular today. If it doesn't drive you crazy, it will destroy you. For Al-Ghazali, the destructive potential of such love lies in the loss of male sovereignty, which is why it is ultimately even animalistic. Sometimes some people let themselves be completely carried away by a passionate love for a woman. They are insane in the purest sense. They completely deny the original meaning and purpose of sexual intercourse. They lower themselves to the level of an animal in terms of self-control. Therefore, only his mother has an ideal right to the asexual love of the man, and only Allah has a right to the devotion of the self, in knowledge, meditation, and prayer. The position of power of the in-law mother, the arranged marriage, the general compulsion to marry, and the simultaneous non-binding nature of the concrete, as exemplified by the institutions of repudiation and polygamy, also legally and materially hinder the development of love between the sexes. Instead, in the spirit of Al-Ghazali, they promote the reduction of heterosexual intercourse to penetration for the original meaning and purpose of procreation and drive discharge. The former accumulates the number of believers with whom state is to be made, the latter prevents zina and is intended to ensure the spirituality called for as a physical release of tension. The phallocentric patriarchal version of male identity is realized in the appropriation or incorporation of objects of penetration that are as different as they are unequal, in such a demonstration of social and sexual potency. This then also determines same-sex sexuality, which is conceived according to heterosexual patterns, even if historians of Islam apologetics such as the gay Yale professor John Boswell, who sets the tone for contemporary transcribers of the caliber of George Clauda, claim that most Muslim cultures have a positive attitude towards homosexuality. On the one hand, such theses shamelessly affirm the contempt for women in Islamic social orders, in the belief that the exclusion of women from the male ummah or humanity leads to a homosensitive exchange of tenderness and evidence of friendship between men, which Islam rejects on the surface but must tolerate subliminally. Insofar as it is not just collateral damage of gender apartheid but contributes to its reproduction and consolidation. On the other hand, anyone who concludes from the high prevalence of boy prostitution in the Orient, according to a study by ethnologist Ingeborg Baldauf, for example, around 70% of the male population of Afghanistan are involved in pederastic acts, to an Islamic tolerance of homosexuals has a misanthropic idea of gay love or lust. In his book on the virtues of girls and boys, written around the middle of the 9th century, Abu Uthman al-Jawais from Basra declared that boys were more desirable than women because they could not menstruate or become pregnant. At the same time, however, their appeal was fleeting and would end with the onset of beard growth. The supposedly gay love poetry of medieval Arabia, which Boswell, Clauda, and their ilk use as further evidence of original Muslim homophilia, makes explicit what it is really about. In such poems, fairy tales, and songs, their authors praise the tenderness and softness of boys, whom they refer to as ass-givers or fuckers, while they glorify themselves as penetrating eliminators or conquerors, i.e., men who beat or tick off the penetrated. According to Christian Knoop, poetic longing does not want to win over the other as an equal subject of mutual pleasure, it does not aim for his free consent, but considers how he can best be bribed, tricked, or, if necessary, overpowered in order to extinguish him in the act of penetration, as the self-description as eliminator already reveals. This war in the anus differs from the war in the vagina in that it contributes nothing to procreation, which is why Islam considers it to be fornication and a religious sin on the one hand, but on the other hand turns a blind eye to its social persecution and punishment. Because and as long as intercourse between men does not call the institution of heterosexual marriage into question in principle and at least makes a contribution to the no less religiously demanded discharge of urges before and outside of marriage. In the process, passive men and boys, formerly also slaves and eunuchs, decline in semi-official social esteem. Not only are they held in contempt because of the assumed role of women, the loss of once possessed masculinity, which they represent and which makes them an object of desire for active men in the first place, also provokes their hatred as a displacement of the phobic paranoid concern about their own sovereignty. On the other hand, those who actively take possession of boys before, and even more so alongside marital penetration, demonstrate excessive virility and thus consolidate their social status as a whole man, i.e., a fully fledged member of the Ummah. If the patriarch even succeeds in overpowering one of his equals, this further increases his hypermasculinity. This penetration symbolizes his superiority and power over a strong and yet passive person to a greater extent than the act with an unfree person, be it a woman, a prostitute, a boy, or a slave.
End quote.
Following this logic, male invaders of the harem were released for rape by male slaves during the time of the caliphate, and subjugated enemies were penetrated for additional humiliation, as Algerian liberation nationalists were still publicly sodomizing a French diplomat in 1962. Since the eradication of so-called victimless crimes from the statute books, sexual intercourse with animals is no longer punishable in civil society. Nevertheless, for good reasons, it is regarded as a symptom of a sexual disorder which should be treated in the individual for his own good and should not necessarily be generalized. In the public consciousness, the sodomite has changed from a sinner of the Middle Ages and modern times, to be persecuted both religiously and secularly, to a despicable but harmless village idiot who needs to go to the cows, goats, or pigs in the barn due to a lack of social skills. In general, the remoteness and poverty of rural life provoke the eerie fantasy in city dwellers that incest and bestiality must play a dominant role as a substitute act in the village game of instincts. The accusation of bestiality is therefore legally relevant, if at all, only in the area of defamation of character. The Dutch Islam critic Theo van Gogh, who was executed by an Islamist, is said to have been guilty of this when he called Muslims goat fuckers of the Prophet, among other things. However, the predictable aggressive insulting of the reviled was no less hypocritical than the autochthonous multiculturalist ranting about a racist derailment. For in places where there is not only poverty but also a strict gender hierarchy that can only be broken by marriage, which many young men cannot afford, deviations from standardized heterosexuality are not uncommon. For example, a survey conducted in several rural areas of Morocco shows that 34% of young men visit brothels in the nearest village as often as possible, 20% have homosexual experiences, and 14% say they masturbate and regularly practice sodomy. At 17, I realized what it was all about. I stopped with animals and friends because it had become a loss of strength for me, writes one young Muslim. Another says, I had fallen in love with a girl from my village. She knew it, but I had no money. An official came and took the girl I loved. At the beginning I wanted to die. I will not hide from you that after that I returned to practices with animals.
End quote.
Furthermore, Van Gogh's generalization as an exaggeration of a criticism of Islam does not hit the mark, in view of the anti-woman, anti-gay, and anti-Jewish violence propagated and practiced by Muhammad and his followers. The goatfucker polemic is more a trivialization than an exaggeration. And finally, it is precisely the Islamic theologians themselves who assume that sodomy is widespread among Muslims, which is why the provocation is an open barn door and should not really be one. The exiled Iranian Manjubi writes about the permissibility of any kind of sex with livestock in Islamic scripture. Apparently, the first Islamic jurists recognized the unrealistic nature of such prohibitions in communities based on pastoral and nomadic economy and tried to solve the problem with restrictions on the sale or slaughter of animals, instead of punishing people and creating the feeling of having sinned.
End of quote.
However, since Manjubi, with the obligatory sideswipe at Christianity, accuses the Islamic authorities of a general tendency, in contrast to Catholicism, to call for the enjoyment of God-given sexuality, he can only appreciate the tolerance towards the penetration of animals as an example of something absolutely grotesque from today's perspective, and not as the consistent expression of the actual contrast to Catholicism, for which it stands, the consideration of male nature, which does not mean pleasure but the brutalization of sexuality, its reduction to the discharge of urges on whomever or whatever. It is forbidden to look at a woman other than one's own, an animal or a statue in a sensual and lustful way, writes Khomeini, for example, and commands the hanging of statues and pictures during prayer as well as the veiling of women in order to keep the fornication of the eye in check. Where, according to this logic, camels and other animals would have to be veiled in order to protect them from the lustful gaze of Muslims, there is instead the ritual regulation of sodomy, which is frowned upon in itself. This is about the purity of the Muslim, the animal and its excrement. Quote, if a man, God forbid, commits fornication with an animal and ejaculates, ablution is required. But if an animal was sexually possessed by a man during his lifetime, whether normally or sodomitically, or if it was in the habit of eating excrement, its flesh must not be eaten after it has been killed, unless it has been purified before its death according to the Mohammedan rites. The meat of horses, mules, and donkeys is not recommended. It is strictly forbidden if the animal has been sodomitically abused during its lifetime. In this case, the animal should be taken out of the city and sold. If one has committed sodomy with the ox, mutton, or camel, their excrement and urine become unclean, and their milk is also unpalatable. One must kill and burn the animal as soon as possible and make sure that the one who sodomized it pays the price to the owner. The urine and dung of any animal that eats dung are unclean. This also applies to the urine and feces of any animal that has been sexually possessed by a man.
End quote.
The Iranian entertainer Feridun Farrokhzad, who lived in exile after the revolution and exposed passages like these from the Ayatollah's rules to ridicule, was murdered in 1992 by mercenaries of the Tehran regime in his apartment in Bonn. The smell and sight, or even touching, at least foreign feces, whether from animals or fellow human beings, evoke disgust and shame in most adults. This has not always been the case, but is primarily the result of an education in cleanliness that is given to small children. In the phase called anal by psychoanalysts following Freud, which dominates around the 2nd to 3rd year of life, the child first obtains satisfaction by eliminating excrement, defecation, and later by holding it back. It is not yet disgusted by its feces, but rather regards them as a gift that it offers and plays with them without inhibitions. Soon, however, the pleasure of the anal stimulation zone is dampened by social rules that set certain times for defecation and assign it a specific place.
In Huyes Works Charakter und Analerotik Übertriebumsetzungen, insbesondere der Analerotik, Freud attempted to relate certain character traits that persist in adults to the child's anal eroticism.
As Freud carefully formulates it, 3 interrelated character traits, namely orderliness, thriftiness, and stubbornness, seem to draw powerful contributions from the drive sources of the anal sadistic phase. Neatness, he specifies, comprehends both physical cleanliness and conscientiousness in the fulfillment of my duties. Frugality can increase to the point of stinginess. Stubbornness turns into defiance, which can easily lead to anger and vindictiveness. Freud sees exaggerated cleanliness as a reaction formation against the interest in the unclean, disturbing, not belonging to the body. The cleaning pedant cannot let go of his beloved dirt, or wants to be close to it. To the extent that archaic ways of thinking, ancient cultures, myths, fairy tales, superstitions, unconscious thinking, dreams, and neuroses bring excrement into the most intimate relationship with money, the narcissistic reaction of the ego against the demands of others, which has increased to stinginess, also emerges from anal eroticism. During defecation, the child makes an initial decision between narcissistic and object-loving attitudes. It either submissively releases the excrement, sacrifices it to love of the parents or educators, or withholds it for autoerotic satisfaction, later to assert its own will. With the latter decision, defiance, obstinacy, is constituted, which thus springs from a narcissistic insistence on anal eroticism.
End quote.
Thus, for Freud, the infant stories of the adult anal characters agree that they took a relatively long time to empty their bowels when they were put on the pot. Finally, he understands the remaining character traits as either unchanged continuations of the original instincts, sublimations of them, or reaction formations against them.
End quote.
The Iranian revolutionary leader Khomeini appears to have been such an anal character, and at least a little of this may lie dormant in every Islamic theologian. In the Wisdoms, Warnings, and Instructions, the Ayatollah, who calls himself the Moses of our age, dedicates a separate chapter to his interest in excrement and defecation called On the Manner of Urinating and Defecating, in which he carefully accompanies his subjects to the toilet. Eschatologically, there is the threat of a grave punishment for ritually incorrect urination, and the Prophet was also always on his guard against the devil when it came to the all-too-human. When the Messenger of Allah, blessings and peace of Allah be upon him, went out to relieve himself, he would say, Allah, I seek refuge with you from the male and female Satans.
End quote.
First of all, it is about the correct posture when doing business. A Muslim should enter the place of defecation with his left foot and leave with his right. When squatting down, the tradition proclaims, care must be taken neither to look towards Mecca nor to turn one's back to Mecca. It is not enough to hold one's sex in a different direction while facing Mecca or turning one's back to it. When emptying oneself, it continues, one must not crouch with one's face towards the sun or the moon unless one covers one's sex. When it comes to the anus, nothing seems to embarrass your liberator of mankind. Thus, the ritual washing of the whole body in company entails the following instruction. If you wash your anus in a public bath, you must first obtain the permission of the owner of this bath for the washing to be valid. After the successful discussion with the bath attendant about one's own anus, the sacred process of cleansing can no longer be profaned for the head imam. Even if you fart or urinate during ablution, it remains valid. And even in questions that at first glance seem to have nothing to do with feces, Khomeini's fascination with urine and excrement is evident. For example, when he deals with money and taxes, it says right at the beginning, any business agreement is null and void if it concerns the following cases: A. Trade in urine, excrement, alcoholic beverages.
End quote.
While Freud still stated that the anal zone has lost its erogenous significance in the course of development and suspected that the constancy of that triad of qualities in its character may be associated with the consumption of anal eroticism, there can be no question of consumption in Khomeini's case. Rather, a love of order trimmed to pedantry and rigid control mania, for which conscientiousness in the small fulfillments of duty would be too cute a euphemism, is directly linked to the unbroken enthusiasm for bodily orifices and their excretions. The object that enters the human body and comes into contact with something impure, feces or blood, remains pure if it is pulled out of the body and it shows no traces of these impure things. Similarly, the instrument that one inserts into the rectum for an ablution is not unclean if it shows no traces of the unclean.
End of quote.
Khomeini also links stinginess quite directly with anal erotic obsessions. In a chapter that actually deals with women and their periods, it says quite clearly, it is better if the man avoids coitus during the woman's period, even if he penetrates only incompletely, that is, up to the ring of the foreskin, and even if he does not ejaculate. It is also not recommended to have anal intercourse with her.
End quote.
On the other hand, anal intercourse seems to him to be a sensible way to save money. After all, penetrating a woman vaginally during her menstrual period obliges the Muslim to pay 3 grams of gold to the poor. In contrast, having anal intercourse with a woman during her period does not require this payment. Finally, the third characteristic that Freud spoke of, stubbornness, also forms a harmonious unity with a love of order and thrift in Khomeini's analcedist character. For example, when he defiantly asserts the superiority of Islamic law over Western law, Islamic justice is based on simplicity and ease. It settles all cases of criminal or civil law in the most convenient, simplest, and quickest way. All that is needed is a single Islamic judge, accompanied by 2 or 3 assistants, a pen and an inkwell, to rule on any case and execute the judgment immediately. Look at the cost to Western society today of all these legal procedures in time and money that are necessary for a verdict, on principles that are alien to Islam. Furthermore, it often takes years for a case brought before the secular courts to end in a verdict, whereas an Islamic court takes 2 or 3 days. And then you dare to claim that the penal laws of Islam are merciless laws, inspired by Arab mercilessness.
End quote.
As with all Islamists, defiance, avarice, and false pride culminate in a tendency to rage and vengeance, which is supported by a sadistic need for punishment, which is primarily directed against offenses of lust. Offenses must be punished according to the law of retribution. Cut off the hand of your thief, kill the murderer and not throw him in prison, whip the fornicators. Furthermore, it is claimed that flogging a guilty person, giving 80 lashes to a wine drinker or 100 lashes to a fornicator, stoning an adulteress, is a relapse into barbaric behavior, but sentencing a heroin dealer to death is only justice.
End quote.
Salman Rushdie's mockery of a rule about which hand you were allowed to clean your ass with, although not even an exaggeration, logically drew Khomeini's persecution and desire for revenge. While Khomeini, to whom the Shah bequeathed a partially modernized and westernized society, sometimes subsumed the individual hedonism to be combated in all its forms under homosexuality, in the Western sense of the word, Ahmadinejad's ideological language seems to be different. On the one hand, referring to pre-modern history, there are no homosexuals at all among authentic Iranians, which is why no one is officially imprisoned or executed for homosexuality in the course of the current campaigns, but traditionally mainly for zina or other moral offenses such as liwat. Rather than homosexuality, cultural nonconformism, together with any semblance of political opposition among journalists, students, and even mullahs, is accused of collaboration with Israel, Zionism, or Judaism. On the other hand, insofar as the existence of authentic Iranians with homosexual tendencies in the Western sense cannot be denied and is then also referred to with the Persian term hamjinsbatsi, roughly same-sex behavior, the post-colonial studies popular among leftists provide the theoretical solution to the contradiction between ought and is. Since homosexuality in the West is nothing more than an epistemological fold, i.e. a historically contingent category of knowledge, which, as Clowder writes with reference to Foucault, should disappear as soon as possible along with its identity constraints, homosexuals in the Orient are to be understood as the product of the bustling activities of a Western Jewish-controlled gay international. As taught by Joseph Massad, a lecturer at the infamous Columbia University. Whether this gay international categorizes liwat-driving heterosexual Muslims as homosexuals or gives blameless sodomites the idea of gay identities in the first place, homosexuality always appears as a colonialist cultural export of Western phenomena to non-Western societies, as does homophobia, according to Hong Kong sociology professor Zhou Huashan, another post-colonial theorist. First, imperialism produces homosexuals where there were none before, in order to then intervene in the sovereignty of disfavored states in the name of their human rights. This is roughly how Ahmadinejad would have explained it in New York, had he been coached by Masad, Huashan and Clauda and not silenced with laughter, which might then have been quieter or even given way to the self-critical understanding of Western academics. A practical solution to the gay problem supposedly imposed on the Orient by the West, as an alternative to imprisonment or execution for zina, liwat etc., at least in Iran, lies in the legalization of sex changes. Quote, "But what about those people who feel attracted to the same sex despite the threat of such severe punishment?" Here, Islam, and therefore also Iran, has an unusually pragmatic solution from a Western perspective. Gender reassignment is permitted. The spiritual leader Imam Khamenei once publicly received a woman, who was born a man, known for her social commitment and treated and honored her in exactly the same way as any other person. This behavior of Islamic scholars is difficult to comprehend even for some Muslims and documents how far Muslims themselves are from the Islamic ideal in their emotional and intellectual world.
End quote.
Instead of giving Western friends of Islam an exotic example of the alleged ambivalence in the sexual policy of the Islamic Republic of Iran, the legalization of sex changes in the name of religion reveals the opposite. The Ummah simply uses modern medical possibilities to merge its individuals. As its natural reproductive condition, Islam sacralizes the biological gender difference into the God-given opposition of husband and wife with correspondingly rigid social identities and tasks. In accordance with a number of hadiths against feminized men and masculinized women, actual or supposed transsexuals can therefore undergo sex reassignment surgery, as can either one or the other person in a gay or lesbian couple. Here as there, the operations serve exclusively to create or make possible heterosexual marriages between unambiguous men and unambiguous women, unlike in the West, where they adapt the biological sex of the individual to the perceived sex, regardless of their sexual orientation, so that, for example, formerly gay partnerships can become lesbian ones. Like every ethnic community, the Ummah sees itself threatened by everything that refuses to overcome the ego as a prerequisite for merging into a magnificent we. The fact that individualism, which emerged as a universal possibility and idea in the West, is sometimes identified with the West, sometimes with homosexuals, sometimes with Jews, is a question of the respective language. The victims of repression in the name of virtue have been united throughout recent Islamic times by the fact that they are denied the right to individual, especially, but not exclusively,
sexual self-determination.
Since decolonization at the latest, the Islamic world has been in a kind of permanent crisis, insofar as the rigid adherence to Islamic traditions objectively causes the economic and political backwardness with corresponding mass impoverishment that so humiliates Muslims. While Western influences and the apostasy of the faithful from Islam are blamed for this, and the solution to the crisis is supposed to be re-Islamization of all things, which, because this means nothing other than casting out the devil with Beelzebub, only leads deeper into the crisis. In other words, the cultural nonconformists are persistently destroying the only thing that could lead out of the crisis, namely modernization, or if you like, westernization of the Orient in economic and political terms, not overcoming the ego, but overcoming Islam. Instead, however, not least the Islamic parallel societies in the West obey the logic of madness, with their verbal as well as physical attacks on apostates and so-called assimilai-kumals, inwards, and non-believers, outwards, which primarily include the most popular swear words corresponding to Jews, anyone identified with Israel, hookers, all women who refuse to conform to Islamic sexual morality, and gays, open gays and lesbians, as well as effeminate men and masculine women who are thought to be gay or lesbian. And secondly, to the pig-eaters, all non-Muslims in general. Since September 11th, there have been relatively continuous reports from European city districts with an above-average Muslim population of acts of violence carried out by Muslims against Jews, nonconformist women and homosexuals, harassment, beatings, rape, honor killings and other murders. Current studies show that even at the level of attitudes, an aggressive, derogatory attitude towards Jews, self-determined women and homosexuals is much more pronounced among professing Muslims than among the non-Muslim, native comparison groups. Although the Islamic world is not a monolithic block and the differences between Tehran, Istanbul and Berlin-Kreuzberg are, for those potentially affected, differences around the whole, and yet it is to be feared that these differences in Muslim socialization denote little more than different levels on one and the same apocalyptic crisis resolution spiral, whose climax and endpoint is embodied by the suicide bombing, in which the great jihad against the claims of the self and the small jihad against apostates and unbelievers become identical in the nothingness of annihilation, i.e., commit their wedding night. Most Muslim cultures have an indifferentiated, if not admiring attitude toward homosexuality, wrote gay historian and Yale professor John Boswell in 1980. That Islam has traditionally had a positive attitude towards gay sexuality, Boswell continued, is shown by reading classical Arabic poetry, which treats gays and their sexuality with respect or casual acceptance, but also by the prevalence of male prostitution in traditional Muslim societies or the historically documented love affairs of numerous Islamic rulers, scholars, or other dignitaries with young men or boys. According to so-called left-wing publications, hatred towards gay sexuality is an import from the West, brought in by European colonialists who destroyed the healthy, tolerant structures of Arab communities and forced those living there to commit themselves to a clear binary, as it is called today in politically correct parlance, gender identity, among other things. Before the invasion of European troops, the whole problem did not exist. The men, so the claim goes, had freely and with impunity exchanged caresses and displays of friendship somewhere between friendship and sexual desire, and had even performed the sexual act with each other on occasion. However, they had never been embarrassed to come out as exclusively gay and thus place themselves outside the patriarchally structured community. Although in the Arab world, as in the European Middle Ages, gays are still barely present even in the consciousness of those who feel attracted to their own gender, the fact that there is no word for homosexuality in standard Arabic speaks for this thesis. The persecution of openly practiced same-sex sexuality did not begin with colonial history. After the conquest of the Siwa oasis in the Libyan desert in 1820, the Ottoman governor of Egypt, Muhammad Ali, not only ordered the plundering of the city, which was richly blessed with archaeological finds, and the expansion of the oasis group into a military outpost, but also tried to put a stop to one or two of the customs of its approximately 10,000 inhabitants. The remoteness of the oasis town, inhabited by two Berber tribes, had until then helped to preserve a whole range of other peculiarities in addition to its own Berber dialect. Due to the rigidly practiced separation of the sexes in Siwa, women and families lived within the city, while all unmarried young and free men of Siwa, called Zagalas, were settled in tent cities outside the city walls. The young men there were not content to secretly look for another man to play with due to the lack of women to satisfy their carnal desires, as was not uncommon in all male communities, but instead celebrated veritable sex orgies. The parties during the day were rather quiet. But in the evening, when they were drunk, they started dancing in circles. They stripped down to their belts, rubbed against each other, and performed erotic dance moves.
End of Quote.
But that was not all. Male marriages were even common among the Zagala, which were sealed with a kind of marriage contract similar to heterosexual marriages. This was not seen as something despicable that had to be carefully concealed. On the contrary, until not so long ago, until 1904, such marriages between men were celebrated quite publicly with great pomp.
End quote.
Attempts by Ali and others to dissuade those who are still reviled throughout Egypt from openly practicing homosexuality initially failed. However, under the influence of the Islamist Senussi order, which developed Siwa into one of its centers, the crackdown on gay marriages intensified, and since 1928 at the latest, they could only be celebrated in secret. Finally, in the 1950s, the Pan-Arabist Nasser succeeded in banning the practice of the still existing Zagala customs. Nevertheless, Siwa is still considered a stronghold of relatively openly practiced male-male sexual contact, and not only in Egypt. Gay sex tourists, mainly from Europe, make up the majority of visitors to the oasis city. But it is not only in the oasis city of Siwa that attempts have been made to prevent open gay life. Visitors to the Queen Boat, a nightclub on a Nile ship in Cairo, must have been extremely surprised when, on the night of May 11, 2001, the Egyptian police stormed the ship, which until then had been one of the few tolerated unofficial meeting places for Egyptian gays. Their surprise gave way to horror, however, when the police arrested almost all the visitors to the ship, as they could not produce a female escort, and examined them rectally to determine whether they had previously had anal intercourse. But forensics alone were not enough for the Egyptian authorities. Some of the 52 detainees later said that they had been forced under torture to confess their contempt for religion, as a result of being guilty of immoral behavior and indulging in debauchery. Although the trial attracted a great deal of international attention, Amnesty International launched an urgent action on behalf of the detainees. Gay organizations around the world protested outside Egyptian institutions. Members of the U.S. House of Representatives wrote to the Egyptian government, and French President Chirac made an unsuccessful personal appeal to his friend Mubarak. It was not discontinued but ended in November 2001 with 29 acquittals and 22 prison sentences of between 1
and 3 years.
Since homosexuality is a social taboo in Egypt, but unlike in Algeria, for example, no longer constitutes grounds for prosecution, the gays arrested in the raid were charged with suspicion of perversion, which was attempted to be legitimized with the help of a vaguely worded paragraph that criminalizes lewd behavior in public. Not even the country's secular leadership tries to conceal the fact that it would prefer to try such cases before the spiritual rather than the state courts, and that the men in question would rather be judged according to Sharia law than the civil penal code. The majority of Egyptian politicians agree with the imams and with a large majority of all Egyptians, some of whom indulged in wild abuse of the accused at the start of the trial, that the accused men were guilty of a sin against God and had transgressed the natural boundaries set by God. According to Islamic law, they were therefore not only guilty of homosexuality, but had also transgressed against the God-given order, which is tantamount to denying Islam. This most serious offense is punishable by death under Sharia law. Accordingly, the message from formerly secular Egypt to the slowly developing small gay scene in Cairo was, "Don't overdo it. There is no room to be Muslim and gay at the same time," proclaims Taher Jaber Alawani, president of the College of Islamic Studies in Leesburg, Virginia, apodictically. Ali Mansour, a medical doctor at the University of Missouri, agrees with him that this is precisely why visitors to the Queen boat should never have been allowed to carry out their activities on Egyptian soil. If a minority, no matter how marginal, is allowed to live out its own urges relatively freely, then sexuality is allowed to be partially freed from the shackles of marriage, which is the only permitted framework in which the sexual act may be performed in Islamic countries. The unspoken fear, not only of the mullahs and their followers, was that allowing pleasure to be individualized would endanger the entire order of the community. In Islamic communities, long before gays even existed as a clearly defined group, women, who were and are traditionally identified with unsublimated sexual urges, fell victim to a rigid moral law. The laws of the Quran not only stipulate that women should hide behind the curtain, purdah, they also intervene directly in what happens between men and women, for example by regulating how and when sexual intercourse should take place in order to please Allah. However, it is not only the biological sex of the individual that determines what he is considered to be in the community. The role he plays in the act itself, whether he is the penetrator or the penetrated, whether he takes possession or is taken, also determines his status. The former are regarded as men, the latter as non-male, which includes not only women and girls but also boys, transvestites, effeminate men, and to a certain extent, non-Muslims, for example in the form of tourists. For the urban middle class that characterized the Arab Islamic Middle Ages, slaves, nomads, eunuchs and subjugated enemies also belong to the group of non-Muslims. Since the Arab Islamic Middle Ages, there have been poems, fairy tales and songs in which boys, who are often the object of the author's longing, are described in a similar way to women in European mini-songs, for example, and in Arabic poetry itself. The delicacy softness of the boys is praised, who are tenderly described as ass-givers or fucked. The penetrator, the man on the other hand, is glorified as the eliminator or conqueror, who beats or hacks off the penetrated person. As in the European poetry of the Middle Ages, the longing of Arab poets remains an unfulfilled one, which often ends, as in contemporary Turkish arabesque music, with the death of the lover or turns into blind hatred. The fact that many poets, including such famous ones as Abu Nuwas, the court poet of the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, praised the beauty of boys in the most flowery terms, should make it impossible to construct an allegedly gay Arab Islamic Middle Ages, as various gay historians such as John Boswell do. As in ancient poetry, in Arabic poetry the boy exists exclusively as an object to which the desire of an adult man attaches itself. He is not sung about from one moment to the next, nor is his free consent to the act worked towards, but consideration is given to how the beloved can best be bribed, tricked or, if necessary, overpowered by the lover. In any case, the Islamic scholar Arno Schmidt aptly remarks, "I do not consider a relationship in which one speaks and one remains silent, in which one speaks and the other is discussed, in which one wants sex and the other gifts, to be gay." Like the beloved in poetry, free adult men dominated the private and public spheres in the Arab Islamic Middle Ages. In the home, they ruled over their wives and slaves, outside they controlled the public space. Although sex with boys or male prostitutes made them sinners in the private sphere in a religious sense, this did not affect their public position as men, nor did their actions defile the honor of the entire family, unlike would have been the case with a woman who gave herself to someone other than her husband. On the contrary, the penetration of an adult man, the overpowering of his equal, rather reinforces the hypermasculinity of the head of the household. After all, this penetration symbolizes his superiority and power over a strong and yet passive person to a greater extent than the act with an unfree person, be it a woman, a prostitute, a boy or a slave. In the Caliphate, male intruders in the harem were handed over to male slaves for rape and subjugated enemies were penetrated for additional humiliation, a phenomenon already known from ancient Greece. Although the temporary failure of Islamic expansion efforts and the eventual collapse of the Ottoman Empire, and with it the Caliphate, meant the end of the old order, the traditional relationship between the sexes was clung to all the more desperately as traditional property and production relations disintegrated. The only power that the patriarch, deprived of his social weight and economic influence, could still actively exercise was over women, children, the non-men, who were still only allowed to exist outside the public sphere. Nothing therefore seems more threatening to him than the idea of adult men who take pleasure in passive sexual intercourse with other men, men who voluntarily renounce what seems to him to be his last possession, the possibility of actively taking possession of another in the act of penetration. Boy love, organized pederasty, is still a mass phenomenon throughout the Middle East and the Maghreb today. The ethnologist Ingeborg Baldauf came to the conclusion in a study in Afghanistan, for example, that around 70% of the male population is involved in pederastic acts. However, the prostitution of boys is also widespread in other Islamic countries, such as Morocco. Boys are easier for men to reach than girls and women because they are separated from their mothers when they are circumcised and have to prove themselves in the world of men, inexperienced and easily impressed. If a boy is penetrated, this is not considered as serious in the eyes of the social environment as in the case of an adult man or, albeit for a different reason, an unmarried woman. This only makes it harder for the boy to get rid of the female role and become a man again. The shame also varies depending on the social class of the boy and the penetrator and from region to region. If the boy's family is poor, prostitution is often tolerated. If the penetrator is a high-ranking personality, such as one of the countless alleged descendants of the Prophet or a mullah, it would also be deeply unseemly to complain about the abuse. As long as the matter remains secret, everything is fine anyway, because according to an Arabic proverb, a hidden shame is 2/3 forgiven. Irreparable damage to the reputation and honor of the family only occurs when the news that a scion of the family has allowed himself to be penetrated, for whatever reason, reaches the public. A believer in Allah can become a sinner in the course of his life if he does not follow the laws of the Prophet and thus loses the key to paradise. However, he does not incur guilt but shame if he transgresses against the religious laws and ultimately against Allah, and in the worst case, is cast out of the community in this world. Historically, the fear of isolation and exclusion from the group is rooted in nomadic Bedouin societies, where there was no private property. This external pressure of only being able to survive in the community led to an enormous pressure to conform, because under no circumstances could one forfeit the status of a full member of the tribe. Due to the absolute and today at least still nominal supremacy of the family in Arab societies, it is irrelevant whether the head of the family or any other member of the family or clan is convicted of shameful behavior. The shame affects everyone. The soiled family honor must therefore be restored through appropriate action. Women in particular are regarded as the symbolic and concrete bearers of the family's honor. If they have brought shame on the family, for example by losing their virginity before marriage, whereby it makes no difference whether the reason for the loss was a voluntary love affair or rape, they are at best expelled from the family and driven away, at worst killed by their own brothers or father, killing of honor. Honor can be restored by removing the female member of the family who is harmful to everyone because she is disgraceful. The eradication of the shame that has become public and the restoration of the reputation of the family or tribe, but not the facts of the case or the feelings, determine the action. However, as what happened cannot be allowed to happen, the actual cause of the underlying disgrace is often attributed to external factors. Responsibility for one's own actions is rejected, and in cases of doubt, wild conspiracy theories are presented. Young men who got rid of their sister by killing her in honor often argue that they had to commit the act because their sister had become a whore after adopting Western values. The Islamic man is constantly involved in battles, both externally and internally, with the aim of defending his honor and that of his relatives. The fight against the West, a symbol of the secretly longed for but forbidden debauchery and licentiousness, is directed inwards with equal ferocity and mercilessness. The war on the outside is the result of the failed reconciliation between the ID and the superego, which is attempted by the ego when it is successfully constituted. One's own inner conflict is externalized. The boundless demands of the ID are identified with the other and, as the supposedly alien, corrosive and unmanly imaginary within it, is fought against and attempted to be destroyed with the most brutal severity. Sexuality, which does not serve reproduction or the immediate discharge of urges, but unites two people who recognize each other as subjects in their choice of object, falls victim to this dictum. The control mode of Islamic communities, which is external to the individual, the norms based on the Quran, the Hadiths and the Sharia, the religiously based commands and prohibitions, compliance with which is crucial for everyone's good reputation, spare the devout Muslim the formation of his own conscience. The fear that one's own nonconformity could come to light dominates all sexual or love relationships except marriage and prevents the more or less consciously made decision of the developed ego, the conscience and secretly cherished desires from coming into harmony with each other. Among the widespread variants of intermale sexuality in Muslim societies, only the passive man behaves nonconformistically. By allowing himself to be conquered instead of acting as an eliminator, i.e., by withdrawing from the sexual role ascribed to him by birth, he gives up his right to continue to be part of the chosen circle. It is therefore no coincidence that all men in Egypt who could be proven to have had passive anal intercourse on the basis of a rectal examination were sentenced to prison. The active man, on the other hand, continues to be regarded by the public as a complete guy, even if his actions become notorious. Although he does not necessarily act in accordance with the laws of Islam, the Quran does indeed rebuke such libertines with leniency. Do you want to commit shameful acts? Indeed, you men come to men in lust instead of women. Yes, you are a dissolute people. If the man chooses to play with a boy rather than another man, he will not even be met with incomprehension for his choice, as he is not even causing shame to another fully fledged member of the community. It is not only the fear of sanctions that makes a man shy away from intercourse with his peers. Unlike in Western societies, in which the fixation on an object of desire, as manifested in the bourgeois relationship between two people, is aimed at the mutual conquest not only of the body but of the whole person, the partner of the Islamic man must not be someone who asserts himself as another, demands satisfaction for himself, and thus contradicts the hermetic isolation of the man's body. His ideal is not to recognize himself and his partner as subjects of each other and, against this background, to advance to being in love, but to seize the other in the act of penetration, to erase him, as the self-description as eliminator already reveals. The secretly cherished desire to one day be able to surrender himself as the little boy once did to his mother's caressing hands, from which he was irrevocably torn away in the course of his initiation, instead of being allowed to find satisfaction solely in the laborious and hated act of elimination. This temptation is too dangerous, as it undermines everything he has to stand for as a fully grown man. For the devout or generally traditional Islamic man, sexuality is therefore only conceivable as the incorporation of unequals. Women and boys are not regarded as full members of the community, not as whole human beings. They are forbidden to pursue their own interests, so it is easy to conquer them. The danger of losing in the struggle for the appropriation of the other, which would exist among men, is excluded in intercourse with women or boys. Love, on the other hand, also exists between men in Islamic-dominated societies. Seemingly without ulterior motives, they touch each other, kiss each other on the cheek and openly hug each other in the cafe, as innocent as children, as if the unsatisfied desires of adults did not exist. However, neither childhood nor the present was quite as pure and unencumbered as one might think. The seemingly innocent friendship between men is also constantly threatened by homoerotic desire in the Islamic world. It is no coincidence that modern heroes of Islamism such as Muhammad Atta fulfill some of the clichés of latent and authoritarian homosexuality. All of the 9/11 attackers had tried to make their own bodies look like women's by removing all body hair and makeup. All were haunted by the paranoid fear that a hated woman might wash their own corpse after their martyrdom and thus contaminate it. But even the man who was to wash him after his death, Atta decreed in his will, had to wear gloves so that his genitals would not come into contact with his naked hands. It is only seemingly a paradox that latent homosexuality is a mass phenomenon in patriarchal and homophobic societies. The usual indicators of homophobia, hatred of the feminine, projection of repressed sexual desires onto supposedly licentious and orgiastic gays, and fear of rape, can be found particularly among those men who themselves at least have homoerotic desires, fantasies, and needs. The unconscious self-hatred that these trigger is transformed into hatred and aggression towards the visible, preferably effeminate homosexual man through projection onto him. Even the men from the oasis city of Siwa, who did not hide their homosexual orientation and discovered the institution of marriage for themselves, were not a prime example of free or uninhibited sexuality. Although there was no such clear division between active and passive sexual roles among them as in other Islamic communities, they too forced their women into burqa-like full body coverings and locked them up in the fortress-like city center. In the gaze of Cairo, on the other hand, the same corrosive principle that Islamic men traditionally identify with women, the sinful successors of Eve, is concretized. It is no coincidence that the gays are persecuted with the same rigidity as the Jews, because according to Sayyid Qutb, the Muslim Brotherhood's mastermind, the Jews liberate sensual desires from their restrictions and destroy the foundation on which pure faith is based. Behind the doctrine of atheistic materialism is a Jew, behind the doctrine of animalistic sexuality is a Jew, and behind the destruction of the family and the shattering of sacred relationships in society is also a Jew.
End quote.
An idea of sexuality in which penetration can also be enjoyed leads to furious envy in the latently homosexual Islamic man, envy of the supposedly unrestrained, orgiastic gay sexuality that also allows for the feminine, which he himself has kept repressed all his life. For the ossified social structures of the Middle East, this form of sexuality is a fundamental threat, regardless of whether it takes place in reality or only exists as an ideal. The Western friends of Islamic or pan-Arab despotism who, like the notorious Miss Schimmel, celebrate the conceptual failure of love in ecstatic rapture, or who argue with Boswell about a gay-friendly Islam, are all too similar. They sacrifice the ideal of equal or even free love and sexuality to a sexuality characterized by torment, self-hatred and submission that returns to the seemingly primal with a Bedouin boy in the authentic desert. For them, the gays in Cairo and elsewhere, who, like the gays in this country, use codes to communicate their cherished preferences, are an intolerable disruptive factor in their promised, original land, which is why they too try to prepare hell on earth for them in this world. The emergence of still marginal gay subcultures in cities such as Cairo, Damascus or Beirut is, however, just like the steadily increasing internet networking of gays in Iraq, which has been liberated from Baathism, proof that a growing number of men who love men in the Middle East are no longer prepared to simply accept hell in this world. Rocco Buttalion is a representative of Catholic orthodoxy and, not least for this reason, a clever man with whom it would have been worth arguing. On October 10, 2004, he told the European Parliament's Committee on Civil Liberties that, according to the Catholic Church, homosexuality is a sin and that it must be possible to take this standpoint as a devout Catholic without having to accept any disadvantages. This caused a scandal among all those who were not prepared to listen to him. Buttalion added that his point of view was a moral and therefore private one, which did not claim to be a material force against the prevailing legal situation. I would like to remind you of an old and perhaps not entirely unknown philosopher, Immanuel Kant from Königsberg, who makes a clear distinction between morality and law. Many things may be considered immoral, but they should not be forbidden. I may think that homosexuality is a sin. This has no bearing on policy unless I say that homosexuality is a crime. We can build a community of citizens even if we have different opinions on moral issues. Rather, the mandate is non-discrimination. The state has no right to stick its nose into such matters, and no one should be discriminated against on the basis of sexual orientation or gender.
End quote.
As we know, it did him no good. The socialist, green and liberal groups in the European Parliament had prevented Buttalion from being appointed Commissioner for Justice as planned. Michael Muller, deputy leader of the SPD parliamentary group in the Bundestag, was certain, it's a disgrace for a country like Italy. This gentleman does not even show minimum standards of liberalism. Taz, October 20, 2004. Daniel Cohn-Bendit from the Green Group in the European Parliament went one better when he coined the following phrase about the same gentleman: any religious or ideological fundamentalism is poison for democracy. Das Parlament, January 11, 2004. Others spoke of the imminent return of the Middle Ages and saw gays and single mothers already burning at the stake. Buttalion himself drew a very sharp distinction between a liberal and a fundamentalist when he differentiated between sin and crime. If he had said that homosexuality was a crime in his eyes, however, he would have made common cause with those who ambush gays in the park with baseball bats or unlawfully deny homosexual employees at the UN legal equality with married colleagues. Then he would indeed have undermined the minimum standards of liberality, declared his moral conception to be law without further ado and placed higher, religiously based law above the applicable law and set himself up as judge and executioner in person. Buttalion, on the other hand, emphasizes unconditional respect for the prevailing legal situation as a normative order that must be observed and even served. According to him, there seems to be no room for mediation between the law and the individual's contradictory opinion. The contradiction is relegated to the world of private reasoning, to the field of non-violent resentment in this case. In doing so, Buttalion has followed in the footsteps of his teacher Kant, without considering the reconciliation of the two spheres that Kant envisaged. Kant always presupposed morality, i.e. the moral law, as an area of personal freedom and practically applied reason in the state sphere and its legality. At the same time, however, he vigorously denied that under reasonable conditions there could be a conflict between the law-abiding citizen and his individual morality. Kant's moral law does not assert a different order, but precisely the normative order that should be inherent in the laws anyway. The moral law should only exceptionally serve as a permanent appeal for general legislation where civil order was not or only insufficiently introduced and, if possible, influence pre-civil, feudalistic legal systems in order to reshape them, as if they were democratically legitimized. Religion in particular never appears in Kant in the form of a special theological moral doctrine, but solely as an a priori that is as necessary as it is unfounded, which, because one cannot think the divine will without falling into a quasi-feudal master-servant relationship, is better thought of as an a priori founded by rational morality than as an explicitly religious a priori. In the Republican organized and legitimized rule of law, Kant recognized the rational principle to which everyone could, indeed must, commit themselves without secondary thoughts. His basic principle was the fullest possible attainment of individual freedom, which should only be limited by the individual freedom of others. This is neither private libertinage nor complete absenteeism, Kant, from society. Rather, it is about the prerequisite for perfecting one's own abilities for the purpose of ennobling not only oneself but also the species in a mixture of a sense of duty and the pursuit of happiness. Bodleian formulated an individual reservation against Kant's rule of law when he emphasized an external and partially contradictory moral order. Nevertheless, his fundamental bow to the prevailing order, made credible by his impeccable parliamentary and administrative record, remains. This applies in particular to his assurance that he wanted to serve it even if it declared homosexuals to be equals among equals. At first glance, he thus proves to be a Kantian of the purest kind, as Kant's philosophy of law relegates moral content to form, truth to law, philosophy to the execution of the rule of law. However, Bodleian's establishment of a moral counterprinciple to the rule of law, for all its loyalty, also represents the declaration of a general reservation that is not formally but substantially justified, which, given the right majority, could possibly require the law to bow to a Catholic morality, according to which the gay man would not only be a sinner in the private world of the pious Bodleians, but the law could then shine on him accordingly as a criminal. Bodleian would not have been reproached for his alleged dangerousness as an illiberal, even fundamentalist potential lawbreaker, but for his attachment to a moral kingdom whose representatives, contrary to Jesus of Nazareth's assurance, still flirt with realizing it as one of this world after all. That and only that would have been a reason to criticize Rocco Bodleian, but this was not done. He was opposed by angrier Catholics than he himself had ever been, while real Catholics jumped to his side who were more stupid and, above all, more unscrupulous than he would have liked. On the one hand, the Freedom Party marched up, led by the chairman of the socialist group in the European Parliament, the honorable anti-fascist Martin Schulz from the SPD, who has repeatedly called the Berlusconi government anti-democratic and racist, and of course Daniel Cohn-Bendit, who appears wherever he sees freedom in danger. They accused Bodleian of being homophobic, of advocating discrimination, and of being incompatible with the European spirit. Their argument is a dubious one. They call for tolerance towards minorities, and thus avoid a rejection of Bodleian's claim that homosexuality is a sin, which is linked to comprehensible arguments. Bodleian has already expressly evaded this discussion by placing his controversial assertion outside the scope of criticism as an expression of his faith, which is to be respected unconditionally and in toto. Indeed, he even discredited possible criticism of it in advance. His critics followed him by simply declaring gays to be one community among many worthy of protection, and thus placing their gayness just as outside any discussion as Bodleian placed his Catholicism. Under these conditions, the standard has completely slipped, and homosexuality is transformed from a private matter of sexual preference into a matter of faith, namely that of an unquestionable collective identity of a community. In contrast, it would have been necessary to move from the homosexual community to the individual gay man in order to find the standard that would enable one to judge whether homosexual preference is a sin or a legitimate search for happiness. The partly imposed, partly all too willingly accepted queer sense of community and the gay identity derived from it are in any case pre-reasonable criteria that can never answer this question. Nobody has ever taken offense at Klaus Wowerite's famous statement, "I'm gay, and that's a good thing," in this sense, although more redundant philosophies of being have rarely been on offer. If Wowerite had said instead, "I am gay, and that is my private matter, which I do not put up for discussion," he would at least be remembered for a sensible statement. This would have named the difference between the gay carnival, which not only publicly conjures up a gay feel-good collective on Christopher Street Day, and the disreputable, because exclusive, activity that gay sexuality, which is as envied as it is hostile, stands for. This would also expose the core of any debate about freedom that is not coincidentally ignited by the most intimate. Only a commitment to sexuality freed from all natural constraints as a goal to be striven for could forever delegitimize the moral assertion that homosexuality is a sin as an attack on individual freedom originating in the realm of glorified natural constraints. Bodleian, who was still largely committed to the dogma of procreative partnership, was initially unable to escape this self-imposed trap. His philosophical mentor Immanuel Kant took a significant step beyond him when he defined marriage as a lifelong togetherness for sexual purposes and placed it as a moral contractual relationship above the purpose originally associated with it, procreation. However, it was only the liberation of sexuality from any natural bond, i.e. a bond committed either to procreation or to a communal idea, that turned the member of the gay community into an individual gay man who was not answerable to the community for his lust, but only to himself and his lover. Transferred to any exercise of sexuality, this principle only allows heterosexual couples to make a truly free decision for nature, i.e., for the child, and the all the more comprehensive responsibility for it. The same idea applied to social nature could help formulate a general idea of freedom. Only when society is no longer thought of as a natural community, but as a multitude of people to whom one relates of one's own free will, because the will to socialize, cooperate, etc. drives one to do so, without having to do so because of nature or even the state, is the prerequisite for a rational society given. Voluntarily turning to others on a general level requires fulfillment, which can be experienced in the love relationship as an exchange between two sovereign individuals. Not having a say, as long as coercion and violence do not dominate the relationship, being excluded as a collective inspector and therefore perhaps one day arriving at a higher organization, would be the progress program of a society which, following Kant's negative idea of freedom, would have to reject its imperatives of submission to the laws of the state and commodity exchange in favor of genuine voluntariness. Homosexuality, and with it any radically privatized sexuality, on the other hand, always runs the risk of being discredited as a sin and possibly persecuted if the social dynamic urges the foundation of coercive communities that subordinate the privacy of the individual to the norms of a collective, which in case of doubt is granted the last word on the moral law. The fact that this dispute was ignored throughout an entire heated debate is what makes the Pathogenic case so disreputable. His opponents did not want to talk about sexuality and thus the freedom of a world citizen, because they no longer even treat gays, as with all minorities, as interest groups, but as identitarian communities, all of which are to be respected equally, regardless of the purpose to which their identity is now consecrated, regardless of the practices of life or, in the worst case, subjugation that now apply within the respective community. His supporters offered a counter-morality to be respected by all, a putschist in waiting for its opportunity to enforce a moral constitution that no longer knows any loopholes for individual freedom. Both positions are closer to each other than their representatives would like, as both present parallel societies that must be respected and claim constitutional status. For some, it is the sexual, ethnic, and cultural minorities, while others simply mean themselves when they present themselves as a persecuted minority of Catholics. Pathogenic already tried to patch up the conflict with one of his opponent's arguments when he postulated, the mission is rather non-discrimination. This describes a condition of bourgeois societies in the state of their emergence, which, because they are still composed of parallel societies, only function according to the criterion of mutual non-discrimination and thus harbor the potential for the formation of general rule of law as well as the gang war that threatens to break out at any time. Non-discrimination as a constitutional requirement undermines the basic principle of civil society, the voluntary association of reasonable individuals on an equal legal basis. This seemingly well-meaning institution is at the same time the founding charter of a new, post-civil federal state of autonomous parallel societies, whose constitution is prefaced by the eternal discrimination of the free individual as a preamble. The Catholic moral doctrine, which was introduced into the discussion in such a pseudo-Kantian way as a particular moral law, has to put up with being accused of an attack against the EU constitutional state, which Pathogenic probably never intended. If Pathogenic had used the absolute claim of Catholic moral teaching as the basis of all secular legislation in the same way as Kant used that of Republican liberalism, he would at the same time have brought down the rule of law, because the rule of law knows no morality that is external to it and certainly no corporatist morality. Pathogenic's dilemma of wanting to implement elements of Catholic moral teaching as a substantive prerequisite for EU legislation on the one hand and, as a philosophically trained child of Catholicism, wanting to reconcile its claim to universality with that of the bourgeois Enlightenment on the other, could not be reconciled. However, his failure could have been the starting point for a debate on universalism, which could have been conducted against the universals of Catholic moral teaching and with its universal claim against the matadors of particularized gang morality. But even his supporters were protagonists of the opposing camp rather than critical intellectuals who would have been willing and able to look for a solution to Pathogenic's dilemma. One of them, MEP Elmar Brok, CDU, warned, "But if Barroso loses, the message will be devastating. A devout Christian, Jew or Muslim will not be able to lead an EU department that has to do with fundamental rights. Belief in a God will become an obstacle to a political career."
End quote.
Suddenly, Catholic moral teaching, just like Jewish moral teaching, is on a par with the religious community that postulates and executes lynch law against gays and other sinners at any time out of its innermost convictions. From further to the left, people have been happy to hear it and have given Pathogenic moral philosophical support that must have made him lose sight in hearing. The Pathogenic case sheds light on a conflict that is openly fought out in the Islamic cultural sphere, while it usually remains hidden in ours, because the delicate balance of two normative orders. that of the secular political sphere and that of the clerical spiritual sphere, which has now been achieved after the times of the European Enlightenment, is usually carefully maintained.
End quote.
The shamelessness with which the former Secretary of State for Culture of the federal government and current professor of political theory and philosophy in Munich discredits Buttalion as an advocate of Sharia criminal law and insinuates that the Catholic Church has reached the level of a Tariq Ramadan does not stem from any particular preference for Islam, but solely from a deep-seated contempt for a universal order that centers on the global citizen. Quote, the legal order of the individual member states evident, for example, in the draft constitution of the EU, but also in the Maastricht Treaty stands in the tradition of political liberalism, inalienable human and civil rights, supplemented by the normative construction of democratic institutions. Political liberalism thrives on the fiction that traditions such as non-political community formations, ways of life and gender roles, religious and ideological imprints, ethnicity and religion are irrelevant to citizenship status.
End quote.
Such arguments have been put forward not least by Buttalion's opponents, who have indiscriminately discovered everything that is different as the actual social reality, undistorted by egalitarian fictions, and want to place it under special, i.e. minority rights. This dissolution of the liberal conception of man into nothing but particular identities does not serve the emancipation of people without rights but, on the contrary, promotes their subjugation to a far more rigid, morally based law than the general one. By refusing to serve the equality of the different before the law, and only there, such moral philosophy delivers those who have been made unequal by virtue of ineluctable natural determination to the respective executive body. Particular normative orders are no longer irrelevant for the status of citizens, as Niederrumelin insinuates against his better judgment. Rather, they are becoming increasingly self-confident in their attempts to first delegitimize the hope of universal order, of which the liberal rule of law is an extremely imperfect representative, and then to sell it off slice by slice. Niederrumelin is thankfully open about what it means to surrender to such constitutional realities. Quote, the Buttalion case shows the frictions that occur at the interfaces, i.e. where universalist liberal democracy and its normative principles come into contact with particular normative orders. Buttalion is just as much an example of such functions as the recent case of the Togolese whose second wife, legitimate according to Togo's legal system, would lose her status after her husband's naturalization. Bigamy is not provided for in Western constitutional systems. And this shows that even these constitutions are not free from particularistic attitudes, i.e. those based on specific lifestyles and traditions. A second marriage that is entered into with the consent, or possibly even the encouragement, of the first wife does not violate any universal human rights. From the conflict between normative orders, one thing above all follows for liberal democracy. Its claim to universality must remain limited to fundamental ethical norms that can be reconciled with a broad spectrum of anthropological, religious, and ideological assumptions. To take up the example with provocative intent, monogamy is not one of these universals.
End of quote.
If one places the universals of the Sancta Ecclesia on a theoretical level with the laws of a religion in which bigamy, of the man, is permitted, an unexpected ally of Catholicism suddenly appears. Immanuel Kant, of all people, who was hostile to Catholicism throughout his life and who, as a German and only in a very abstract sense as a Protestant-oriented Christian, never saw himself as committed to the only universalism worthy of the name, the idea of cosmopolitanism, came to a similarly uncompromising rejection of bigamy as Catholic moral teaching, albeit for partly different reasons. For the natural use which one sex makes of the sexual organs of the other is a pleasure to which one part gives itself to the other. In this act man makes himself a thing, which is contrary to the right of humanity in his own person. This is only possible on the sole condition that by acquiring one person from the other as a thing, the latter in turn acquires the former, for in this way it regains itself and restores its personality. For the same reasons, the relation of married persons is a relation of equality of possession, both of the persons who possess each other mutually, consequently only in monogamy, for in polygamy the person who gives himself away gains only a part of that to which he is wholly devoted, and thus makes himself a mere thing, and of the goods of happiness, although they have the power to deprive themselves, though only by a special contract, of the use of a part of them.
End quote.
These considerations are indeed imbued with a universal spirit. Because man must never become merely a thing, but in the act of love necessarily surrenders himself as body, sexual organs, limbs, as Kant calls them, to the lover as a thing, as pure corporeality, this relationship, which tends to endanger personality, can only be abolished in enjoyment if he can relate to the lover's body just as essentially. If this were not the case, it would contradict people's right to their own person. In other words, if there is a universal imperative, a human right that takes precedence over all others, then it is the inescapable principle that man must not become a thing. It is no objection that under the rule of the law of value, it is all too easy for him to become a thing, that interpersonal relationships are already shaped by the expenditure of physical or mental substance for purposes beyond oneself, and that therefore Kant, in his description of the climax of love, does not go beyond the mutual use of bodies. In the inadequacy of the liberal human right lies the appeal to establish a truly universal one. However, the professor of political theory and philosophy Niederrummelen disputes the very center of the idea of human rights, which postulates equality in one's own sovereignty, from the prohibition of slavery to the emancipation of women, and is by no means alone in this. Putting Bodleian's objection to homosexuality, which is not a practical one, on the same level as an Islamist's objection to equality in marriage and thus to the right of 50% of humanity to individuation is not only highly repugnant. Niederrummelen's provocation is also a deliberate blow against any claim to individual legal protection against the impositions of the mob, which he introduces as a particular normative order. Its law must be followed if the liberal legal and state order wants to be able to meet the challenges of multicultural societies in the future. How infinitely more humane is the Kantian Catholic Rocco Bodleian compared to this cynical enforcer of moral communities of location, which sometimes delimit themselves as a brown Saxony against foreigners, sometimes as a green Neukölln against infidels, or as a prosperous Basque Euro region against a Spain of all Spaniards, and organize themselves internally according to the law of femme. After his defeat in Brussels, Bodleian gave some further thought to sinfulness and came up with an astonishing solution to a far from cultural problem. Quote, "Incidentally, it is not even exactly true that homosexuality is a sin. In my opinion, it is rather a disorderly state. But to become sinful, you also need a subjective side, which only God knows whether it exists in individual cases. In any case, sins are not a case for the courts. If all sins were to be punished by the state, the whole of humanity would be in prison." End quote. What is really disorderly in this statement is not homosexuality, but the endearing and comforting emphasis on individual autonomy over one's own disorderliness, and thus not least the objection to a formalistically rigid Kantianism and its fetishization of obedience, which always reaches out to the autonomous, disorderly sphere of the individual. The Munich professor is a Kantian in the very German and, in consequence, unscrupulous sense, who with Bodleian also consigns Kant to the counter-enlightenment, whose laws no longer follow any moral law of universal claim and can no longer even be questioned in their sheer particularity, behind the declamatory pathos of liberal democracy with its emphasis on individual freedoms and minority rights. The social reality of dependencies and ties becomes recognizable. The Bodleian case does not lend itself to self-righteous indignation in the spirit of the European Enlightenment. End quote. If the ever-increasing number of Niederrummelens have their way, this spirit should rather be exorcised for the sake of a European order in which fundamental rights only count as much as the respective local community can bear, in which the universal spirit of liberalism leads to a brutal justice of expediency that determines on a case-by-case basis what is good for the collective, and which is always ready to adapt morality to the prevailing mores precisely when these threaten to regress to a pre-civilizational state. Postmodern thinking not only declares the guiding ideas of the Enlightenment or modern Western rationality, truth, reason, identity, progress, emancipation, etc., and the grand narratives that refer to them to be irredeemably failed and discredited, but also claims, as Lyotard does, that even the longing for the lost narrative is lost for the majority of people themselves, at a time when the grand narratives are returning in their most primitive form and are beginning to materialize not only in Iran. This is the unpleasant truth of postmodern plurality. What all these identities have in common is that they run on the pathetization of differences and that they tell constructed stories that artificially substantialize abstract political entities and social structures, that they reinterpret societies into communities through exclusion. However, for all the content-related and structural convergences between postmodernism and Islamism, their ideological cronyism is practiced by the Islamists as a politically conscious appropriation of modern critical jargon, while on the part of the postmodernists it is generally more the indirect, unconscious effect of the helplessly relativistic discourse than the result of offensive affirmation. It is all the more remarkable that in 1980, when Khomeini's victorious revolution was being institutionalized, an Iranian newspaper published reports of the uprising against the Shah under the title "Great French Philosopher Recognizes the Superiority of Islam." Its author is Michel Foucault, a well-known critic of the social exclusion and containment processes of modern politics and friend of an art of living that is not only directed against historical fascism, but also against the fascism in all of us, in our heads and in our everyday behavior, the fascism that makes us love power, that makes us desire the very thing that dominates and exploits us. While Foucault's enthusiasm for Islam Nazism met with criticism in France from the outset, J.P. Sartre, S. de Beauvoir, Kate Millett, Maxime Rodinson. The first partial translation and detailed discussion of the Iran reports published in the Italian newspaper Corriere della Sera in Germany dates back to 1997, and is at the same time a trivialization. Foucault expert Thomas Lemke speaks of errors and misjudgments of historical processes. Foucault himself sees things differently. He considers any self-correction in retrospect to be unnecessary and lies through his teeth. It is certainly not shameful to change your mind. But there is no reason to claim that you have changed your mind if today you are against the chopping off of hands and yesterday you were against the torture of the Savak. As if Foucault had not missed every opportunity to formulate his criticism of the chopping off of hands. When Islamization began during the so-called Weekend of Tehran on the 4th and the 5th of November 1978, students smashed everything that reminded them of the West, and the Shah. Foucault defended the religious opposition and attributed the outbreak of violence to the Shah's interest in dividing the opposition in such a way that the moderates turned away from the radicals. On March 8, 1979, when women demonstrated against the Chadar and Islamist militias fired into the crowd, Foucault remained silent. Likewise, when it became known in mid-March that Islamist militias and the mob were hunting down homosexuals. He also has nothing to say about the gradual introduction of Sharia law and its rulings. The fact that the revolt in the specific case was always accompanied by anti-Semitism and xenophobia is noted in passing, but is either not worthy of reflection as a problem or is even legitimized. After all, recourse to traditions and institutions that harbor a good deal of chauvinism, nationalism, and exclusion is necessary in order to really sweep the individual away. As if the mere opposition to the Shah would automatically guarantee emancipation and force a fascination for the irreducible Khomeini and Shiite Islam, which makes Foucault rave about the power of the mythical stream that flows between an old man who has lived in exile for 15 years and his people who call out to him and celebrate the authoritarian mass formation as political spirituality and collective will. So Foucault was not wrong.
On the contrary,
he anticipated, recognized, and welcomed the Islamization of the resistance against the Shah and the revolutionary potential of religion at an early stage, in contrast to the Iranian left. His insightful reports hit the nail on the head and sometimes testify to a realistic sense of future developments. For example, when Foucault asks at the end of his last article for Corriere, entitled Pulverfass Islam, what would happen if the Palestinians' efforts to get their land back were to gain the momentum of an Islamic movement, and what power would Khomeini's religious movement have if it set itself the goal of liberating Palestine? Foucault's affirmation of open barbarism is in need of explanation, especially as it seems to be incompatible with his theory of subtle effects of power and his other socio-political commitments. This is probably why Tjark Kunstreich, who has the merit of having critically elaborated on Foucault's flirtation with Islam, relegates references to connections with a theoretical architecture to the background in favor of a thematization of Foucault's homosexuality. The extensive study and collection of material Foucault and the Iranian Revolution, published in 2005 and still not translated into German, also contains references to Foucault's homosexuality. Gender and the Seductions of Islamism by Janet Afary and Kevin Anderson, published in 2005 and still untranslated into German, also addresses Foucault's fascination with S/M practices at key points. Instead of searching for the motifs in Foucault's work that lie outside his theoretical oeuvre, this essay attempts to systematically reread central passages of Foucault's work in the light of his Iran reportages, drawing on traces already laid down by Kunstreich and Afary/Anderson. The aim is to prove that Foucault's method of investigating political change and thinking the close relationship between subjectivity, power, and resistance, that his analysis of power and conception of history are already colored, motivated, or born by an anti-Enlightenment attitude or anti-Hegelian hatred in the writings of the power theoretical phase. From surveillance and punishment to the will to knowledge and in defense of society to the history of governmentality, which are mainly received by the undogmatic left. Anti-Hegelian hatred of the particular negation and what it demands of political thought and action. The enthusiasm for the radical break, for the abstractly different, wild, uncontrolled, and as long as it is not understood, completely new as the site of an ominous resistance, a subversion against, or in power breaks through again and again. For example, in the reference to the unspecific bodies and lusts as bastions of resistance against the modern sexuality dispositive or before it had access to it, to the world of excitement of the hermaphrodite Herculean Barbon, who initially grew up almost exclusively among girls, or in the glorification of open and honest domination, e.g. in the ennoblement of the racial struggle. Discourse into a rebellious counter-history of sovereign power and law. In the following, Foucault's abstraction of the fundamental tendencies of bourgeois, above all legal history, including the resentment against Western society, and his rejection of the individual as a subject type, which the latter produces by means of its specific techniques of the self. are to be defined more precisely as preconditions for the hostility to civilization that becomes apparent in the concrete example of the Iranian Revolution. For most Iranians, the Islamic government is an ideal, notes Foucault, in any case something very old, which at the same time lies in the very distant future, the return to what Islam once was at the time of the Prophet, and at the same time the striving for a distant, shining point at which it will be possible to build on old loyalties instead of merely maintaining obedience. Alongside a belief in the creative power of Islam, mistrust of legalism seemed to me to be an essential aspect of the pursuit of this ideal. The Nazi vocabulary of the juxtaposition of loyalty and obedience, which here joins the naturalism of bare hands indulged in elsewhere, would, if it were meant critically, amount to the mediation of the particular and the general in the authoritarian movement called Islamism. However, since Foucault shares the authoritarian longing for the warmth of community, it is precisely Islamist anti-legalism that he praises in the Shiite faith. For the Shiites, the Quran is just because it expresses the will of God, but God himself wanted to be just.
Justice creetse lo, note lo creets justice.
Foucault does not distance himself from this rejection of civil law, which itself legalizes its preconditions in order to enable the formal comparison of subjects. Foucault remains silent about the Sharia, which represents the core of the Shiite conception and practice of justice, the prerequisite of which he describes as egalitarian justice. No mention of the arbitrariness and brutality of this admittedly open and honest, rather than subtle exercise of power. On the other hand, how could Foucault have defended bourgeois law, since throughout his theoretical writing he always treated it with disinterest, disregarded it, despised it, eschamatized it? In any case, at a central point in Foucault's theory of power in The Will to Knowledge, there is a momentous and fundamental misunderstanding of bourgeois society. Where Foucault subsumes the discourses of his theoretical opponents under the term juridical model of power, Reich's so-called repression hypothesis, certain sovereignty models of law and laconism, in order to distinguish his strategic model of power against them, he goes so far as to assert that the social significance of the legal diminishes with modernity. But the opposite is the case. In terms of form theory, Foucault fails to recognize the constitutive function of free and equal legal subjectivity and the inviolability of fundamental legal content, e.g. the right to property, for capitalism and, equally empirically, the increasing juridification of social relations and social struggles in legal form over certain legal content, such as the equality of men and women. The same blindness to the real history of law already guided the theory of surveillance and punishment, as even Habermas aptly summarizes. The fact that a history of modern criminal justice is detached from the development of the constitutional state may still be justified on representational grounds. More questionable is the theoretical restriction to the system of the penal system. As soon as he moves from the classical age to the modern age, Foucault no longer pays any attention to criminal law and criminal procedure. Otherwise, he would have had to subject the unmistakable gains in liberality and legal certainty, the expansion of constitutional guarantees in this area too, to a precise interpretation in terms of power theory. However, the account is completely distorted by the fact that Foucault also omits all aspects of juridification from the history of the penal system itself. In prison, as in clinics, schools and barracks, there are those special relations of violence that have by no means remained untouched by the vigorous progress of the rule of law. At the beginning of surveillance and punishment is Foucault's fascination with and fixation on torture festivals, which he uses to characterize the sovereign power, although they were a demonstratively visible but relatively small part of the absolutist punishment system. The more significant galley punishments and the organization of forced labor in penal camps, which continued into the 19th century, are ignored. The abstraction of workhouses and penitentiaries allows Foucault to place the birth of the prison in the transition to the 19th century. For the disciplinary power thus juxtaposed with the sovereign power, the teleological claim of a useful reshaping and reintegration, betterment of the prisoners is the essential purpose of the prison in general. In Europe, however, such teleologically oriented rehabilitation was only able to assert itself against the previously prevailing principle of deterrence during the prison reforms from around 1875 to 1932. This is also the period in which prison sentences declined, conditions in prisons improved, and mortality and suicide rates fell. Foucault generalizes this relatively short epoch and projects the socio-pedagogical discourse into Bentham's Panopticon, which remained a model and discourse in Europe. Although Bentham's improvement is merely rhetoric and the exploitation of labor power is in the foreground, and the power techniques related to the single-cell principle are consequently aimed at destroying the subject, Foucault not only constructs the panoptic architecture as a place of subject production, but also develops his central thesis of the great prison continuum extending to the whole of modern society from here. The tendency to level the conditions inside and outside prisons, which would make them superfluous, is based on Bentham's advertising strategy, according to which the architectural idea of the panopticon could be transferred to all social institutions. Nevertheless, in 1813 the English government rejected Bentham's proposals to commission him with the management and construction of such a prison. Foucault's criticism is therefore primarily directed against the social pedagogization of the penal system, and thus against the reform and rehabilitation institutions that the Nazis denounced and condemned as the Weimar prison paradise. The delinquent individual was no longer questioned with regard to his social milieu and personality history and measured against the average person, but against the ideal image of the strong-willed citizen. Foucault, on the other hand, in whose histories National Socialism appears, if at all, only in a trivialized form as hardly different from Stalinism and bourgeois society, wants to prove to the prison reformers, who claim to replace the system of deterrence with a humanistic project of correction, that they did no more than implement a refinement of social control. There is a method to Foucault's refusal to recognize progress in human freedom in the replacement of the torture festivals, especially against the background of his juxtaposition of quadripartition, sovereign power, and social pedagogy, disciplinary society, which is the result of a selective perception of historical processes and inadmissible generalizations of certain developments. For the rhetoric of surveillance and punishment draws its strongest radical effects from this unmasking of the humanistic self-conception of the West. The fact that history does not follow the iron law of the progress of human freedom is nothing new. Others have been able to express this long before and more poetically than Foucault, e.g. Benjamin in his historical theses. It is also old hat that the emancipatory can also prove functional for the maintenance of domination. However, for a critical theory of society that, as with Brecht or Adorno, takes the tormentable body or suffering body of the individual as its starting point, it by no means follows that domination equals domination, that there can be nothing worse than capitalism and bourgeois society. Precisely because conditions do not change for the better with inner necessity, because on the contrary the catastrophe of a barbaric abolition of civilizational rule always threatens, the categories of social progress or regression, of individual freedom or lack of freedom, of measurable alleviation or increase of suffering form the universals of political, intervening thought. To level out the ambiguities of developments, for example from arbitrariness to legal certainty, from corporal punishment to the right to physical integrity, etc., in capillary power effects of governing control or regulation mania, is therefore just as cynical as to change standards by changing points of view. From one epoch of Western society to another, or from contemporary Western society to the Islamist society of Iran, in order to refrain from evaluative comparison. But this is precisely Foucault's concern. At the same time as he was witnessing the introduction of Sharia law in Iran, this negation of the bourgeois concept of law that went far beyond the Sharia regime, he was giving his views on freedom and liberalism to students of the history of governmentality in France. Quote, "When one speaks of liberalism with regard to this new art of government, it does not mean that the extent of freedom increased between the beginning of the 18th century and around the 19th century. Does it make much sense to say or simply to ask whether an administrative monarchy such as the one France knew in the 17th and 18th centuries granted more or less freedom than a liberal regime, for example, which nevertheless sets itself the task of constantly and effectively taking responsibility for individuals, for their well-being, their health, their work, their way of being, dying, etc.? Measuring the degree of freedom between one system and another doesn't, I think, make much sense in fact. And one does not realize what kind of proof, what kind of measurement or measure one could use. One must not think of freedom as a universal that exhibits progressive perfection or quantitative variations or more or less severe curtailments or more or less severe obscurations over time. Freedom is never anything other, but that is already a lot, than a current relationship between the rulers and the ruled, a relationship in which the measure of the too little of existing freedom is determined by the even more of demanded freedom."
End quote.
The late work volumes 2 and 3 of Sexuality and Truth, The Use of Pleasures and the Care of Oneself, seems less suited to clarifying the question of systematic, theoretically immanent reasons for Foucault's love of the authoritarian community of the collective will, as demonstrated by the example of Iran/Islam. On the surface, if one believes the critics, Foucault is arguing here for unholy subjectivism or radical liberalism. And indeed, the expansion of his interest in power-knowledge complexes to include techniques of the self involves a shift in emphasis of the problem of subjectivation. Whereas self-constitution was previously mostly thematized as subjugation, it is now given the status of relative autonomy, which allows Foucault the resistant perspective of an art of living. The point of orientation for this program of an aesthetics of existence is the ancient Greek use of pleasures, without Foucault advocating its one-to-one implementation. After all, this would mean inadmissibly abstracting from historical, also domineering contexts, patriarchy, slavery. Nevertheless, There is no question as to which mode of socialization or subjectivation he is sympathetic to in his treatment of the rupture between Greek antique and early Christian regulation of sexuality. For Foucault's Greeks, sexual relationships and acts are merely part of a broader reality that also extends to questions of nutrition and carnal desires in general, aphrodisia. For the Greeks, the necessity of their ethical regulation does not result from the moral condemnation of sexuality, which could be interpreted as a sign of man's bad nature. Conversely, the enjoyment of lust is explicitly recognized as an integral part of human nature. However, this places the corresponding activities on a lower ontological level, as they do not essentially differentiate humans and animals from one another. Moreover, vivid pleasure as a play of natural forces threatens to constantly strive beyond any natural measure. This vivacity tempts us to overturn the hierarchy, to put these desires and their satisfaction first, to give them absolute power over the soul. Essentially, ancient ethics aims at a relationship of dominance towards oneself that assigns desires their appropriate place and intensity, moderation instead of excess. It does this less with reference to universal laws and prohibitions that apply to everyone than by giving advice to those who want to give their lives an aesthetic form oriented towards this worldly health and social compatibility. According to Foucault, the radical break that early Christian ethics makes with the Greek antique art of living consists in the replacement of the aesthetic political organization of life in this world with a hermeneutics of desire that is directed towards purity and immortality in an existence in the hereafter. The commandment of moderation and the right use of lust becomes unconditional obedience to the pastoral authorities and the imperative of divine law. Because sexual practices are now understood as the expression or consequence of a bad nature of the self, it is not so much the control of the sexual act as the control of sexual thoughts, desires and cravings hidden in the secret chambers of the heart that becomes the focus of Christian morality. Self-examination and self-control are thus transformed into a form of soul-searching and soul-searching. Not only do the pastoral authorities have at their disposal means of analysis, forms of reflection, decoding procedures, etc., but the Christian subject must be obliged to confess the truth of his soul and his inner secret. In contrast to ancient ethics, Christianity is therefore about a compulsory relationship to oneself in terms of truth, about verbalizing one's inner self, about confession. However, this history of sexuality and its regulation in ancient Greece and early Christianity now also becomes relevant to the present for Foucault, i.e., a statement about modern subjectivity and questions of resistance, in that he claims that the exercise of a pastoral power will later detach itself from its ecclesiastical institutional context and become universalized. Foucault has already articulated this idea of a secularization of Christian confession and the operationalization of confession in a variety of social areas of modern life in the will to knowledge. The confession of truth has inscribed itself at the heart of the procedures through which power pursues individualization. In any case, confession has become one of the most highly valued techniques of truth production in the West. The effects of confession are widespread, in justice, in medicine, in education, in family and love relationships, in everyday life and in solemn rites. People confess their crimes, confess their sins, confess their thoughts and desires, confess their past and their dreams, confess their childhood, confess their illnesses and sufferings. With the greatest precision they endeavor to say what is most difficult to say to their parents, their educators, their doctor, and those they love. If the confession is not spontaneous or dictated by some inner imperative, it is blackmailed, it is tracked down in the soul or snatched from the body. Since the Middle Ages, torture has accompanied confession like a shadow. In the West, man has become a confessing animal. It may be unfair and petty to measure a polemic like this against reality. Nevertheless, it is revealing. Although modern society is characterized by a repression of ecclesiastical influence, the pastoral power is said to have succeeded in extending itself, albeit in a secularized form, to all areas of modern society. The metaphorical use of the term confession blurs all differences in content, whereby Foucault misjudges essential provisions of modern society just as much as he denounces its emancipatory character. After all, when people today confess their suffering or their childhood to the doctor with the greatest accuracy and without shame, and confide their most secret desires to their lover, it is in order to alleviate suffering and turn desires into reality, i.e., to increase the individual quality of life, in the sense of the ancient ars erotica. And while in Catholic confession, sins are confessed that actually consist of mere thoughts and desires in order, which Foucault omits, to experience forgiveness, in the civil court it is not about thoughts but exclusively about deeds, the confession of which is no longer extorted through torture and leads to a more lenient sentence. Promoting non-coerced confession is at the heart of bourgeois proceedings because it is supposed to rule out the conviction of the innocent more reliably than any other evidence. Even where Foucault assigns Freud's psychoanalysis to the criticized sexuality dispositive of modern society as a hinge of biological and disciplinary power due to its urge to verbalize, he fails to recognize its interest in strengthening the ego and empowering the individual in its undisputed, not only sexual, ambivalence. While, as Foucault believes, the theological idea behind Christian verbalization practices is that no truth about oneself is possible without self-sacrifice, secular confession, which is a private matter and a matter of trust beyond the court, is not about a rejection of the self, but on the contrary about its assertion, but not without demanding something from the bourgeois individual. The overcoming of narcissistic cravings for omnipotence, the development of a conscience and a sense of responsibility towards one's own actions, the courage to embrace freedom and maturity, etc. This is why the modern or secular culture of truth stands less for hermeneutics than for a sober pragmatic reference to individual enjoyment and proportionality in ethical, moral and legal judgments, and thus proves to be superior to a traditional Islamic culture of lying Hirsi Ali, which, as an effective saving face in the name of honor, recognizes neither the principle of proportionality in the Sharia nor the value of the individual and his needs in the life of the Ummah. Foucault, on the other hand, who does not even want to recognize a relational progressiveness of bourgeois identity or subjectivation in comparison with open barbarism, discovers after his return from Iran, more precisely in the autumn of 1980, that the hermeneutics of the self, which he despises because it produces the Western individualism, represents only one of two types of early Christian confession, of self-punishment, which has historically prevailed over the second. The latter, the practice of exomolegesis, moves Foucault as the lost alternative of a rejection of the self in the flesh. The Confessions of the Flesh, the title of the planned fourth volume of Sexuality and Truth, is the public display of self-punishment, which involves fasting, wearing tattered clothes, exposing the breast, sprinkling ashes on the head and mutilating the body. The penitents have to prove their suffering and show their shame, their humility and modesty. Thus, one does not confess the truth by verbally confessing one's sins, but by practicing the public celebration of sorrow. In this ritual, there is no verbal statement and no analysis and judgment of sins by a higher authority. Confession in this sense means neither a pictorial retelling of what one has done, nor a particular focus on the details of physical, familial, or religious transgressions. In the form of a bath, this method of confession washes the sins from the skin and restores the previous purity. The sinner commits a kind of spiritual suicide. In this respect, penance is the theatrical representation of the sinner who wants his own death as a sinner, and thus expresses a martyrdom that all could witness. The idea of making a reconsideration of exomolegesis, not in its exact medieval form, but as a public and private non-verbal ritual of self-mastery, the starting point from which one could reshape Western culture in the face of the abhorred modern practices of the self, may have occurred to Foucault during his second stay in Iran, when he was captivated by the observation of Shiite self-flagellation processions. In Iran, the calendar determines the dates of politics. On December 2nd, the Muharram month of mourning begins, which commemorates the death of Imam Hussein. It is a great ritual of repentance. Until recently you could see processions of flagellants. But the sense of guilt that might remind us of Christianity is inextricably linked here with the glorification of martyrdom suffered for a just cause. At this time, the masses are prepared to take death upon themselves in a spirit of sacrifice. The Shiite people give themselves over to extremes. Foucault, who refuses to qualify means, ends and content on the basis of external, i.e. Western ethical standards, is nevertheless aware of the justice of the Islamic cause, because it is formally due to it, in the willingness of its actors to die. Thus Pierre Monent reports in an article for Commentaire in the autumn of 1979 that Foucault prevents any discussion, even the possibility of a discussion, that refers to the moral legitimization of this or that revolt, by emphasizing the unassailable fact that someone is putting his life on the line. The irreducibility of this act is intended to prevent any inquiry into the reasons or justification. Foucault thus recognizes only two ways to shake off the burden of bourgeois subjectivity/identity, the fear of freedom. In both cases, it is the anti-emancipatory propagation of self-sacrifice, according to Skytte, the unconscious perfection of pure narcissism. In one case, the alternative is a pre-bourgeois state in which there is no longer an individual identity, but only a collective one that organizes social relations in an authoritarian way. Insofar as no individual emerges as a single entity from the web of personal dependency, identity coincidences, such as sexual orientation, no longer provide a field for incoherence. What Gerhard Skytte calls the lie in modern art is also Foucault's approach. Instead of depicting the fear of isolation, from which people flee into the community, and in the depiction still being with those who, because they remain isolated, are hit by all the violence of the community, Foucault's sympathy belongs to the collective. Where should they seek protection and rediscover who they are if not in Islam, which has regulated everyday life, family ties, and social relationships down to the last detail for centuries? Compared with Foucault's 1977 Guide to a Non-Fascist Everyday Life, a break or merely a shift in emphasis. Don't ask politics to restore the rights of the individual as defined by philosophy. The individual is the product of power. It is much more necessary to de-individualize, by means of multiplication and displacement, by means of various combinations. The group must not be an organic bond that unites hierarchized individuals, but should be a permanent generator of de-individualization. The other way is to distance oneself from the sometimes metaphorical, sometimes kitschy glorification of death, self-sacrifice in the flesh, mortal danger, suicide and martyrdom. While in May Foucault admired the Shiites as those ready to die, in April 1979 his eulogy to suicide appeared in a French gay magazine with the title A Pleasure So Simple, in which he wished the practice of suicide a place that made it possible to die free of any identity. Perhaps Foucault no longer believed in the possibility of a life free of any identity in that wonderland in which grins hung about without the cat that Herculean Barbans growing up gave him. One has the impression that everything took place in a world of excitement, pleasure, sorrow, mildness, tenderness and bitterness, in which the identity of the partners, and especially that of the enigmatic person around whom everything revolved, was without meaning. So, on the one hand, Foucault has no concept for judging social formations or universal emancipatory progress or regression, and is proud of it. To measure the extent of freedom between one system and another does not, I think, make much sense. In fact, Foucault says in a lecture on liberalism a week before Khomeini's return to Tehran, but on the other hand sees in the West, whose individualism he despises, the cruelest, wildest, most selfish, most dishonest ruling society imaginable. It is probably consistent that he meets an anti-Western revolt with a mixture of indifference and enthusiasm, especially as Foucault's work regularly and systematically ignores, fails to recognize or denounces with critical intent those aspects of bourgeois society that should appear as emancipatory achievements, at least in comparison with Islamist or conservative Islamic communitarization. Correspondingly, his phase of resistance rarely has anything to do with political or even human emancipation. In the summer of 2018, 3 seemingly very different rejections of asylum applications from young homosexual refugees in Austria attracted media attention beyond the country's borders. In the first case, the young man from Afghanistan wasn't sexy enough. Neither gait, demeanor nor clothing suggested homosexuality, according to the decision-maker. He continued, "Your alleged homosexual feelings at the age of 12 cannot be substantiated, as the authorities consider this to be quite early. In a less sexual society like Afghanistan, where there are no sexual stimuli in public through fashion and advertising, it is not very likely to be sexualized at such an early age." He had also had arguments with his roommates in his accommodation, so you have a potential for aggression that would not be expected from a homosexual. The decision-maker therefore concluded, "You are not homosexual and therefore have nothing to fear when you return to Afghanistan," quoted from Wiener Zeitung, September 15, 2018. In the second case, the decision-maker found that the 27-year-old Iraqi had behaved in an excessively girlish manner, quoted from Klein Zeitung, August 22, 2018. In the third case, the authority stated, "Since you have a smartphone, it is extremely unlikely that you will not be able to show any photos, resulting from chats, on your cell phone during actual intercourse with other men," quoted from Standard, July 9, 2018. The outrage that swept through the European media, from Liberation to Spiegel, naturally linked these cases to the new government in Austria. However, it is not that simple, because on the one hand, such decisions have been made time and again across Europe in recent years, but they did not trigger such outrage. Secondly, homosexuality has actually become a popular reason for fleeing, even for men who are not homosexual, as the example of a Ugandan man who was sentenced to 4 years in prison in May 2017 for the brutal rape of a woman in Freising shows. In 2015, he had given homosexuality as a reason for seeking asylum, but during the trial this was changed to bisexuality and a homosexual relationship that would have led to persecution. Desire is invisible, which is why asylum decision-makers have to rely on external characteristics, on a typical gay habitus, on the cliché. Although these decisions were always about homosexual men, the press releases of the relevant lobby organizations constantly spoke of a lack of sensitivity towards LGBTI refugees. The resulting conflation of gender identity and sexual orientation is apparently not seen as a problem, even though the criticized decisions show that the decision-makers did not want to and could not examine sexual orientation, but rather an identity. Even if the migration policy maxim that homosexuality, in order to be considered a reason for flight, must not only be claimed but must be recognizable, works towards this identity thinking, it does not necessarily follow that the decision-makers must use culturalist attributions of the kind that are learned in queer feminist workshops at the same time as the trivialization of Islam. In addition to a reactionary gender ideology, gays are less prone to aggression. What is striking about the quoted statements is the insinuation that Islamic societies, of all places, in which the sublimation and stylization of sexual desire through fashion and advertising is ostracized, are less sexualized, a belief that corresponds exactly to the queer feminist defamation of sexualizing advertising in the West. It is no coincidence that the amalgam of queer anti-universalism and reactionary gender ideology is directed against men who only have same-sex desire in common. Only those who can prove a gay identity should be protected. Homosexuality or same-sex object choice are not sufficient. The compatibility of queer cultural relativism with an Islamophile but xenophobic migration policy is demonstrated by the fact that the new Austrian government is also primarily fighting those persecuted by Islam, not the Islamic persecutors. To the same extent that the queer ideologues want to evade any conceptual definition of their activities, they are dependent on declaring identity to be the sole measure of social conversation. Conversation or discourse is the only level that can be perceived by them and that is recognized as something like reality. Therefore, for them, the individual only comes to speech through his identity, his place of speech, and not through his experience or desire. Where the material social preconditions of such identity are denied, the result is also wrong. The empty words trans or inter only make sense if there is a binarity that can be transgressed or bridged. While queer ideologues deny the existence not only of these poles, bisexuality, but the existence of such opposites in general, the end result is nevertheless a trans-inter-gender fluid or however queer practice that cannot help but insist on the recognition of now flexibilized and pluralized identities due to the false assumptions of its self-image. The fact that those who claim to want to dissolve dichotomies and binaries in thought and reality insist all the more adamantly on cultural identity is not a contradiction, even if some believe that it is possible to distinguish between good and bad post-structuralism. Rather, the prerequisite for transgressions in thought as in gender is the assumption that there is such a thing as an identity to be transgressed, which today is not determined by race but by culture. Moreover, identity has replaced race. Transgender and intersex are analogous in this understanding of transculturality and interculturality. What is meant is the respective community and its culture, not the transsexual individual who settles into their new gender after successful transformation and possibly conceals their past in the other gender, nor the child from a binational marriage who grows up bilingual and comes into contact with different traditions, just as the refugee can become a citizen in the long term, with the corresponding rights and obligations, while the refugee always remains a refugee, as the flight movement is attached to them as a permanent characteristic. The individual is kept in the limbo of minority groups treated as interchangeable, while society is declared not only unreachable, but also racist, transphobic, etc., making any reconciliation or assimilation impossible. In principle, it is possible to switch from one half identity to another, which may be compatible with the first at will, depending on what is expedient at the time, but this roulette is only one if, when the interests of one victim collective collide with those of another, one always decides in favor of the more aggressive one so as not to be attacked by the latter as a traitor. And the most aggressive and therefore most unrestrainedly courted victim collective is Islam. The fact that Austrian asylum decision-makers also look for signs of cultural identity and belonging to a community instead of asking about individual sexual orientation and its forms of expression shows how unassailable and total the queer cultural ideology has become, which only considers the individual in terms of their affiliation, i.e., their identity with a group. Here, the racial ideology of the 19th century lives on in a multiculturalistically renovated form and therefore with a decisive difference. It is no longer skin color, but the sense of belonging that provides the most reliable information about identity. Because the concept of race is frowned upon in the West due to the history of colonialism and National Socialism, it has been replaced by the concept of identity, which at least has the quality of not only focusing on biological characteristics such as skin color, but also taking cultural or other invisible characteristics into account. However, many of the characteristics that are subsumed under cultural identity today were understood as racial characteristics not so long ago. This problem is also conveyed in translation from American English, a language in which race has a firm place.
The Originaltitel of a book by Sander L. Gilman, a pioneer of gender theory, is Freud, Res and Gender. And was translated into German not is Freud, Rasse und Geschlecht, but is Freud, Identität und Geschlecht.
From the sound of the literal translation, you can tell that it would have been impossible to bring the book onto the market under the former title. The solution chosen by the publisher, author, and translator, on the other hand, sounds more familiar. At the same time, it expresses an implicit equation of race and identity that, although the book was published in German a quarter of a century ago, can only be grasped in its full scope today. In his book, Gilman traces how closely the emergence of psychoanalysis is linked to the human sciences at the end of the 19th century, both in the assumptions that the two share and in those from which Sigmund Freud emancipated himself with the invention of psychoanalysis. Gilman writes, the assumption of Jewish predisposition to specific diseases, and the associated role of male Jews as physicians, promised a scientific theoretical pitfall for a Jewish physician at the turn of the century. How could he both be exposed to the risk of certain diseases, especially certain forms of psychopathology, and at the same time treat these diseases? How could he, and here gender is significant, be the neutral scientist that the ideas of the positivist character of science demanded at the fin de siècle, even though he was still considered the endangered individual?
End quote.
Race was identity, and identity was race. Only gradually did differentiation begin. Crucially, however, racial biology was not understood as an ideology, but was an integral part of the science of man. It was common sense, and it was obsessed with the Jewish man. It was the outward resemblance and not the obvious difference that attracted scientists. The frightening aspects of masculinity were preserved in the Jew, which is why it is still the case today that anyone who speaks of anti-Semitism can only speak of the Jew. The increasing use of gendering denies the dimension of racial anti-Semitism, which was the basis of extermination, and contributes to trivializing anti-Semitism into prejudice. For unlike the woman, who was conceived here just as little as the Jew as an empirical individual but as a specimen, the Jew was not regarded as an addition, as an imposition, however necessary, but was the image of those projected aspects of a world that had gotten out of control and threatened the integrity of the Aryan into something intrinsically bad. The fact that Gilman emphasizes the role and function of projection distinguishes him from other authors who make construction or deconstruction absolute. Gilman also speaks of the Jew and the woman as scientific constructions, but he first makes a sharp distinction between stereotype and subject by trying to understand how subjects, for example Freud, have placed themselves in relation to these constructions. Even Gilman himself is not always precise in this distinction, however. For example, when he writes, the antithetical figures of the Jew and the woman came to the fore in the late 19th century, when both groups made weighty claims to the positions of power occupied by Aryan men in the political sphere. What is not obvious at first glance, however, is that each of these categories made a different claim with regard to their relationship to the primary group in power, the Aryan men.
End of quote.
What is striking about this formulation is that Gilman changes perspective without naming it. First, it is the groups striving for emancipation that make claims to positions of power, then it is categories that formulate different claims. This lack of differentiation already conceals the postmodern disaster that follows. What appears here in the figure of the Aryan men is what is denounced today as white, heterosexual male. The subtle distinction that Gilman himself repeatedly loses between subjectivity and attribution is at the same time due to the subject matter, which does not always make such a distinction easy. The power relations that seem so clear to retrospective historiography could not have been so clear in the reality of the time, otherwise women and Jews would not have been able to make a career in this science at that time. What united women and Jews at that time was their confidence in their own abilities, which outshone those of the established. In other words, the powerful could be beaten by their own means, imminently so to speak. Unlike today, these women or Jews would never have had the idea of complaining about the extra effort it took for them to succeed in a particular field as an additional burden. On the one hand, the incentive to not only want to be equal but better meant that the respective prerequisites of their own thinking and actions were not questioned, but rather radicalized on the other hand, and it is to Gilman's credit that he has demonstrated this. It was solely through the subjectivity of these women and Jews, through their uncompromising adaptation, that these prerequisites then took on a completely different form. In Gilman's account, this actual subversion of the existing, which does not need to be a motto, is the decisive factor in Freud's invention of psychoanalysis. However, this subversion is never complete. There is always a residue left over, in Freud's case the assumption that there is something that distinguishes the Jew from the Aryan. Freud's ideas of philo and ontogenesis, often criticized as Lamarckian, which he copied from the prevailing psychology of peoples at the time, were the result of a reorientation within science from racial biology to psychology. The idea that the development of the species or race takes place in every human being in nous was not at all an invention of Freud. His theory that this development takes place psychologically, however, was. The other in the Jew, even in the godless Jew Freud called himself, was not simply the adherence to tradition, but an inheritance that is not inherited through circumcision. Circumcision merely symbolizes that inheritance which presupposes a deeply unconscious knowledge of the fact of being Jewish. Freud's move in 1910 to bring the Aryan Swiss around Carl Gustav Jung into the International Psychoanalytical Association, which was to be founded, makes the ambiguous character of the subversion clear. Freud said to his Viennese colleagues, "You are for the most part Jews and therefore not suited to making friends for the new doctrine. Jews must be content to be cultural fertilizer." I must find a connection to science. The Swiss will save us.
End quote.
Gilman shows that this was not just a tactical consideration, but was in line with Freud's convictions at the time. At the same time, the attempt to get the Swiss on board also shows the limits of subversion. Freud had to learn that his attempt to universalize psychoanalysis, which was suspected of being a Jewish science, through Aryan additions was doomed to failure at the time. Jung turned against psychoanalysis on the basis of precisely those assumptions that Freud himself owed to the psychology of nations. It is therefore a completely unforgivable error, Jung wrote in 1924, if we consider the results of a Jewish psychology to be universally valid. It would not occur to anyone to accept Chinese or Indian psychology as binding for us. The cheap accusation of anti-Semitism that has been leveled at me because of this criticism is just as unintelligent as if I were accused of anti-Chinese prejudice.
End quote.
This verdict, which Jung, as Gilman writes, repeated word for word in 1934 when he served the National Socialists, basically already describes the current state of a culturalization of the concept of the psyche. General statements cannot be made about the life of the soul. Origin and culture also determine the way of knowledge that can be gained about the psyche. The biggest criticism of Freud has always been that he made his Jewish experience the basis of a general psychology. Today, this basic assumption is regarded as one of the cornerstones of knowledge in general. Only a Chinese person can say something about a Chinese person, only a woman about a woman, only a transsexual about a transsexual. But at the same time, everyone, really everyone, knows something about the Jew. Just as the concept of race was absolutized in Freud's time and elevated to the rank of a scientific way of thinking, today it is identity about which statements are made that are as absolute as they are unquestionable. The ambiguity of race in the USA makes this clear. There, the term is not only discriminatory, but at least according to the claim, descriptive in character. It is also intended to describe an affiliation. However, this affiliation is then also the cause of exclusion, discrimination, and disadvantage. In order to expand the concept of race to include belonging to a community, Black gradually became Afro, and then African American. The ideal of assimilation, as internalized by the emancipation movements of Jews and women, but also by the early abolitionist movement to abolish slavery in the USA, failed at this point in the USA. By turning race into identity, the space created by racist attribution was closed, as its cold categories left room for self-empowered subjects who could rise above the racial destiny assigned to them, just as Frankenstein created his monster, which ultimately possessed entirely human characteristics, out of his scientific interest in conquering death. Gilman believes that the way out of the ascription for Jews like Freud or women like Marie Curie was to become scientists. Science represented a space in which, at least in the minds of women and Jews, they could free themselves from the ascribed otherness and prove themselves in competition with their individual abilities. This space, which was primarily a subjective one because neither anti-Semitism nor misogyny had objectively ceased to exist, contained the idea that the ascribed identity represented a burden, even an imposition, from which one had to free oneself. Emancipation meant individual liberation from the constraints of identity. Today, on the other hand, identity is almost something like an inalienable human right. And identity can be anything: a religious affiliation, a sexual orientation, a political conviction, a national, regional, social, or familial bond. The queer enemy image of the old white heterosexual cis man denounces precisely that which is seemingly without identity. In order to be recognized, identity requires confession, but the fact that white heterosexual men do not confess or declare anything is perceived as outrageous. They accept what they are as a self-evident privilege, and they are hated for the idea of a real generality, which is not realized in that privilege, but is recorded. The desire to free oneself from imposed affiliations instead of professing them is accordingly considered scandalous. To seek and find one's own fulfillment where one is not bound by gender, origin, sexual orientation, or anything else is perceived as pure conformity or betrayal. It is striking that the most impertinent attribution, which was applied to the Jew back then, is now applied to the white heterosexual man: his lack of identity, his irreducibility to particular groups, which Woody Allen so aptly caricatured in his film Zelig. Since identity is ideology, it is not easy to say goodbye to it. What is conveyed in the identity roulette of queer theory as a borderline-like staging is objectively coercive. Even scientific racism or racist science at the end of the 19th century was a reaction to the forced comparison that capitalism had unleashed in a well-known way. While racist categorization primarily served to scientifically justify the exploitation of entire groups of people, it also created the opportunity for them to give up their imposed identity in order to prove themselves as individuals in competition. In this way, racism not only promoted but also slowed down the implementation of capital relations by excluding entire groups. and in turn gave individuals the opportunity to represent an exception to the rule through objective comparison with members of the other group. If this was not successful, the failure of the ideal of assimilation in the face of reality threw individuals back to their identity, which queer theory no longer understands as a dungeon, but as the royal road to liberation. Nevertheless, the myth still persists that queer theory was once associated with something progressive. After all, it was once about an alliance of minorities who fought back against discrimination and persecution. This is where they want to pick up again, as if the thread has not been cut since the objective prerequisites for such an alliance ceased to exist. Because belonging to the majority is increasingly seen as a shortcoming, new minority groups are constantly forming, which means that the categorical classification of minority no longer includes the prospect of assimilation. Yesterday's minorities have become communities that have become well established in their mostly not so marginalized existence. Not that there isn't an enemy that must at least be kept in check by mustering all forces, Islam and its queer, i.e. culturalized claim to power. But to do so, we would have to name it and not be afraid of possibly finding ourselves in the same boat as people we would fight, or actually do fight on other levels or at other times. However, it is precisely this naming and the resulting isolation within one's own community that all groups that have emancipation written on their banners are afraid of today. A few months ago, the political group Erlos Stat Wehrlos, Bündnis gegen Nukleare Unzumutbarkeiten was founded in Berlin, whose self-description is as succinct as it is dramatic. Attacks on gays, lesbians and transsexuals are increasing massively in Berlin-Neukölln. The same goes for violence against Sinti and Roma, Jews, outspoken women and the homeless. In a district that likes to present itself as open, colorful and tolerant, people have so far preferred to keep quiet about it.
Not us. End of quote.
What is linguistically reminiscent of a Deutsche Bahn advertising campaign from the 1960s, Alle reden vom Wetter were nicked, which was later copied by the SDS and the Greens, among others, initially seems sympathetic. One assumes that people want to start the fight against Islamization in Neukölln and not where the Islamic land grab is less successful. The fact that Islam is not mentioned at all only becomes apparent on second reading. People are already so used to not mentioning the I word that it is simply read along, even if it is not mentioned. The jargon of submission works perfectly. Not naming who is perpetrating the attacks, not mentioning the cultural and ideological context in which they are taking place, and when it comes to the aggressive spread of a barbaric master race ideology, speaking ant-like of unreasonableness, as is usually reserved for neighbors angry about children's noise, finally failing to recognize that the open, colorful, tolerant Neukölln remains silent about the attacks precisely because it is open, colorful and tolerant, in a word. Islamophile, that is already far less sympathetic and suggests that solidarity is being called for here that does not want to mess with queer identities and therefore refrains from naming the enemy. This year's CSD, to which the alliance accompanied a young atheist from Iraqi Kurdistan, showed how difficult the actually sympathetic balancing act of agitating against Islamically legitimized violence at a local level and at the same time not immediately spoiling things with all potential alliance partners is. In a Facebook note which is supposed to be an experience report, the alliance writes, "As long as ex-Muslim homosexuals and transsexuals are not supported and there is only the Muslim in the local perception, who adheres to traditional Islamic ideas or is just silent, individual freedom of movement remains a privilege that one can enjoy or not, depending on one's origin." As rigid as the initial situation in the Western world of the 1960s and 1970s was for LGBTI activists who were largely marginalized at the time, the circumstances in the Muslim world today are all the more repressive. Not to collectively protect and support courageous actors like Aim Sherwan, of whom there are still only a few, defames an essential part of our own history. It was and is characterized by the struggle for social recognition, and this has by no means been one for everyone.
End quote.
It seems as if the authors of this report cannot decide whether Islam is a sui generis threat or not. However, there is a method to the shifting. On the one hand, they recognize the danger to which homosexuals from Muslim families are exposed. On the other hand, using language that sounds like Axel Honneth and Sausan Chebli, the campaign against this danger to the life and limb of homosexuals is being turned into a discursive battle for recognition. By declaring the CSD organizers' alleged idea of the Muslim, who adheres to traditional Islamic ideas to be the cause of the lack of individual freedom of movement, not wanting to see any difference between the 60s and 70s in the West and the Islamic world today, as if homosexuals have been hung from building cranes or thrown off houses in the Federal Republic of Germany. And thus actually slanders the history of homosexuals in the West by equating it with the suffering of homosexuals in the Islamic world, as if Islamic murder gangs were a more radical version of the CSU under Franz Joseph Strauss. In addition, the difference between the decision to no longer belong to the religion of the 9/11 attackers and sexuality, which is not based on a decision, is deliberately blurred. Gayness, apostasy, Islam, you can belong or not, come out or not, everything is somehow an identity and therefore worth protecting. It sounds exactly the same when the group positions itself as part of Indivisible, an alliance that was as sure of the support of Germany's cultural elite from the outset as the punk concert against the right in Chemnitz. The Berlin emergency nail against the spread of the headscarf, the falsely general neutrality law, is defended just as falsely generally, and the superficiality of the call for demonstrations by Indivisible is criticized just as superficially. One does not want to make common cause with Islamists. At the same time, however, the alliance is already being denounced by interested queer and Islamic parties as being close to the AfD, which seems to hinder the realization that a left-wing critique of Islam is a contradiction in terms these days, because you can't have the community and the individual at the same time, and on the contrary leads to an even more dogged adherence to the jargon. Basically, it's just an insinuation that we are right-wing populists. If it is enough to be accused of right-wing populism to oppose people being threatened, beaten or killed in the name of Islamic ideas of honor, this term loses all meaning, the alliance commented on the denunciation in Jungle World, December 10, 2018. A criticism of those groups that are ultimately responsible for the silence about Islamic violence is not even conceivable. Apparently, Erlo Stat Wehrlos wants to have learned from the mistakes of another Berlin alliance, Berlin Against Islamism, which held a rally on the anniversary of the Breitscheidplatz attack, at which Justice Wertmüller and Samuel Schirmbeck, among others, spoke. This had previously and in the immediate aftermath been attacked as racist, close to the AfD, etc., which could perhaps not have been prevented by dutiful distancing, but certainly by using more colorful jargon. They want to practice left-wing criticism of Islam, presenting themselves as critical outsiders who denounce Islamic unreasonableness against the resistance of the political mainstream, but at the same time identify themselves as completely harmless through the basic Merkel German chord, open, colorful, and tolerant. The motto of this year's CSD fits this endeavor like no other: my body, my identity, my life, a single propaganda for total hopelessness. Meant as a stubborn demand for self-determination, which is probably the lowest common denominator of the community extended to the most diverse identities, what feminists once claimed as their goal, that a woman's body, her femininity, should belong to her as part of her individual life, is made arbitrary, capricious and, precisely because of this, an authoritarian dictate. Homosexuals, both men and women, are completely excluded from this motto, because they have neither a homosexual body nor such an identity nor such a life. They have no refugee face like Aim Sherwan, which spares them the explanation of how they are nonconformist, marginalized and therefore queer. They define themselves solely through their same-sex desire. No matter how hard they try, there is no such thing as a homosexual identity. In addition to their own exculpation, the exponents of left-wing criticism of Islam are concerned with the exculpation of Islam. They desperately cling to the idea that Islam must somehow be reformable, that Allah can somehow also be gay, as Sherwan repeatedly emphasizes. If the West has made it out of the bad 60s and 70s, or as less imaginative Islam harmonizers say, if Christianity was able to leave the Crusades behind, then it must be possible for Islam to do the same. Although some of those who talk like this may well have recognized for themselves that Islam cannot be reformed without a military political defeat, their invention of a left-wing critique of Islam does a disservice to the actual critique of Islam, by constantly equating Islam with Christianity and Judaism, which is supposed to prove in a circular fashion that Islam can be reformed. The left-wing critique of Islam turns Muslims into maltreated creatures who need to be saved and whose natural, actual resistance to the unreasonableness of Islam merely needs to be coaxed out of the poor, frightened sausages that Muslims are perceived to be through all kinds of support. There is a constant pretense that a revolution within the Islamic world is imminent. If this great revolution fails to materialize, it is due to the West's lack of understanding, tolerance and empathy towards its Islamic protégés. Ultimately, therefore, society must be to blame for the threat situation because it does not see Muslims as the masses of future liberal democratic citizens, and the danger that exists at CSD not only for atheist Muslims, but also for all other participants, is not the fault of Muhammad's willing enforcers, but of the organizers of CSD, who have not provided sufficient recognition and visibility. This perverse inversion of reality serves the sole purpose of subjugation in the colors of the rainbow. Those who cannot and do not want to show an identity, such as those homosexual refugees who are either not gay enough or too gay, are left out in the cold. Ayatollah Khomeini showed the way out of this identity-less state of homosexuality. In 1987, he issued a fatwa stating that transsexuals were allowed to undergo sex reassignment surgery. The reason given was that, unlike homosexuality, transsexuality does not appear in the Quran. Homosexuals, according to Islamic understanding, those who enjoy anal intercourse, not those who actively enjoy it, can therefore free themselves from their heresy against Allah, which portrays homosexuality as same-sex desire, by undergoing a sex change. Over the past 2 decades, Iran has become a leading country in this medical discipline, with the state health insurance fund covering half of the costs. Transsexuality is tolerated, especially if it serves to negate and cover up male homosexuality. It is estimated that 40 to 50% of the officially around 20,000 Iranian transsexuals, unofficially estimated to be closer to 150,000, are in fact homosexual. The misfortune of those who take this step can hardly be put into words. Their lovers separate from them because they are no longer men, their families disown them, they are forced to prostitute themselves in order to pay for expensive treatment. Nevertheless, queer ideologues celebrate this possibility and confess that they are concerned with maintaining the bias of desire, not liberating it. If Islam's total claim to power is equated with oppression in the name of Islam, or as the alliance euphemistically puts it, Islamically legitimized violence, a bit of humor here and there helps, and the fact that today's Iraq is not comparable to the West, even 50 years ago, can be made to disappear with a new German song of the open. Colorful and tolerant society on the lips, on a scale of intolerance from Islam to AFD. Those who are indiscriminately tolerant do not need any concepts, they are identical with themselves and at peace with themselves, therefore dead nature. The fact that identity is hardly ever mentioned in psychoanalysis has precisely this to do with it. Identity is never complete, can never be complete, but is subject to ruptures and discontinuities that are rooted in the subject itself, in its instinctual destiny and the inner and outer conflicts that arise from it. The subject's search for identity with itself, for a far-reaching integration of projected and split-off parts, is therefore a life task that can never be completed. As Gilman describes, Freud tried until the end of his life to find out how the otherness of Jews and women is constituted, without coming to a conclusion. The concept of identity plays no role in his work, certainly not in the sense that there is a female or Jewish identity that is more than an attribution, regardless of whether it is made by others or by the subject herself. In this respect, Gilman's reading of the emergence of psychoanalysis is in the best sense a contemporary one, because it shows the pitfalls of the concept of identity. His thesis that Freud projected racial identity into sexual identity and thus from the Jew, which he himself was, into the woman, whose essence he did not understand, i.e. that he shifted the riddle of identity, which cannot be grasped subjectively, into the other object, the woman, does not answer the question however, but raises it in the first place. What is it actually supposed to be, identity? Today, identity is a fighting concept, a weapon in the battle for social and economic participation, and has thus positively replaced the negative concept of race. Where once a scientific apparatus was necessary to categorize groups of people, today they enthusiastically do it themselves. The Islamic violence with which identitarian claims to this or that status are asserted conveys the merciless slashing and stabbing of competition, which apparently only offers a chance of survival in the identical gang. In the absence of an external enemy, however, the gang itself becomes a survival risk. Identity may not offer a livelihood, but it does offer a sense of belonging and a constant preoccupation with oneself. It is by no means only the weapon of the losers. Rather, it is a social reaction to the omnipresent fear of losing a status that was thought to be secure. In this form, identity is the symptom of a destructive narcissism that relates both to one's own group and to oneself, also in the sense that no distinction is made between the self and the group. It is no coincidence that the concerns of the new German refugee friends are similar to those of UNRWA, the UN's Palestinian aid organization, which Donald Trump recently cut off. Refugee status there is inherited, and assimilation is not desired from the outset. The ideology of fluid identity, be it transcultural or transsexual, aims to Palestinianize individuals in the West too. Sherwan calls this Oriental diversity. Instead of individuals striving to escape their fate through social mediation, i.e. through adaptation, society should be forced to adapt. This infantile notion of omnipotence and a considerable aggressiveness towards a society declared to be hostile form the bridge between queer theory and Islam, which is no longer just an unfulfilled love on the part of queer Orientalists, but is now violently reciprocated by Islamic functionaries. The Young Islam Conference held an event last year at which the speakers from the friendly camps were introduced by a beheaded female student in a shirt with the Black Panther Party logo printed on it.
The title, Feminislam.
The mass of queer Islam apologists and private atheist identity politicos attempt to evade the totalitarian logic of subjugation with self-irony and a kind of naive peacefulness, only to affirm it all the more completely. Her message is, I accept dhimmi status if you let me be open, colorful and tolerant in peace. In times when shopping in Stockholm, going to a gay disco in Orlando, a cafe on the sidewalk in Paris, going for a walk in Barcelona and attending a fireworks display in Nice can be the sole reason for a death sentence by Islamic executioners, because every movement in society is declared to be an act of disobedience against Islam. The attempt by Erlos Stat Wehrlos to criticize Islam on the left runs the risk of merely adding another facet to the subjugation, because one is not prepared to step out of the left's logic of identity. Just a few hours after Omar Mateen shot 49 people in the Pulse nightclub in Orlando, injured a further 50 and was finally killed by a special police unit, what preoccupied him during his lifetime became public knowledge. And that was obviously Islam. The son of Afghan immigrants was a regular at the local Islamic center of Fort Pierce, had made 2 pilgrimages to Mecca, associated with militant Islamists, which is why he was already the focus of the federal police, and pledged allegiance to IS by telephone during the massacre. None of this played a major role in the public puzzlement about the motives for the crime, which also began shortly after the attack. Instead, people indignantly brooded over the topic. On Zeit Online, a disgruntled Rika Havertz ran the headline, and once again, nothing will change, by which she did not mean that another Islamist attack would not change the ubiquitous appeasement. What makes her despair is not the murderers, but the US gun laws. Despite more and more horror reports about gun victims, nothing is changing in terms of the lax gun laws in large parts of the country.
End quote.
And those who are as knowledgeable as the author are also not confused by the fact that Mateen, who works in the security industry and has a gun license, would not have failed to gain access to the murder weapon even if Havertz had been listened to in the USA in time. The need to rationalize a politically motivated mass murder as a direct consequence of insufficient German gun legislation means mocking the victims by calling them victims of firearms. To deny that they were murdered in cold blood by the person who operated them is by no means the isolated lapse of a journalist disturbed by ever-new horror stories, but just one of many indications of the progressive deterioration of the prevailing judgment. Regardless of the motive behind the crime, the conjecture is considered an enriching contribution to the investigation of the crime if Islam gets off lightly. People want to carry on as before at all costs, and this requires suppressing the realization that the West is in a war that it did not start. While every school-socialized German now knows that right-wing violence always comes from the middle of society, the same is considered an outrageous presumption by racists hostile to dialogue in the case of Islam, although the direct connection between everyday Islam and Islamism is far clearer than that between a middle whatever that is supposed to be and militant Nazis. If, after Orlando, the focus was not on the general shooting mania of Americans, Mateen was made out to be an individual perpetrator, who killed not because of his ideological intentions but because of mental confusion. With diagnoses of illness of this kind, it is persistently assumed that it could not be the act of an organized Islamist. It is as if the mental bankruptcy of an individual is not a prerequisite for shooting in the name of Allah. Organized Islamism is apparently imagined to be like a sports club, in which only the regularly paid monthly fee and the willingness to show up every now and then entitle one to membership. However, one of the organizational strengths of IS is that a commitment against the West and the willingness to sacrifice oneself are enough to be accepted into the fighting community, even as a completely withdrawn loner. And precisely because this is so obvious, the focus is on the gun nut or the mentally disturbed loner that Mateen is portrayed as. This has the advantage that you can name gun nuts or psychopaths as such without bothering anyone in this country, whereas naming the real problem, which is Islam, can sometimes lead to you being targeted by Muslims and their notorious defenders who are prone to insults. Where society can only be thought of as a peacefully communicating collection of cultural and identity collectives worthy of protection, it is not acceptable that the minority of LGBT people should be targeted by another victim group, namely the Muslims. Above all, it must not be the case where the chatter about Islam includes not wanting to know anything about its ideological foundations, which undoubtedly include widespread homophobia. However, far from any quibbles, the Orlando crime scene quiz quickly led to the conclusion that deaths and over 50 injuries are an unpleasant election campaign signal. The Orlando attack is a tragedy because 49 innocent people lost their lives, and because it could help Donald Trump capture the White House.
End quote.
Because while the unleashed Islamic violence elicits a cold shrug of the shoulders, right-wing populism is seen as the real tragedy of a West of which not much more remains than sheer self-hatred, which is why an Islamist massacre like the one in Orlando is not able to be criticized as an attack on the Western lifestyle and the freedom of the individual, but instead puts the extermination mania on a par with legal harassment against gay couples willing to adopt, the fact that in some neighborhoods LGBT people can only feel safe in establishments that have the rainbow sticker pinned to the door is homophobia experienced every day. The fact that LGBT people in some neighborhoods don't dare to kiss in public is everyday homophobia. The fact that homosexual couples are not allowed to adopt children in Germany is everyday homophobia. Süddeutsche Zeitung, June 13, 2016. With the same determination with which it is claimed that life for gays in the West is still a permanent gauntlet, the incomparably more virulent and brutal hatred of gays in Islamic countries and regions is presented as a culturally enshrined special right that must be taken into account in every case. How the rules of the game of cultural relativism work has long been understood in the queer community, which after the night of the Orlando murders displayed a submissive fraternization kitsch that suggests that nothing more can be expected from the queer politically active part of the gay scene than a popular identity circus. Thus, after Orlando, the fight against Islamophobia and homophobia was written on the rainbow flags and protests against the stigmatization of Muslims in a mixture of anticipatory obedience to the anti-racist discourse sovereignty and complete identification with the attackers. The organizing team of the Frankfurt CSD placed their parade, which took place shortly after Orlando, under the appealing motto "Love Against the Right." Apart from the fact that this peace and joy egg cake talk gives rise to the suspicion that the demonstratively feared right-wing enemy of the people is a cardboard cutout, because in the event of serious concern one would probably have to do something other than profess heartfelt warmth, it takes a good dose of cowardice and ignorance, immediately after a massacre in a club that you consider to belong to your own scene, to rehearse the trendy uprising against the right, without at least addressing the murderer and his Islamist views out of solidarity with the victims, which in many parts of the world is the reason why more and more gays have to fear for their lives. The situation is not much better in the American scene. In the Gay Star News, a Sister Anna veiled in a rainbow-colored headscarf, who presents herself as a bisexual Muslim, demanded that the two marginalized communities, the queers and the Muslims, should use the mass murder as an opportunity to promote the establishment of a solid connection. It is entirely conceivable that Sister Anna will become the new style icon of the global left. As a head-turning intersection of supposedly marginalized communities, she certainly has what it takes. Shortly after Orlando, a number of journalists also got into the mood for love when they rummaged through a few hundred years of Islamic literary history and discovered nothing but sensual pleasure. If you browse through Islamic literature from 850 to 1850, what we call classical literature, you will find a lively series of texts that deal with eroticism and sex.
End quote.
What the author discovered while rummaging around is supposed to prove that today's Islamic homophobia has basically nothing to do with the true Islam. In Der Spiegel, too, the history of the Orient was summarily declared a permanent homophile state and the Orient a pre-modern paradise of pleasure. For centuries, Islamic societies from Andalusia to India were tolerant of homosexual people. The homophobia that is now commonplace in the Islamic world is a modern phenomenon and only emerged under the influence of the European colonial rulers.
End quote.
Meanwhile, the revitalized enthusiasm for the Orient after Orlando is not new. Most Muslim cultures have an indifferent, if not admiring, attitude towards homosexuality. Islam generally has a positive attitude towards gay sexuality, wrote gay historian and Yale professor John Boswell in 1980. Evidence of this can be found in classical Arabic poetry, which is characterized by illustrating gays and their sexuality with respect or casual acceptance. The permissiveness in poetry corresponds with the practice of traditional Muslim societies, where male prostitution was just as widespread as the love affairs of numerous Islamic rulers, scholars, or other dignitaries with young men or boys. Anne-Marie Schimmel makes a similar claim, which becomes all the more pompous the further it departs from reality. The object of love may be a veiled lady, a coquettish courtesan, a handsome youth, a prince unattainable to the poet who feels himself a beggar. To approach him or her is impossible, and so one falls into poetic dialogues with the beloved being, ponders the long dark curls in the long dark night. One dreams of a kiss and is, perhaps, carried away beyond space and time by the
Miracle of unexpected union. End quote.
Instead of asking herself why love poetry is dedicated to unfulfilled longing, i.e., what is the reason why the longed for must remain unfulfilled, Schimmel gets into an almost oceanic mood of flight from the world, which does not make it any easier for her to reach a realistic judgment on Islamic sexual and love history. The differences between the lover and the beloved are dissolved in the higher, all-encompassing unity of love.
End quote.
The many gays persecuted and executed in Islamic ganglands and states, all those who have escaped with their lives for the time being, but who have to be very careful under threat of death that they do not come into the sights of murderous moral guardians, are to be deliberately neglected with so many dark curls and unexpected unions, in which those tired of civilization with an Islamic obsession are always intoxicated. What's more, gays who are well acquainted with the union in the long dark night in Islamic rule and therefore prefer Western freedom in matters of partner choice for good reason, i.e., love and sex with less kitsch but without the risk of death, are themselves to blame for the repression, as they break the rules under which they could usually only have imaginary sex by trying to copy Western gays. The reason why sexual adventures between men are cultivated, especially at a young age, is not because Islam promotes a liberal attitude towards gay love, but because of the Islamic organization of social rule, which is based on rigid gender segregation. where heterosexual sexuality before and beyond marriage is strictly forbidden and any contact, however restrained, is sanctioned, and where women who are regarded as impure are feared as a potential threat to the prevailing patriarchal order. The fueled man-man adventures are to be understood as a direct effect of a misogynistic practice of domination. In Islamic societies, it is not only gender that is a decisive feature of sexual division. The role played in the act is also important, depending on whether one is the penetrator or the penetrated. The former are men, the latter are non-men. In addition to women and girls, they also include boys, transvestites, effeminate men, and conditionally non-believers, for example tourists. For the urban middle class that characterize the Islamic Middle Ages, the zenith of Islamic claims to world domination, slaves, dependents, nomads, eunuchs, or subjugated enemies also belong to the group of non-men. Most of the words that describe the distribution of sexual roles between men in High Arabic refer to so-called boy love, i.e. pederasty. This is mentioned and often praised in a number of poems, fairy tales, and songs from the Arabic Middle Ages. It is also a commonplace for ethnologists, sociologists, or Orientalists to speak of the general spread of love for boys in the Arab world, but usually without defining it in more detail. However, the preference for boys is difficult to describe as homosexuality in the Western sense, because the sexual object in this case is not the same sex, but the union of both sex characters, Freud, or the absence of characteristics of both sexes. The boy also appears less alien and soiled than the menstruating woman and is easier to have, not least as a result of the separation of the sexes. In the capitals of the Islamic empires of the Middle Ages, the beauty of boys was indeed praised by a number of poets, including popular figures such as the court poet of the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, Abu Nuwas. Exposed gay historians such as John Boswell try to use this fact to support their theory of an alleged gay Arab Middle Ages. The poems from which they think they can conclude this, however, rather confirm that the boys were in a position of non-manhood, of powerlessness, and were either paid for their love or often had to be either overpowered or tricked into performing the sexual act. The poetic expressions of sympathy only reflect the view of one group, namely the dominant adult men. The Islamic scholar Arno Schmidt aptly remarks, "And I for one do not consider a relationship in which one speaks and one remains silent, in which one speaks and the other is discussed, in which one wants sex and the other gifts, to be gay." Contrary to what is often assumed, sexuality is not taboo in Islam, but rather the drive is idealized. Islam does not demonize sexuality in principle, it strives to place sexual desire in the service of religious duty.
Everything revolves around the God-pleasing organization of instincts.
The believer cannot imagine the afterlife as anything other than infantile narcissistic drive discharge in the never-ending conquest of virgins. Sexuality, and this is the decisive factor, is understood as a divine loan, the rightful use of which is the decisive criterion for a life pleasing to God. Just how regressive and unsublimated this religion is demonstrated by the genital posing of young men or the manic urge to cover up women, because otherwise the chaos of fornication could break out among the constantly horny men. The detailed sexual prescriptions of a leading figure like Khomeini, for example, are the protocols of an uninhibited sexual projectionist whose meticulous knowledge of anal intercourse can only make one wonder why no one among his followers seems to ask why the zealous guardian of morals knows his way around so well. Sexuality between men takes place within the framework of a sexual pecking order. If a boy, a non-man, is penetrated, this is not necessarily an unforgivable offense in the eyes of the social environment. It just makes it more difficult for the boy to become a man, from a penetrator to a penetrated man. The disgrace also varies depending on the social class of the boy and the penetrator, and from region to region. If the boy's family is poor, prostitution is often tolerated. If the penetrator is a high-ranking person, such as a descendant of the Prophet or a mullah, it would also be highly improper to resist his advances. Since the sexual offense of the boy does not necessarily consist of having been penetrated, but rather the fact that the matter has become known, the person concerned usually conceals the matter. In Islamic shame societies, deviant behavior is not primarily rejected. Drastic sanctions are threatened when transgressions that violate the community and the honor system become public. As long as one does not question the validity of the rules and skillfully conceals one's irregular behavior, the environment usually plays along. However, the matter becomes problematic for the parents, and therefore also for the boy, not only when the facts of the case become known, but even worse, when the boy not only allows the act to pass him by, but also feels pleasure or is accused of feeling pleasure. Among other things, this can lead to him being passed around as a sexual object in his social group, i.e. male adolescents. As penetration is perceived as a particularly masculine and aggressive act, it is an expression of the superior status of the penetrator, whether this is already established or only established through the act itself. But this also gives rise to the following problem. On the one hand, one can boast of penetrating a man, but the penetration of a Muslim man is socially and politically forbidden, as it harms a member of the collective by making him a non-man. The full blame of society therefore does not fall on those who penetrate men/boys, but on those who avoid procreation. Those who have sex not only with young men, but also or above all with women, are therefore beyond most doubt, whereby it is safest if he becomes a father. His masculinity could then never be completely taken away from him. There is therefore just as little social freedom for a sexual or love relationship between men of equal status as there is for heterosexual relationships with equal rights. The only socially recognized form of sexuality is dominant sexuality, which can certainly include affection or infatuation, but must channel such feelings through specific role behavior and thus ultimately conceal and overcompensate. The Islamic man resembles an eternally pubescent adolescent who is ashamed that a stupid girl is upsetting his emotional balance and must devalue girls for this very reason, at least in public speech. The passive, weak, sickly man, who had already enjoyed his passive role as a boy, fits into the prey scheme of the active aggressive penetrator just as well as, for example, a non-Muslim, often European sex tourist. Many of those sex tourists who are drawn to Arab countries in search of gay adventures allow themselves to be penetrated, which makes them particularly attractive psychologically, because on the one hand they symbolize the West, which is perceived as strong, rich and progressive and which exploits the Arab world, but on the other hand they appear to be conquerable through the act of penetration. It is no coincidence that the usually not very friendly message "I fuck this" or that is part of the standard jargon of sexually insecure Muslims who want to demonstrate a little power. However, Western sex tourists also offer Arab men the opportunity to be penetrated relatively safely. Firstly, because no right to be penetrated all the time can be derived from a one-off or very limited sexual contact. Secondly, because the tourist could hardly rob the Arab man of his honor through socially discrediting talk. And thirdly, because the Arab man can pass off the passive role, as well as the active one, as a service for which he must be paid. The European sex tourist, on the other hand, is naive at best if he, inspired by Gide or Jennett, wants to find his great love in the Middle East. Homosexual sex tourists go in search of adventure in the Orient, which is as popular as it is glorified. They long for something different, something more authentic than flap sex and gay subculture. The hope is that they will find what they are looking for in the big Arab cities, where male sex doesn't need to be labeled or pigeonholed, but just happens. The original sons of the desert, who promise the fulfillment that cannot be found in Cologne or Berlin, thus function as a projection screen for gays who, at least on vacation, want to get out of the exotic special role that they sometimes still occupy despite the significant social improvements over the last few decades, despite anti-discrimination laws, despite gay marriage and a broad gay infrastructure. There is no question of resentment against homosexuals disappearing, even in Western countries. After Orlando, a number of commentators took the justified discomfort of gay people about this situation as an opportunity to turn Omar Mateen into a prototype of the gay self-hater. In an article for the Taz, Jan Feddersen also came to the conclusion that Omar Mateen became a murderer because he had failed to come out in a repressive environment. In fact, Mateen was a regular guest at the gay-frequented Pulse, sought closer contact with men and clicked his way through nude pictures. Whether his excursions into the gay scene were motivated by hidden desires or the intention to scout out his future victims cannot be said with certainty. What is certain is that the subject preoccupied him in a special way. Unlike many turbo-professionalized gay psychologists, Feddersen does say that the commandment not to do it with other men, i.e. the pressure to conform socially, is particularly high in Islamic milieus. However, just a few lines later, he gives the all-clear for readers who are highly sensitive to criticism of Islam. The case of Omar Mateen is not an example of Muslimness per se. That would be a view interested in Islamophobia.
Wortles, unrealistic.
It is more worthwhile to think about the breeding grounds of hatred, the supposedly holy family.
End of quote.
Feddersen thus avoids the crucial question, namely why not only the general willingness to commit violence and manslaughter, but also hatred of gays is more virulent in Islam than anywhere else. Wherever Islam spreads, gays are always affected. It is Islamists who have come to power who hang gays, it is young Islamic men who persecute and beat up gays, and most recently, it is hordes of Islamic men who are preparing to make life hell for individual gays in refugee homes. In the inflationary and conceptless talk about gay self-hatred, not only does the difference between sadistic lust for murder and emotional ambivalence disappear, but above all the specifically Islamic hatred that rages not only against gays, but against everything that is understood as pleasurable and Western disappears. The hatred of gays is based on a specifically anti-Western ideology, a connection that must remain unrecognized as long as one restricts oneself to invoking a general gay self-hatred and furthermore to minimizing the infantile pathological relationship of Islam to sexuality with the usual dose of equidistance compatible with mass opinion. The supposedly holy family that Feddersen speaks of is incomparably more powerful in Islam than it is in Western societies. Where Islamic rackets have set out to regulate everyday life and offer the marginalized sections of the population a way out of their misery, the Islamic family has a decisive role to play. While the traditional family in the West has largely lost its authority and thus also its horror for adolescence, which is reflected not least in the desperate attempts of home fans to revitalize the idea of the home sweet home, and the respective guardians function as permanently worried servants of their children, the patriarchally structured Islamic family, which works for the Islamic rackets, is more effective than ever as a training institution. The basis of the pre-Oedipal dynamic that is realized in Islamic families is the devaluation of the woman, whose role is limited to being available to the man for the purpose of draining his drives, organizing the household and taking care of the children. As compensation for her ruined life, she is granted authority over the offspring. Accordingly, the Islamic boy's primary caregivers are almost exclusively female. The prince, pampered by his mother, is the pride and joy of the phallocentric family. What may appear to be a loving affection oriented towards the boy's well-being is in reality merely the religiously preformed practice of a ridiculous and religiously charged maternal kitsch, which at the same time offers the mother the opportunity to compensate for her humiliation as a subjugated person by narcissistically instrumentalizing the boy. The narcissistic enthronement of the male child, who is thus groomed to develop and, above all, maintain fantasies of grandeur, makes it difficult to develop the skills required for realistic self-assessment and reality testing. The fact that the boy is idolized for no reason, i.e. not because of his developmental abilities but because of his gender, becomes a deep affront to his chronified fantasies of omnipotence at the latest when he encounters rules and requirements that do not regard him as my wonder of the world on two legs. From then on, he is unable to make peace with a society that demands the civilization of instincts and the renunciation of infantile interpretations of the world, and suffers from the disparity between his self-image and the role he is assigned outside his mother's protective space. Omar Mateen obviously also found it difficult to reconcile his self-image with reality. Photos show Mateen as an infantile, regressed poser. He had a preference for family and respect, but regularly beat his wife. He wore police shirts, but his job was only enough for the security service. He was drawn to the gay nightlife, but at work and at home he made derogatory remarks about gays. Photos also show how he lived as a grown man, in an apartment full of Mickey Mouse figures and Batman posters, a completely desolate figure who chose the most destructive way out of misery imaginable with the help of Islamic ideology.
The Vaters promise AW out of the disturbing motor-dominated confinement.
The head of the family, the father, who is perceived as being outside and above everything, is feared as a powerful authority, but also desired as an idealized object. Adolescents tend to only succeed in escaping the confines of the mother-child dyad by sacrificing themselves in submission to the religiously legitimized authority of the godlike father, supported by the cultural cult of men and phalluses. The flight to the father bypasses the internalization of paternal commands and prohibitions, resulting in a submission and same-sex, homosexual bond to the father, which promises participation in the dominance and power of the male world without questioning paternal power. This religiously preformed image of men, which is as self-absorbed as it is brutally inculcated by means of patriarchal family dynamics, is reproduced in the gatherings of men typical of Islam. A social dynamic that not only fuels the authority-bound, male-bonding narcissism of those subjected to it, but is also the reason why same-sex relationships are becoming more common, but cause additional confusion because any desire is in open conflict with the masculinity status of the individual. The fact that the childishly idolized fathers are in reality subject to the economic laws of the world market and merely figure as second-hand machos, Natasha Wilting, is a constant affront to the brother hordes attached to the cult of men and fathers. The economic and aesthetic backwardness of the fathers, which is expressed, for example, in the desert and mosque look that can be seen more and more often in European cities, does not go unnoticed by the younger generation. The weaker and more embarrassing the fathers are perceived to be in comparison with the beautiful appearance of the Western model of civilization, the more hate-filled the hordes of brothers tend to want to avenge their hopelessly overrated fathers. He had always respected his parents, Omar Mateen's father said after the night of the murder. Sadiq Mateen, who sometimes appears as a YouTube preacher in military combat gear and describes himself as a politician of a provisional government of Afghanistan, which has earned him the reputation in U.S. security circles of being not quite right, is a perfect example of the generation of fathers of today's warring Islamists. He shares his son's worldview, but not his willingness to enforce it by any means necessary. God is responsible for the punishment of homosexuality and he will decide on it, not man, announced the murderer's father shortly after the crime. The young radicals want to prove with their apocalyptic campaign that there is another and more radical way, that any restraint is a sign of weakness and conformity. The more rigorous their own renunciation, the more intensely they identify with Islam, the more attentively and enviously they register the desire of others. The frustrating comparison with people who give the impression that they hate their lives and themselves less, who sometimes even appear to be quite happy, leads to the development of unrestrained destructive impulses against all freedom and those who stand for it. The fact that these days cafes, clubs and street promenades are being targeted by people whose witchcraft of sexual hatred and blackmail, Karl Kraus, is becoming ever more militant is no coincidence, but the practical consequence of a religion whose followers are kept away from any real pleasure. While hedonism in the West is fully integrated into the process of exploitation and helps to lift the spirits of individuals as they continue to function, the incomparably more primitive Islamic model of society can recognize nothing in any orientation towards fun and pleasure other than a direct insult to its authorities. However, the permanent self-discipline and God-ordained channeling of drives that prevail in everyday Islam does not lead to the religiously constrained achieving eternal inner peace and turning their backs on the world. Instead, the repressed lust lives on in the hate-filled complaint against debauchery. Sexual envy and blackmailing sexual rage have always been a main motive in the mental life of those willing to destroy, who are compelled to obsessively preoccupy themselves with the pleasure and sex lives of others. The sexualized cries of envy Henschel of political Muslims are the flip side of their inability to enjoy themselves. Those who, in permanent self-abasement, minimize or kill off their own pleasure, which goes beyond the inner marital urges in the name of Allah, also want everyone else to stop having fun or enjoying themselves. It would be unbearable if this life still had something beautiful to offer and the whole mystified cult of renunciation turned out to be a pathetic fad. Driven by secret curiosity and inextinguishable hatred, people seek the forbidden behind what is alien to them, in harmless clubs and sects, monastery walls and palaces. The concept of the foreign becomes synonymous with the forbidden, the dangerous, the rejected, and the enmity is all the more deadly because its bearers feel that this forbidden is irretrievably lost to them by virtue of their own frozen character. Omar Mateen did not kill himself, as the talk of gay self-hatred suggests, but had to be killed by the police. He murdered partying people in a club which, as a place of gay and non-gay revelry, stands for a Western way of life that seemed unattainable to him and for which he ultimately had only deadly enmity left. The idea of punishing the infidels on behalf of his avenging God and, on top of that, living on as a martyr in the collective memory of his horde of brothers seemed more seductive to him than what was irretrievably lost. Or to put it in the words of IS, to which he pledged allegiance on the night of the attack, God helped Omar Mateen. With every such victory that Islam can claim, the determination of its militant followers grows. The last 20 years of world history prove this. The only thing a seemingly hopelessly maladjusted West can think of to say about the deaths from its own ranks is, love against the right. There are exceptions, such as those on some beaches on the Côte d'Azur. After the Islamist attack in Nice on July 14, which left 84 dead, some southern French municipalities banned people from going to the beach in Muslim full-body swimsuits under penalty of a fine of €38 in order to prevent open advertising for Islamism. It's not about banning the wearing of religious symbols on the beach, but ostentatious clothing that indicates an affiliation with terrorist movements that are waging war against us, said Thierry Migul, Director General of Cannes Municipal Services. The ban has since been overturned by the country's highest administrative court. What remains in the memory is a picture of 4 French police officers on the beach in Nice who, according to the world press, allegedly forced a woman to take off her Islamic bathing uniform called a burkini. Although the photo quickly turned out to be a propaganda coup, the 4 policemen provoked a worldwide anti-authoritarian outcry that says little about their actions, but about the ailing state of world public opinion. Against this global public opinion, the 4 law enforcement officers on the beach in Nice, who are not at all culturally relativistic, stand for a small remnant of reason in the midst of a worryingly fearful and submissive West. Not because the little bit of authority in uniform comes into question as a small revenge of ideological criticism, but because the 4 police officers, in carrying out the practical criticism of clothing that indicates an affiliation with terrorist movements that are waging war against us, embody nothing other than the negation of the prevailing dialogue mania in dealing with the attackers. In 2017, Paul Fowler enthusiastically answered the question, "Why do you love Berlin?" as follows: "The culture of openness in the city encourages many people to actively express themselves in the areas where they consider themselves talented. The feeling of freedom you get here shocks many people when they visit for the first time. There is a consensus that everything you do is accepted as long as you respect others. This attitude is reflected in the cafes and restaurants that dot the graffiti-covered streets, where artists and musicians meet at all hours of the day and night."
End of Quote.
6 years later, 25-year-old Lorenzo C. wholeheartedly agrees with this assessment. The Italian with a Rasta ponytail has been living in Berlin for several months. He moved to the capital from Turin with his partner. He is a tattoo artist and wants to start his own business. Until I've established myself on the market, I'll work in the restaurant industry. End of quote. It should be added that his father is supporting him for the time being. After all, Turin is not in the Mezzogiorno, and later on, the precarious mixture of mini-jobs and state benefits will secure Lorenzo C's minimum subsistence level, because the tattoo studio will certainly not work out due to the oversupply in this sector. Such unpleasant prospects have prompted Paul Fowler not to seek a living as an artist, musician or waiter, but rather to work with them. He earns his living as marketing manager at a company called Spiced Academy in Berlin-Kreuzberg, which offers courses in web development, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React, Angular, programming, data science, etc. In other words, IT training programs financed by the Job Center. Fowler knows that the culture of openness and social welfare are as closely linked as freedom and respect, which is why even the self-description of a backyard cramming studio for transfer payment recipients over 30 plagued by existential fears sounds like the promise of freedom when typed by the marketing guy in charge. Spiced is a community. A place where you can meet and connect with people who could change your life. People who will help you develop professionally and personally. From your own environment and beyond.
End of quote.
Lorenzo C. is not yet worn down enough to take up this offer and is turning his attention for the time being to far more exciting activities that are obviously highly regarded in the hood and its trendy cafes. On the evening of October 18, 2023, he and his friends played cat and mouse with the police near Sonnen Alley, shouting "Free Palestine, Free Gaza," and a cab, "All cops are bastards," and throwing stones and bottles. C. admits that he threw one of these stones and hit a police officer. According to a police officer, C. then ran to a small group of people with whom he celebrated his hit, high-fived them, and kissed his girlfriend. Shortly thereafter, he was arrested and resisted arrest, crossing his arms and kicking toward the police officers. 4 weeks later, he was sentenced to 8 months probation. But it is not the Lorenzos from all over the world who are considered bastards by the culture of openness, but those who, not least for the protection of the numerous Jews and Israelis living in Neukölln, fish out and apprehend anti-Semitic repeat offenders, not all of whom are called Abdullah, from the crowd. At the Spiced Academy, the rules are clear. The Chamber of Industry and Commerce decides on the success of the course participants in the final exam, and the course participants are free to pass or fail. He understands this and prefers not to get drunk too often in one of the many pubs in his neighborhood. Because he feels cooped up in his tiny shared apartment, he is often in vegan cafes with his laptop in the morning, taking online courses or cramming for exams. There, he is increasingly realizing that the culture of openness is not synonymous with spending hours over a cappuccino, even if he absolutely respects other people's beliefs, outfits, and behavior. The owners of a shop in Neukölln, whose punning name, K. Fetisch Oma Miam's Coffee Tafel, contrasts the sexual debauchery of a self-evidently progressive hedonist scene, usually just throw people out who open their laptops because they take up space for more consumerist guests. A few clicks on the keyword K-Fetish reveal that this cafe must be one of the hottest spots in the neighborhood for politically interested people, where volunteer restaurant reviewers only complain about the laptop ban. Lorenzo C. has definitely been a guest there and may have already inquired about a job, because what the operators say about themselves corresponds to his convictions. The K-Fetish is a collective enterprise. That means we organize and manage ourselves without bosses. Most of us come from different left-wing radical and anti-national contexts. We all share a basic feminist and anti-racist consensus. Our diverse political convictions have flowed into this place and are constantly being renegotiated. Our commitment to diversity is reflected in the variety of our events and in our changing book series. We want to create a place where as many people as possible, from neighbors to the scene, feel comfortable.
End of quote.
At first glance, this sounds harmless, were it not for the imperative at the end, and above all, help ensure that racist, homophobic, sexist, and other discriminatory behavior has no place here.
End of quote.
The fact that they discriminate against citizens receiving welfare benefits from the retraining community because the catering collectivists would otherwise end up at Paul Fowler's Spiced Academy is probably one of the contradictions of late capitalism, about which there are plenty of books in K-Fetish under the heading Classism. One would forgive them if they did not impose on themselves and their paying guests an attitude that, in the name of diversity, amounts to a culture of exclusion. This is not a peculiarity of a self-managed cafe, but reflects the consensus of all those committed to a culture of openness, which can be found wherever students, interns, wage earners, or political activists declare themselves a community and adopt a mission statement. Its members, whether they come from radical left-wing and anti-nationalist contexts in Berlin, Madrid, Tel Aviv, or Turin, or live according to their seemingly individual lifestyles, want to deny anyone they consider relevant or otherwise discriminatory a place in the cafe, on campus, in the open plan office, or simply in the neighborhood and call for the bouncer. The criterion for belonging is, as the Fowlers of this world say, respect for others who like to portray themselves in the real world as vulnerable beings who must protect themselves in constant self-defense against intruders in their spaces. The individual who is supposedly concerned with being allowed to produce publicly in the discipline that attracts him, undisturbed, has in reality degraded art, music, or poetry to attributes of his identity, which he considers the inviolable core of his self. They believe themselves to be safe in the culture of openness, like the emperor in the fairy tale, because no one there confronts them with their unsupported attitudes, two of which are represented by the job center, for which Paul Fowler works, and cafes that do not see themselves as warming rooms. Where art is not debated because the only thing that matters is the personality of the artist, or at least of those who want to be artists, and the brutal distinction between winners and losers is dismissed as personal fate, people rely on a rigid code of conduct to regulate their coexistence. The longer it becomes, the more arbitrary it seems, and at the same time it produces dress and speech codes that guarantee uniformity without bringing about the hope for closeness to like-minded people. It starts with a promise like this: come by on Thursday and spend the Flint evening with us at K Fetish. The promised exclusivity follows the motto wherever particular people congregate, from cigarette advertising and promises, if not fulfillment, then at least a discount on the omnipotence that follows the slogan in hoc signo vinces from the same cigarette advertisement. From 6 p.m. on this day, K Fetish is only accessible to women, lesbians, inter-asterisk people, non-binary people, trans-asterisk people, and agender people. But the special atmosphere fails to materialize among those admitted, because what should be the reason for coming is prohibited. Having learned from experience, the K Fetish Collective wisely added the following to its invitation to the Flint night on September 26, 2023: please do not question the gender identity of the people present. Questions about the undoubtedly complex gender identity of visitors are therefore prohibited so that those present can feel comfortable, and they can only do so if their special characteristics, which must be respected at all costs, remain unquestioned. Because Flint nights, which are also intended to facilitate sexual encounters, are difficult without a few discreet inquiries about how and with whom the person being approached would like to engage, cafe operators have to clarify the crucial questions by means of rules of conduct. You can safely remove the word gender from the equation. The concept of a culture of openness protects the identity of its adherents from what they fervently desire. The radical, thoroughly sensual experience that overcomes trained self-control must not even be allowed to enter the realm of the improbable, but at least the realm of the possible, for one night. The mixture of fear, despondency, and conformism in contact with the outside world helps to establish a cult of one's own unique personality, the futility of which one is well aware. In insisting on respect for their identity, individuals behave as vulnerably and seemingly defenseless as they do excessively aggressive. They fear simple questions which, especially when asked naively and directly, inevitably touch on personal misery. Where there is nothing but the grotesque assertion that one is at one with oneself, any approaches that do not conform to the norm are dismissed out of hand as transgressive. Identity becomes a characteristic that demands more than the fulfillment of schoolboy dreams, which include being discovered as a great artist or musician, something one believes in as little as the lottery player believes in winning the jackpot, without at least sharing the latter's socially acceptable resignation. Those who strike a pose of "don't touch me," and wait for the prince or princess or simply them to cut through their impenetrable armor of ego need not only the awareness team during Flint night, but a far greater protective force that will free them from their constant self-centeredness. This is found in the members of a parallel society who only seemingly paradoxically deny any claim to separation and privacy and break down every safe space in the literal sense, with Lorenzo C. and his friends at the forefront. Not that the Lorenzos and the less violent majority in the culture of openness could ever become their comrades, or even want to. However, the powerful collective identity of the members of the parallel society, which is just as empty as the one they claim for themselves as private, has the enormous advantage as a projection screen that those committed to it unscrupulously do whatever they want and take revenge on the imposition of having to exist as individuals at least once. Because insisting on one's own identity and submission to brute force belong together, the Udi Raz is likely to agree with the Flint rule of K-fetish in two respects, as the Udi Raz who is a member of an association called DIS, Orient, and offers a platform for critical voices on post-colonial and feminist discourses on the Wana region. And also as the Udi Raz who was praised on YouTube on October 31, 2023, by Martin Lejeune, a journalist who converted to Islam, as an unyielding fighter
against Jewish racism.
She has a queer identity, which he loudly contrasts with his Israeli Jewish identity as his autochthonous place of speech. We are referring to the person who lost his job as a guide at the Jewish Museum Berlin at the end of October 2023 because he told the people he was showing around that Israel was an apartheid state and, also in October, had registered a Palestine solidarity demonstration for November 4, 2023, at which 10,000 people from anti-national contexts took action against the genocide of the Jewish state against the Palestinians. The Jewish Museum reacted consistently, was the succinct and incorrect assessment of the Bild newspaper on October 27, 2023, regarding Raz's dismissal, introducing him as a man, even though the museum spokesperson, Sasha Perkins, who was also a man in previous years, merely said, Udi Raz used guided tours to confront visitors with his personal political views and opinions. He should not have confronted those he was guiding, as this is considered discriminatory in other contexts, but helping them a little in the formation of an anti-Semitic everyday opinion is something that could be discussed at the Jewish Museum. Perkins continued, guides should not impose their opinions on the group, but rather enable participants to form their own opinions. Topics should be presented and discussed comprehensively and from different perspectives.
End of quote.
In the Jewish Museum, however, one should simply show a little more tact than Udi Raz was able to muster, who, because of her unquestionable identity as a queer Jew, simply had to say what needed to be said. What seems almost impossible to resolve in the Jewish Museum and in queer practice on Flinta * nights, and therefore has to be renegotiated every now and then, worked almost seamlessly for other guests and residents who make no secret of their purely culturally defined identity, until October 7, 2023. Until then, K-Fetish shared with the entire community a feminist and anti-racist basic consensus that underscored our claim to diversity and courted Israelis and Jews who spoke out against the apartheid state of Israel without openly stigmatizing other Jews. In just a few days after October 7, 2023, not every Jewish opponent of sexism, homophobia, and racism fits under the common umbrella anymore. The touted culture of openness shrank to a basic consensus that can be summed up in the slogan "From the river to the sea." Since then, it has been made unmistakably clear, especially to those left-wing Jews and Israelis who have begun to have doubts, what genocide can only mean. At first, the trendy restaurants and clubs, especially in Neukölln, Kreuzberg and Friedrichshain, wriggled out of the tricky situation into which a pogrom with 1,200 murdered Jews had brought them and declared their solidarity against all violence. It is only a 15-minute walk from Wildenbruckstrasse, where K-Fetish invites you to enjoy banana bread, to AM Sudhaus, where the umbrella organization of migration organizations, De Migra, sponsored by the Family Ministry, is located. All anti-national cis women and women/Flinta* should definitely have agreed with the intention of a De Migra event in difficult times, from which they were excluded for reasons of identity. Dear interested parties, wrote the organizers, expressing solidarity does not diminish our ability to have it for all affected groups. That is why we are inviting women/Flinta* with a connection to Palestine to an open discussion on October 24 at 6 p.m. We want to create a space free of discrimination and a place where we can listen to each other. The aim is to create a space where we can discuss the situation in Israel and Palestine. We want to talk about the following. How are you coping with the current situation?
How do you feel?
What are your wishes and needs? Where can you find support? This safe space will be moderated by Dr. Fareshta Sarai, a peace and conflict researcher, and will not tolerate anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, racism, sexism, or other misanthropic statements and attitudes.
End of quote.
To ensure that Udi Raz does not feel excluded, the same publication states, in calendar week 44, there will also be a space for Jewish women/Flinta* and women/Flinta* with ties to Israel to exchange ideas. And to ensure that it ultimately becomes a celebration of reconciliation, we will create a meeting space for both groups in the coming weeks if necessary. The state-paid women of De Migra were obviously concerned with adequately processing this sad historical moment, as Lorenzo C. admitted before the Tiergarten District Court. Like C. they too suffer from what is happening in the Middle East conflict. His credo is also theirs, I fight for peace and against war in all its forms, Berliner Zeitung, November 15, 2023. Since October 8, they have been working together to draw attention to the inhumane conditions in Gaza, and of course, to the shame of which the EU is also an accomplice with its unconditional support for Israel. The open culture is in agreement with C. who shouted to the court that he is fighting against war, every war, against racism, and that he is not an anti-Semite. As far as the means are concerned, Helmuth von Moltke's iron rule applies: march separately, strike together. On October 26, 2023, 2 days after the remarkable evening at the Sudhaus, Israeli singer, songwriter and performance artist Nitzan Bernstein published a report on her public Facebook account, which is reproduced here in its original English, Today my heart stopped when I pushed my little child in his stroller past K-Fetish, the left-wing hipster cafe near my apartment in Newcombe. I was confronted with signs and posters bearing the powerful slogan, "Free Palestine from the river to the sea." Inside, I couldn't hold back my feelings and asked people if they really understood the weight of those words, if they understood what it means to be an Israeli Jew in Newcombe in these turbulent times. To my dismay, I was met with silence and blank stares. The pain runs deep, because there are many Israelis among the regular customers of this cafe. It was discouraging to see that the people in there were not willing to show solidarity with the victims of terrorism and understand the meaning of the slogans decorating the cafe windows. I am well aware that discussions about a free Palestine can be polarizing, and I will not go into that here. But when you live in Newcombe, you find out that those behind the recent Free Palestine demonstrations are affiliated with AHMADINEJAD, an organization that openly supports Hamas, a group that has been banned in various places because of its links to terrorism. During these protests, and even in our own neighborhood, I have seen people celebrating the tragic loss of life caused by Hamas. Some even called for the destruction of the Jewish people. The police presence seems constant, always on standby to quell potential unrest. I once believed I had chosen a neighborhood where coexistence was possible, but now I see that I was mistaken, and to be honest, I am afraid. How do we move forward in the face of such tensions and division? That is a question that weighs heavily on my heart.
End of Quote.
Inside the cafe and on the window, Nitsa Bernstein saw and documented a poster and a blackboard. The board inside read "Queers for Free Palestine, from the river to the sea," while the poster in the window called for a large demonstration organized by Udi Ruz on November 4, 2023, at Berlin's Alexanderplatz under the slogan "Free Palestine will not be cancelled." Among the more than 100 people who agreed with Bernstein's post, there are mainly people with first names such as Dalia, Erez, Tamar, and Dawit. The operators of K-Fetish had apparently had an unpleasant experience on the morning of the same day that Bernstein's comment appeared and therefore immediately raised the anti-racist flag of the Jew murderers. They found 3 small stars of David spray-painted in red at foot level on the outer wall of their restaurant, which are only known because a Facebook friend of Nitsa Bernstein took a photo of them and posted it under her post. On the same day, October 26, K-Fetish went all out and posted a statement on Instagram that was liked by 1,267 people. The statement is not available on the restaurant's official website and only became known beyond the scene because people copied this document of horror and forwarded it on Facebook. Here it is: as a left-wing, collectively run cafe, we want to express our clear stance against the systematic murder and oppression of the Palestinian people by the Israeli state to our community and our neighbors. We condemn the intensification of anti-Muslim and anti-racist agitation by the German government and the German media as an attempt to cover up their own anti-Semitism. We also condemn the racist and brutal actions of the police against demonstrators who raise their voices for the freedom of the Palestinians. We condemn this extreme suppression of freedom of expression and stand with the protesters. We condemn anti-Semitic violence in all its forms. Last week, the K-Fetish was defaced with anti-Semitic graffiti, which was also used to mark Jewish institutions and supporters during the Nazi era. We do not tolerate anti-Semitism in our spaces, just as we do not accept racism and anti-Muslim hatred. We are a diverse team with different perspectives.
End of Quote.
Wasn't something missing? Yes, the final sentence. We are not an anti-German shop.
The K-Fetish Kollektive feels rightly on the defensive.
No one can say whether it was young people from the Arab hood who sprayed the David stars or anti-racist friends of Udi Ruz, who have been trying to destroy Friends of Israel in the neighborhood for years, including K-Fetish since 2018, when it invited Tina Sanders to give a lecture entitled "Elements of Left-Wing Anti-Semitism in Line with its Concept of Diversity." At the time, a Jewish Antifa group sounded the alarm in the neighborhood because Tina Langer also criticized Muslim anti-Semitism. Behind the alleged group was Armin Langer, a convert who was widely publicized in the media and at the Jewish Museum at the time. As a gay Jew, today one would say queer, and former rabbinical student, he served as the key witness for Jewish-Muslim understanding in Newcombe. Whoever it was, we know that threatening people with the Star of David can be effective. The rumor deliberately spread around Sonnen Alley, for example, that anti-Muslim Zionists meet at K-Fetish, would at least result in broken glass, and probably also in serious injuries to guests making their way home alone at night. The end of the business would be foreseeable. But those whose own panic dictates a gesture of submission to the parallel society and who at the same time point to those racists who deserve punishment, because that is what the statement, "We are not an anti-German establishment" means, has long since distinguished between Jews and Israel-hating allies and racist supporters of an apartheid regime, and has denied the latter the protection of their identity and thus also their physical integrity in the community. And indeed, back in 2016, a year before Paul Fowler celebrated the culture of openness in Berlin and 2 years before Tina Sanders appeared at K-Fetish, Ivan Johannes published a comment on the Restaurant Guru website whose authenticity is beyond doubt. After the staff at K-Fetish stood by for 20 minutes watching 6 young Arabs surround me and shout anti-Semitic insults, they demanded that I remove the Israel button from my cap.
End of Quote.
Ivan Johannes, who is unlikely to have a pro-Israel Jewish identity, but was probably motivated by anti-German sentiments, was already outed at the time as someone who had behaved in a racist manner towards 6 disadvantaged men of color. October 7, 2023, marks only the point in time in Neukölln when, in the name of cultural openness, one of the supposedly many respected identities is fundamentally questioned with all its brutality and consequences, and a distinction is made between real and fake Jews. The real ones, like Udi Raz or the members of the Jewish Antifa, continue to get their coffee served, while the others are considered Zionist white and probably also cis or TERF and are handed over, together with non-Jewish friends of Israel, for further treatment by those fine fellows who live out their unquestionable identity 300 meters further down Sonnen Alley. Things don't look good for Israeli Jew Nitzan Bernstein, who, as a heterosexual mother, doesn't really come across as queer feminist and anti-sexist, but rather a bit old-fashioned. With her Facebook post, she has obviously broken the anti-racist consensus in the safe space and therefore has only herself to blame for what the Abdellas, together with the Lorenzos, would do to her if the police let them. The K-Fetish operators, who do not tolerate anti-Semitism in their spaces and have called for a second Holocaust in precisely those spaces, are not alone. For their statement in the Taz on October 22, 2023, they found a decidedly Jewish and Israeli template that they only had to radicalize a little. It is an open letter from Jewish intellectuals entitled, "The Freedom of Those Who Think Differently." People who, for the most part, are on the state payroll, who make the Palestinian cause one of the hallmarks of proper Jewish identity and, insofar as they live in Berlin, can certainly be found in the evenings in trendy Neukölln cafes and pubs. Among them, of course, is the intellectual self-promoter Udi Raz. While Nitzan Bernstein approved of the significant police presence in Sonnen Alley and Hermannplatz in October 2023 as protection for herself and her family, 110 Jewish intellectuals, representing all the non-Jewish skeptics, made it their cause to defend the freedom of the perpetrators to publicly call for the murder of Jews. We, the undersigned Jewish artists, writers, and scholars living in Germany, condemn in this letter the disturbing actions against the democratic public following the horrific acts of violence in Israel and Palestine this month.
End of Quote.
A sentence about dead civilians in Israel is a must, but the words mass murder, mutilation, and rape are carefully avoided. There is no justification for deliberate attacks on civilians by Hamas. We unreservedly condemn the terrorist attacks on civilians in Israel. Many of us have family and friends in Israel who are directly affected by this violence. We condemn the killing of civilians in Gaza with equal severity.
End of Quote.
In Neukölln, however, where people know their way around, conditions in October 2023 were allegedly almost like those in Gaza since the IDF invasion. With the same severity, 2 incomparable manifestations of violence are not condemned, but rather leveled. The appeal is directed solely against Israel and all those in Germany who have called for solidarity with the Jewish state, and it stands unreservedly behind the victims of racist exclusion. Quote, "The authorities have targeted people with a migrant background throughout Germany, harassing, arresting, and beating civilians, often under the flimsiest of pretexts. In Berlin, the district of Neukölln, home to large Turkish and Arab communities, is now a police-occupied neighborhood. Armored delivery trucks and armed riot police patrol the streets, searching for spontaneous expressions of support for the Palestinians or symbols of Palestinian identity. Pedestrians are jostled on the sidewalk and attacked with pepper spray. Children are ruthlessly assaulted and arrested. Among those arrested are well-known Syrian and Palestinian activists. Palestinian flags and keffiyehs are banned in schools. Although possession of these items in public is legal, it leads to police violence and arrests. Earlier this year, Berlin police officers admitted in court that they had taken action against civilians during the suppression of protests because they stood out by wearing the colors of the Palestinian flag or scarves associated with Palestinian solidarity. A large amount of film footage suggests that this is still the case and that racist preconceptions play an important role in the targeted persecution of suspects.
End of Quote.
This time, Jewish intellectuals and their non-Jewish cafe owners have, probably only temporarily, failed to take the actual owner into account. They realize too late that BDS propaganda will no longer work when the Secretary of State for Culture publicly withdraws her protective hand from anti-Semitic cultural figures from the Global South and German cultural anti-Semites and threatens to cut subsidies. Claudia Roth even regretted not having supported the Bundestag's resolution against the BDS movement in 2021 and said she was shocked by how supporters of the BDS movement have relativized the terrorist attacks of Hamas. Against this background, I now view the BDS movement even more critically. Accordingly, I am working with my agency and cultural institutions within my area of responsibility to ensure that the cultural sphere cannot be misused for BDS movement activities.
End of Quote.
And on November 3, 2023, the left-wing radicals were even threatened with being cancelled as a trendy scene cafe by current and former regulars in a semi-public statement. The letter states, "You end your text with the sentence, 'We are not an anti-German establishment.'"
Etwas nevase kafetisches Intention.
However, it has repeatedly been described as such by Stalinist sects and anti-Semitic small groups because they did not like the clear consensus against all anti-Semitism. Such a sentence, based on the principle of spare my house, set fire to others, is a withdrawal of solidarity from all those who are attacked by anti-Semites.
End of Quote.
It was of course important to the 123 signatories of this letter to emphasize that it is right to criticize the situation in the Israeli-occupied and disputed territories of the West Bank, to call for respect for human rights in the context of military operations, or to criticize their violation. It is an expression of humanity to mourn the Palestinian civilian victims. Our solidarity also goes out to the people in the Palestinian territories who are suffering under Hamas rule and Israeli military operations.
End of Quote.
From people who call for solidarity with the people in the Palestinian territories that threatens Israel's very existence, 3 weeks after these people, following the fighting forces, looting and murdering those Jews whom their vanguard overlooked or left behind wounded, took their Saturday stroll into the liberated territory, no true and certainly no courageous words are to be expected. Accordingly, the threat to exclude the regulars from the community was formulated as a therapeutic offer between friends and thus largely withdrawn. Quote, "In these times it unfortunately takes courage to take a stand against any form of anti-Semitism. We would be happy if we could trust you again in this regard. It would be a sign of courage if you would reflect on your statement and withdraw it. It would be a signal if you could instead manage to write a statement condemning anti-Semitism without any relativization."
End of Quote.
The 123 signatories, backed by a soft-washing association called Autonom Nukolner Antifa, did not, unfortunately, have the courage to do so. They are all called Dirk F. or Jessica R. And most of those who simply signed with Nadine or Simon omitted even the first letter of their last name. Such is the culture of openness, where humanity would dictate attacking the decidedly Muslim anti-Semitism in New Cologne and its non-Arab supporters and other dimmis. They commemorate some neo-Nazis who, since October 7, 2023, have truly no cards left to play, and remain so anonymous that this letter cannot even be found on the website of the autonomous New Cologne Antifa. It is unusual for someone to want to be referred to as a person. In French, personne means nobody, while person in English is an impersonal legal term. In German, calling someone a person is a devaluation that means taking away the name that the person speaking about them knows. In the past, a person, especially a female person, was a woman who, because of her appearance, violated the rules of decency or was assumed to do so. Appearance, the external, is common to all uses of the word, even if in French it actually describes a non-appearance, as in the lament personne nem, nobody loves me. Personality describes how a person is perceived by others, right down to the psychiatric diagnosis of personality disorder. Today, everyone is called a person. The person I'm with, the person I don't like, the person who smoked on the podium after the lecture, etc. Talking about persons does not avoid assigning them a gender based on external characteristics, which is the purported purpose of such talk, even though this word specifically refers to the externally perceptible characteristics of a person.
Kelling Sumione a person Stripsemann, the woman, the boy, the girl of ever perceptible personal accessory, ever individual charakteristik.
We are all persons. This is the folk community of the present, in which everyone is able to recognize themselves in others without distinction, by avoiding eye contact. Mascha Gessen is such a person. If we were to read these words in colloquial German, i.e., the German that was still in common use a few years ago, we would think of an impossible woman, a terrible person. But for Gessen, person means non-binary, her pronouns are them/they, pluralis majestatis in the third person, a position of omnipotence that becomes one with a megalomaniacal ego. My gender is the Six of Swords. My gender is fill in the blank.
My gender is Mascha Gesse, Paris Review, January 5, 2021.
As a journalist who has written award-winning books about Russia, where she was born and raised, and a member of the writing staff of The New Yorker, she has been proven right in many ways by her early assessments of Putin and the development of Russian society. Her non-binary identity has therefore been overlooked as a quirk. However, she is like Judith Butler, also currently non-binary. She is a Jewish lesbian who does not want to be Jewish or lesbian because she hates Israel and the West, with the exception of its freedoms, so much that she renounces everything that has been passed down to her. But neither in Gessen's case nor in Butler's does this mean that they would use their heritage to suit themselves and then discard it. Butler and Gessen refer primarily to Hannah Arendt, the Jewish publicist whose hatred of Israel and Arab Jews forms the template for the hatred of the Western Jewish section of the diversified left in the global South today. And Masha Gessen follows suit when, in her scandalous article in The New Yorker on December 9, 2023, she refers at length and approvingly to the ugliest passages in Arendt's book Eichmann in Jerusalem, which is already brimming with resentment. It is strange, then, when the Hannah Arendt admirer reports at the same time that during her first visit to Israel she noticed anti-Palestinian racism and also anti-Sephardic racism, i.e., discrimination against North African and Middle Eastern Jews. Zeit Online, December 12, 2023. Arendt's racism against Arabs and Sephardic and Mizrahi Jews does not seem to be a problem for Gessen, who condemns it as a matter of course when it comes to Israel. This, together with her hatred of the old Ashkenazi orthodoxy, serves the cause of anti-racism against Israel. Queers for Palestine obeys this motto when, for example, Gessen, who was awarded the Hannah Arendt Prize in Bremen on December 17, 2023, despite all the contradictions, writes in the aforementioned text in The New Yorker that Israel now wants to liquidate a ghetto in Gaza. Quote, "For 17 years, Gaza has been an extremely densely populated, impoverished, walled-in area that only a small portion of the population has been allowed to leave, and even then only for a short time, in other words, a ghetto. Not like the Jewish ghetto in Venice or an inner-city ghetto in America, but like a Jewish ghetto in an Eastern European country during the Nazi occupation."
End of quote.
The return of Arendt's stereotypes of the brutal Oriental Jew who speaks only Hebrew, Arabic and Ladino, and of the stupid shtetl Jew who speaks no language at all, as she once wrote in a letter to Karl Jaspers during the Eichmann trial, in the hateful language of Gessen actually makes the prize all the more deserved. The fact that the Green Heinrich Boll Foundation and the city of Bremen withdrew from the award ceremony at short notice and that it took place on a small scale and not, as originally planned, in Bremen's town hall is a great success for Gessen. It brings her even more attention. Shortly before, she had said in an interview with Der Spiegel, "There is a culture of silencing, of muzzling, a narrowing of political discussion in Germany." The difference between the non-binary individuals Gessen and Butler, however, is that Gessen argues more brutally and directly than Butler, without ever having distinguished herself in the same way as Butler when it comes to the boycott of Israel. Gessen was considered a figure who, due to her Russian Jewish background, which she always emphasizes, had a particularly critical relationship with Russia. However, her solidarity with Ukraine did not go so far as to acknowledge that it might be inappropriate to invite authors from the attacking and attacked countries to the same PEN conference. Gessen wanted scandal and in May 2023, after the invited Ukrainian authors, who were also fighting on the front lines against Russia, threatened not to attend the conference and met with understanding from the PEN board, she resigned from the board of PEN America with a theatrical gesture. We know more about Gessen as a person than about her thinking, which, judging by her essay published in The New Yorker, is a rather poor compilation of old prejudices about Ukraine, Poland, and the Jews, which she justifies biographically by referring to my grandmother, my grandfather's girlfriend, and similarly reliable sources, in order to conclude that it is precisely German Holocaust exceptionalism, by which she means the Bundestag's decision against the BDS campaign, that makes the
Gaza Ghetto possible.
In short, with her essay, Gessen has presented the Mao Bible for the Free Palestine from German guilt faction, according to Eugen L. in the Jüdische Allgemeine, December 16, 2023. In an interview in Zeit Online on December 12, 2023, Gessen said of the anti-Semitic pogrom atmosphere at American universities and its denial by their administrations, "The problem is that criticism of Israel is often considered anti-Semitic, which I think is the real anti-Semitic scandal. This overlooks actual anti-Semitism. This lies in a new McCarthyism. The job of university presidents in the United States is to raise money from their donors. There are newspaper reports almost every day about donors withdrawing money from these universities in response to what they see as a lack of solidarity with Israel. And that reinforces the anti-Semitic ideas of the right. They believe that all donors are Jews because all the money is in Jewish hands. This is how I interpret this case. The conspiracy of Jewish bankers and the conspiracy of liberal universities are among the myths of Trumpists, and here they have found a great opportunity to drive a wedge between the two sides."
End of quote.
Gessen's accurate observation that the old alliance between Jews and liberals was finally broken after October 7 becomes, in her view limited to the US, a staging of the right wing, rather than a scandal of the liberal establishment. In doing so, Gessen denies the terror, which did not originate solely from students, against Jewish students, professors, and employees who have had to hide from a mob in dormitories, classrooms, and libraries since October 7. This fits in with Gessen's turn against Ukraine, which, like Poland, she claims is incredibly anti-Semitic. To prove her point, she draws on history rather than the present, ignoring the fact that Ukraine is a country with virtually no anti-Semitism and that Poland is a country that takes action against anti-Semitism more vigorously than any other in Europe. A Norwegian medical student was even summarily expelled because she had displayed a sign in Krakow showing the Star of David being thrown into a trash can, a decision that was unfortunately reversed. An anti-Semitic member of parliament was expelled from parliament and stripped of his income and immunity after extinguishing the Hanukkah menorah in the lobby of the Sejm with a fire extinguisher. Like many other intellectuals, Gessen transfers the negationism that refers to the Holocaust to October 7. Like Judith Butler, she wants context, but conceals it when it comes to the necessary resistance of the Jewish state. Queer for Palestine, as embodied by Gessen, has something very real about it, contrary to what many surprised observers believe. What unites these queers and Hamas is their hatred of homosexuality and femininity. Even if they knew or suspected that this does not interest the enforcers of Islam in the slightest, and that they themselves could sooner or later be brutally tortured to death if they either enter the Islamic sphere of influence or it expands to include them, because they would then be judged by their appearance. They would still die. They would die in the name of a Western self-criticism that rejects the emancipation of desire and the female sex as an expression of decadence. Homosexuality alone is just as little a program as femininity, but the fact that women and gays have achieved civil equality and thus their own dissolution as political movements provokes hatred from those who want more than equality, namely a special position of omnipotence. These people today call themselves non-binary and trans. They are mostly heterosexual men, and they terrorize their respective environments with the same means as Islam, which has become their role model. For in Islam there is no sexual desire for the object. Every human being is non-binary in the sense that they must submit to the will of the more powerful man. Islam promises salvation from the division into sexual and gender identities. Everything merges into one and the choice of a single sexual object is eliminated. One becomes a person, but a persona non grata. The division of the person into identity components as slaughter cattle, fillet, roast beef, stewing meat, as it comes to bear in the omnipotence of them/they, projects the inner division in the sense of Islam onto the outside world. This totalitarian access to that form of subjectivity, whose vitality and suffering consist in the asynchrony of gender identity and sexual object choice, i.e., which has to do with ambivalence and frustration, reaches a new dimension in the shadow of the war of annihilation against Israel. The commitment to queer has become anti-Semitic.